Solana. The VM can basically take C++ or Rust code and turn that into a smart contract.
You're like one of my heroes.
We are therefore integrating Solana into Brave as soon as we can.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of Breakpoint. I'm glad you guys are here nice and early. It's about 9 a.m. here, so we're filling in, and it's really great to have everyone out this early for something like this. There's so much news that came out yesterday from every single stage here. If you missed it, check out Twitter, check out the replays that we're uploading to all the video channels soon. We've got another day that's just full of great news and announcements here, as well as developer track work over at Sud Lisboa, and then in the afternoon, the growth stage kicks off again over in Estufa Fria. Will be a lot of new updates and announcements coming out there too. So again, thank you all for joining us today. I hope the first day was great. We have 2 more days left, if you can believe it, and a great closing party planned. So I think we're gonna kick things off pretty soon here. So one of the things that we spent a lot of time yesterday on was the infrastructure growth throughout the ecosystem. So we had a huge announcement from Render, huge announcement from Brave, Brave bringing native Solana support to the browser this year, well, next year. And then additionally to that, we're talking about Brave's got 42 million users now, so bringing these tool sets into the browser where you don't need to install an extension if you aren't able to do that really increases the accessibility of crypto to a wider audience, and really importantly, bringing that tool set to mobile. Right? Mobile is still this sort of untapped space for crypto. People are just starting to figure out how to do it. The blockchains are just getting to a place where that stuff really is starting to make sense. So making that as easy an experience for people as interacting with an app store, that's really the future of how you reach the next billion people. You know, you can look up some of the stats at how few of the world actually uses a desktop class browser nowadays. The world's moving to mobile, at least in much of the developing world. And so that's the place where you're going to see massive growth throughout the entire space coming from. And I'm really excited to have Brave with us on that journey. And then looking at something like Render, I mean, I have been a fan of Render for many, many, many years. One of the coolest things is when you get to see their live ray tracing with a light source that the camera has to detect and then map that onto a 3D model. That stuff I thought we were still honestly 5 years away from, and then you see the demos that they're working on and it's running on a mobile device. And I think just the future's wild. I don't know what comes next, and I'm very excited for it. So up first today, we're talking about the prosumer economy and NFTs. We're getting to the next level of entertainment here. This is a very exciting person to have joining us remotely. This is Lee Soo-man from SM Entertainment. We'll get that rolling for you. Enjoy.
안녕하세요. 프로듀서 이수만입니다. 이번 솔라나 브레이크포인트 컨퍼런스를 통해서 글로벌 NFT 업계 관계자분들께 인사를 드리게 돼서 기쁩니다. 최근 전 세계적으로 그 비대면 디지털 사회가 본격화됨에 따라서 가상세계와 메타버스, NFT와 같은 미래 사업에 대한 수요가 많이 늘어나고 또 눈에 띄게 성장하고 있습니다. 저는 미래 세상은 우리 SM과 함께 로봇과 셀러브리티의 세상, 이렇게 예측하고 있습니다. 또 나아가서 그렇다면 아바타의 세상이 먼저 될 것이라고 예상하고 있고요. 이미 수년 전부터 미래 콘텐츠 시대를 저희들은 준비해 왔습니다. 그리고 지난해인 2020년 11월 메타버스 걸그룹 에스파를 런칭했는데요. 에스파는 가상세계 속 또 다른 자아인 스스로 만들어진 그 아바타와 함께 한다는 전에 없던 메타버스 세계관을 가진 걸그룹으로 데뷔와 동시에 아주 많은 화제를 모았습니다. 데뷔곡이 블랙맘바였는데요. 블랙맘바는 K-POP 데뷔곡 뮤직비디오 사상 최단기간에 1억 뷰 조회수도 달성했고, 최근 발표한 신곡 세비지는 오늘 찾아보세요. 네. 한국의 모든 음악 차트 1위를 뭐 석권하면 물론이고요. 미국 빌보드 메인 차트인 빌보드 200 차트에서도 K-팝 걸그룹 첫 앨범 사상 최고 순위로 입성하는 등 단숨에 글로벌한 인기와 사랑을 받고 있습니다. 메타버스 세계관 속에서 현실 세계의 에스파 멤버들은 현실을 넘은 가상 세계관 안에서 그 안에서 스스로 우리의 데이터로 저절로 만들어진 자아가 있는 자신의 아바타들과 함께 IE라고 불리우고 있습니다. 에스파 그리고 아바타들은 아바타인 에스파 이렇게 불리우고 있고요. 서로들 같이 노래도 하고 또 현실 세계에서 또 그 아바타의 공간인 그 광야 또는 플랫에서 노래도 하고 춤도 추고요. 또 즐거운 시간을 그렇게 보낼 수 있게 돼 있습니다. 에스파로 인해서 엔터테인먼트 업계에서도 메타버스가 더욱 주목받으며 에스파의 메가히트곡인 Next Level 곡 제목처럼 엔터테인먼트의 넥스트 레벨은 무엇인가에 대한 관심이 참 많습니다. 메타버스는 현실에 없는 것을 가능하게 하는 새로운 유니버스이며 이는 완전히 다른 새로운 세상을 만드는 일입니다. 마치 웜홀이 쫙 열리는 것처럼 이 속에서 우리는 어마어마한 스토리를 만들어낼 수도 있고요. 또 세상에 없던 세계관도 구축할 수 있습니다. 에스파의 세계관처럼 또 엑소라고 아시나요? 우리 보이밴드 엑소의 세계관도 있듯이요. 저와 SM은 지금까지 많은 킬러 컨텐츠를 만들어 왔고 이제 메타버스를 접목한 SMCU라는 초거대 버추얼 세계관을 통해서 미래 콘텐츠의 시대를 이끌어 나가려고 합니다. SMCU, SM Culture Universe는 현실과 가상의 경계 없이 전 세계가 문화로 연결된 미래 엔터테인먼트 세상이자 SM이 지향하는 메타버스 미래 콘텐츠로 기존의 음악 장르에서는 볼 수 없었던 새로운 형태의 문화적 IP라고 볼 수 있습니다. SM은 이 SMCU 안에서 아티스트, 음악, 뮤직비디오, 또 공연 등 다양한 형태의 독자적인 IP가 서로 연결되고 확장되는 메타버스향 콘텐츠 IP를 만들어가는데 집중할 계획입니다. 그 예로 최근에 에스파의 세계관을 담은 SMCU 영상을 통해서 CAWMAN이라는 카우만이라고 제가 부르는데 저는 수만이고요. 네. 카우만이라고 불리우는 혼합 영상 컨텐츠 장르를 선보이기도 했습니다. 카우맨, CAWMA는 카툰의 C, 애니메이션의 A, 웹툰의 W, 모션 그래픽의 M, 그리고 아바타의 A, 노블의 N을 조합한 단어로서 전혀 새로운 미래 컨텐츠 경험을 선사할 것입니다. 요즘 틱톡에서도 그렇고 여러분들 보시다시피 젊은 MZ 세대들은 이 짧은 것을 또 많이 선호하고 있고 익숙해하고 있어서 카우맨은 스토리는 이어지면서도 서로 다른 장르의 것들이 같이 표현을 해주면서 스토리가 이어지는 그런 새로운 형태의 영상 표현 기법이다 이렇게 생각해 주시면 쉬울 것 같습니다. 사실 저는 오래전부터 앞으로는 컨텐츠의 프로듀싱 시대다라고 말씀드린 바 있는데요. 이제 그 컨텐츠의 프로듀싱 시대, 즉 프로듀서의 시대 안에서 프로수머가 정점을 이루는 시대로 치닫고 있습니다. 컨텐츠의 중요성이 더욱 높아지면서 마침내 전 세계의 프로수머들이 리크리에이티드 컨텐츠를 만들면서 메타버스의 정점을 이룰 것이라고 생각합니다. 저희 SM은 이 프로수머들의 활동을 적극 지지하고 응원하는 핑크 블러드 프로젝트를 시작했습니다. 이 핑크 블러드는 SM의 컨텐츠를 지속적으로 사랑해주는 이른바 SM의 상징색인 핑크색 피가 흐른다고 불리우는 우리의 팬들을 말하는 단어입니다. 우리 전 세계 팬 여러분들은 뭐 너무 익숙한 단어이죠. 우리 핑크 블러드. 이 핑크 블러드들이 만들어낸 리크리에이티드 컨텐츠가 활성화되고 또 영역을 확장할 수 있도록 아낌없는 지원을 할 계획인데 바로 그 지원을 하는 곳이 또 핑크 블러드이기도 합니다. 이렇듯 메타버스는 프로스모들이 와서 같이 놀고 그리고 인간에게 주어진 가장 높은 신의 경지에까지 닿아 있는 신이 허락하는 창조, 그 창조를 하는 곳이어야 하며 또 프로스모들이 놀고 싶고 또 좋아할 수 있게 그러면서 창조할 수 있게 만들어야 합니다. 우리가 만든 킬러 컨텐츠가 SM이 갖고 있는 킬러 컨텐츠가 프로스모 여러분들에 의해서 또 다른 또 프로듀서들에 의해서 셀 수 없이 많은 리크리에이터블 컨텐츠가 되어서 그 리크리에이터블 컨텐츠를 저희가 제공하면서 그러한 킬러 컨텐츠를 보고 리크리에이티드 컨텐츠를 만들 수 있도록 우리 프로듀서들이 또는 제가 방향을 제시해주고 리크리에이터블 컨텐츠를 만들어서 결국은 프로스머 여러분들이 그 크리에이터하게 리크리에이터하게 컨텐츠를 만들 수 있는 그러한 곳이어야 된다. 그리고 그렇게 요즘 가장 중요한 방향으로 가고 있다. 이렇게 생각합니다. 이러한 리크리에이터블 컨텐츠의 방향은 NFT 컨텐츠를 통해서도 제시될 것입니다. 메타버스의 세계관, 또 스토리를 형성하는 각각의 컨텐츠, 세계관을 구성하는 컨텐츠들은 모두 이제 NFT로 연결될 것입니다. 프로스모는 이렇게 NFT화된 컨텐츠를 또 리크리에이트 하는 것에 참여하고 그것의 100분의 1, 1000분의 1을 가져가는 개념이기도 합니다. 100명 또 1000명이 전 세계에서 모두 머리를 모으고 창조력을 발휘해서 하나의 NFT 컨텐츠를 함께 크리에이트하고 NFT 컨텐츠의 퍼센티지를 소유하게 되는, 가져가게 되는 그러한 형태로 만들어져야 된다고 생각합니다. 이렇게 탄생한 NFT 컨텐츠들은 라이프타임 밸류를 가지게 됩니다. 그냥 한 번 소비하고 없어지는 것이 아니라 라이프타임 동안 그러한 밸류를 그분들이 또 프로스모들이 이 프로듀서들이 모두 관계한 사람들이 갖게 될 것입니다. 즉 NFT는 라이프타임 밸류를 갖게 하는 블록체인이라고 할 수 있습니다. 블록체인으로 보호되고 소유자가 기록이 돼서 다 할 수 있는, 변화시킬 수 없는 메타버스 컨텐츠는 또 소장되는 그림처럼 코인으로 값이 책정되기도 하지만 그러한 것이 이를테면 나중에 얘기하겠지만은 화폐처럼 옛날에 물물교환처럼 그렇게 되는 시대가 도래했다고 할 수 있겠습니다. NFT를 통한 컨텐츠 거래가 활발해짐에 따라서 또 한편으로는 코인이 트레이딩 거래소를 통해서 거래되는 것처럼 이 NFT도 거래소가 굉장히 중요하게 되겠죠. NFT는 결국 따라서 규제의 대상이 되는 그런 플랫폼이 되지 않을까. 그렇다면 이러한 법적인 규제가 어떻게 될 것인가까지 사실은 우리들은 심각하게 생각해 봐야 될 것입니다. 또 꼭 상품화되거나 돈을 내지 않더라도 프로스모가 찾아올 수 있도록 해야 합니다. 프로스모가 없으면 아무 소용이 없습니다. 향후 NFT가 미술품 같은 존재보다는 어쩌면 화폐로서의 가치를 가지게 된다면 바로 이 거래소의 역할이 매우 중요할 것입니다. 이것에 관해서 컨텐츠를 만드는 또 메타버스를 활용하는 우리 모두가 함께 고민하고 미래를 잘 설계할 필요가 있겠습니다. 제가 생각하는 메타버스는 단순히 버추얼적인 것이 아니라 우리의 실질적인 생활에도 직결될 수 있는 부분이라고 생각합니다. 이거 그냥 버추얼이다, 뭐 상상에 있는 거다, 뭐 그건 현실에서는 관계없다. 전 그렇지 않다고 생각합니다. 현실과 현실을 반영하는 미러링의 세계를 넘는 그 메타버스, 우리가 새롭게 추구하는 새로운 미래를 설계하는 메타버스의 버추얼 세계에서는 전혀 새로운 생산, 또 마케팅, 유통이 그 메타버스 안에서 이루어지면서 먼저 소비자가 그러한 것에서 선택을 해서 우리의 생활에 도움이 되는, 실생활에 도움이 되는 것을 그 메타버스 안의 버추얼에서 상품을 미리 만들어서 시험해보고 검증하게 될 수 있다고 저는 그렇게 생각합니다. 우리가 상상하고 새롭게 기획했던 것들을 일종의 시뮬레이션처럼 그 버추얼 세상에서 한번 시험해보고 만들어보고 또 누가 더 좋아하는지 이렇게 새로운 시험이나 마케팅도 해보면서 여러 시행착오 과정이 실제로 있는 현실에서 만들어지는 새로운 물건에 대한 시행착오 과정을 어쩌면 미리 거치면서 더욱더 정교하고 더 정확하게 현실에서 만들어냄으로써 더 빠르게 물건들이 정확하게 만들어져서 우리의 실생활, 리얼 라이프에서도 정말로 더 잘 적용되고 우리가 잘 쓸 수 있고 그것을 활용할 수 있고 우리가 더 나은 생활을 가질 수 있는 그런 미래로 가는 세상이 메타버스에서도 펼쳐진다. 저는 그렇게 보고 있습니다. 즉 시뮬레이션이 가능한 버추얼 세상에서 검증된 다양한 것들이 우리 현실 삶의 의식주에 쓰이는 물건, 문화상품 등에까지 반영이 된다면 역사적으로 전무했던 미래의 전환점이 획기적인 전환점이 될 것으로 보입니다. 이러한 버추얼적인 세상을 통해서 인간의 삶에 실질적으로 쓰이는 더욱 효용가치가 높은 물건들이 생산되고 만들어지는 그러한 새로운 세상이 열릴 것입니다. 혹자는 로봇의 세상이 오면 싱글러리티 2045년이 지나고 막 그렇게 되면 너무 위험하고 막 일자리가 줄어들고 우리는 막 위험해진다 막 이렇게 걱정하는 시선도 많이 있는데 저는 도리어 우리가 그랬듯이 역사적으로 쭉 우리가 발전했듯이 더 나아졌듯이 로봇과 메타버스의 세상이 오면 물질적, 문화적 그리고 정신적으로 인간이 우리들이 더욱더 풍요로운 삶을 살 수 있을 것이다. 저는 이렇게 긍정적으로 생각합니다. 한국은 세계적인 문화 강국이자 얼리 어댑터의 나라로서 메타버스나 AI 같은 디지털 기술력으로 상당히 앞서 있습니다. 한국이 인구 수나 시장 규모는 아주 작다고 할 수 있지만 바로 이 가상세계에서는 아바타를 통해 인구를 무한으로 늘릴 수도 있고 마켓의 규모도 무한으로 확장할 수 있습니다. 버추얼 세상과 메타버스를 통해서 새로운 유니버스를 창조하고 마켓을 확장함에 따라서 한국이 메타버스의 세계, NFT 컨텐츠의 선두주자가 될 것으로 저 역시 기대하고 열심히 하고 있습니다. 저와 SM 역시 그동안 문화와 기술을 결합해서 새로운 시도를 지속해 왔고 앞으로도 음악, 비주얼, 퍼포먼스 등의 혁신적인 도전을 멈추지 않을 것입니다. 더욱 다양한 리크리에이티드 컨텐츠가 탄생하고 무한한 컨텐츠 유니버스가 만들어질 수 있도록 노력할 것입니다. 감사합니다.
So, we've been talking a lot yesterday and today about the things that are being built on top of blockchains and the way that those are intersecting with culture and that interplay that's really pushing the world in a new direction, both culturally, socially, and of course, financially. But all this stuff has to work. And it's easy to forget how much work goes into actually building a blockchain and actually keeping these things decentralized, productive, up and running, and scalable into the future. So one of the things that I'm very excited we have here is we have Dan Albert from the Solana Foundation here to talk with a great panel on state layers, validators, and infrastructure, the interplay between all of this, and how you actually build a global, decentralized, and censorship-resistant network.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming out. Breakpoint Day 2. So thanks, Austin, for the introduction. I wanted to go over the state of stake. So Solana being a proof-of-stake network, the whole infrastructure is really secured by staking in consensus. So where does that leave us today? Some high-level overview on staking. Now, this is staking for consensus, not to be confused with staking for various DeFi protocols and yield farming and things like that. The majority, 78% of all SOL on the Solana network is currently staked to the various validators. 396 million SOL. The total value, as of a couple days ago, $99 billion locked up in stake accounts on the Solana network. Over 380,000 stake accounts. Where are these stake accounts? So stakes is delegated to validators, and we have an incredible distribution of validators all over the world. As of this writing, we had 1,158 validators running in 197 data centers on 111 autonomous systems in 32 countries all around the world. So as far as the physical distribution, the Solana network has really great penetration and spread around the world, and really looking forward to this just continuing to grow as more nodes come online and join the network and help secure the Solana network and receive stake. So of these 1,100 validators that are running around the network, their voting power, their power to control and influence the network is a factor of how much stake is delegated to each validator. So the question is not just how are the validators distributed around the network and around the world, but how is the delegation of stake distributed? So stake distribution on Solana and on many proof-of-stake networks is a big challenge. So of all of the 1,100 validators that are running on Solana, there is a cumulative stake greater than 33% of all stake on the network on the 19 largest validators on the network. So that means that the remaining 1,140 validators have more of a minority share, if you will. So the difference between validator distribution and stake distribution is one of different incentives and something that's really worth the discussion here that we're going to have in a few minutes. So why do we care that stake should be distributed amongst multiple validators? It's really for censorship resistance. This is the fundamental security of the Solana network that can keep the network decentralized and secure for everyone in the world to be able to access Solana. So the two primary goals here that can often act with opposite incentives is how can we increase the number of validators on the network that are good distribution and spread around the world across different geographies, different legislative districts, autonomous systems, ISPs, anything that can really physically distribute the physical infrastructure, the RPC nodes, the validators that are running the Solana network. And how can we increase the distribution of stake across all of these validators so that there is a more balanced or equitable power in voting and block production. So there's two different sets of incentives that drive both of these factors. What the validators can choose to run a node anywhere they want. People have different incentives for choosing to join the Solana network to run a validator. Stake delegations are at the discretion of the token holders, the people who have purchased SOL or received SOL over time and choose to delegate this to validators. There's different incentives for each of these different population groups, and the alignment of these two different groups of incentives how can we align the incentives to create the most decentralized and secure Solana network possible? Enter stake pools. Stake pools are an on-chain program which allows liquid staking and dynamic delegation distributions. And my position is that stake pools offer really the best vehicle forward into the future of consensus staking to align the incentives between sustainable validator growth and equitable stake distribution for all of the high-quality operators around the network. So in a stake pool or a liquid staking solution, and we have representatives from 2 different stake pools on Solana here. We're going to have a chat in a few minutes. Anyone who holds SOL as a depositor can simply deposit their tokens into a stake pool or into one of these liquid staking solutions and receive a derivative token representing their stake position. Stake pools can then delegate this SOL that's collected in the on-chain contract to any number of validators according to any unique delegation strategy or validator inclusion strategy that the stake pool wants to set up. Why is this a good thing? Why do we care? So for validators, if a validator knows that they are going to be included or are potentially eligible to be included in a stake pool, this gives them some degree of confidence or probability that they will be able to receive a certain amount of delegations. A lot of smaller validators want to join the Solana network and want to know that they'll be able to receive delegations from third parties, as this is one-to-one tied with the validator's revenue stream. They get voting rewards based on how much stake is delegated to their node. If a validator wants to run on the network and is not sure if they're going to receive any delegations, they may not be able to know if they're going to break even or not. And so by knowing or having some predictable path to victory for newer validators to say, if I can join the network and I can become eligible for stake pool A or stake pool B or both, or a conglomerate of stake pools, then this really provides a path to sort of predictable returns and an incentive for more validators to join the network. For token holders, why would someone want to participate and deposit their SOL into a stake pool? In addition to receiving staking yields, a lot of stake pools have integrations into DeFi or other apps and dApps that are launched on Solana. So this unlocks additional use cases for the derivative token that represents someone's position in a stake pool. Additionally, for anyone who's ever manually staked to a validator or perhaps staked to multiple validators to spread your stake around, there is some overhead time. There's a cooldown period if you want to move a stake account from validator A to validator B. And it's a bit of a high friction experience. It's not really the most user-friendly. Stake pools simply offer a really clean user flow, deposit SOL into a smart contract, receive a derivative token back, and the stake pool manager, or the stake pool program takes care of delegating the stake to whichever validators are included in their strategy. How is this good for the network? We've got multiple different stake pools that are live on Solana today. I've got 2 of them here, or reps for 2 of them, and they have different staking strategies. I think a lot of different pools can unlock or kind of reveal community values or what people care about on the network as far as their returns, as far as where the stake is distributed. And I think a lot of this overlap and the divergence between the delegation strategies can really provide for a diverse and competitive and meritocratic landscape for validator growth, which overall will be better for the diversity and the stability of the Solana network. So to summarize, what's a stake pool going to do for us? It's going to help us spread more stake to more validators while returning the same yields, if not potentially higher, through DeFi integrations to our users. This in turn means a more censorship resistant and decentralized Solana network, which is a better and more secure Solana future for all of us. Active today, there are four stake pools that are community run, and the Solana Foundation is also in the process of bootstrapping a significantly sized stake pool as well. Marinade.finance and Lido are here with us today, both running community pools, and Soshin and JPool are also live today and are working, I believe, on various DeFi integrations. So with that, I'm going to switch the conversation over, and the three of us are going to have a chat. I have with me Brian Crane from Chorus One, who is representing the Lido stake pool, and Michael Repetny from Marinade.finance. So thanks, guys, for joining me.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
So I guess I'd like to start with, if you guys wouldn't mind kind of giving a brief introduction to each of the stake pools. I know Lido and Marinade take a bit of a different approach to how they choose validators to include in their stake pool and how they do the delegation strategy. And I was wondering if you, and we'll start with you, Brian, if you could just kind of give me an overview of what Lido is and how they choose to spread the stake or stake to the validators that are chosen, and why you think this is kind of in the best interest of the network.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, it's great being here. So yeah, my name is Brian Crane. I've been active in the Solana space since the beginning. So running Chorus One, which is at the moment the largest validator. And we have been thinking about liquid staking for a long time. So we've been working also previously on liquid staking for like Cosmos. We did early work on that. And I think in the beginning, like a big idea around liquid staking and the role of liquid staking was also around preventing stake to accumulate with exchanges, right? So that, and now with Lido, right? So Lido started on Ethereum, and it's at the moment the biggest liquid staking solution on Ethereum. And the way Lido works right now on Solana as well is that there's basically a selection process for validators, and the selection process included a bunch of the kind of highest quality validators on Solana. And those were ones that have substantial stake, and also ones that did not, right? So there were also ones that were not at all Solana validators, but they had like very good knowledge and hardware, and so I think on Lido side there was a lot, there's definitely like in this initial phase, right? This emphasis on high quality and vetting, and then they were like added to that. And they get delegations from the the Lido smart contract, and and at the moment there's like 15 validators with a uniform distribution among them, and also with the plan of like increasing that in the future. I think in the end, right, the Lido mission is to make staking simple, so that the user experience is like easy and smooth and decentralized. And so I think, that's basically the thing that Lido's been working on in Ethereum. I think has had a very big impact in decentralizing staking on Ethereum and making kind of this decentralized approach to staking with many validators kind of the preferred option over staking through exchanges. And then now we're basically working on the same thing for Solana.
Awesome, thank you. Michael, would you care to introduce Marinade? I know, I'll just say, I know Marinade was the first community staking pool launched on Solana, and is also a Solana native stake pool as well. So, if you...
Right. Yeah. So, like back in February, where Marinade started, we were actually thinking about like 3 main objectives. I would say that would be to take Solana as it was and bring the best user experience to Solana, make it capital efficient and composable, and 3, to make it like more secure and decentralized. So that's how it all started actually back then. And back then it was only 11 validator nodes were having this 33% of total sol staked. So that was enough to like hold the network, only 11 nodes. So we wanted to do something about it, and that's how we started Marinade back then. And so the strategy behind it is that we don't have like a selection process. We have an open and transparent formula that anybody can come and see, and anybody can spin up their own validator, and as long as they meet the criteria, they get the stake from Marinade. So what we're trying to do to make it more decentralized, more robust, and censorship resistant is that we are skipping actually this 33% of those today 19 biggest validators. We are skipping all of them, and they don't get any stake from Marinade, and we delegate the SOL stake to the rest to like spread the network and make it like more evenly, make it more decentralized, more robust. So yeah, that I would say is the idea. And when we introduce Marinade, like in general, we're saying that it is a community-driven project because we didn't raise any money on it. So there is no VC in it. There was no public sale, no private sale. So it's just opened up with the community and to build together with community to make Solana like fundamentally better. So that was the idea behind Marinade.
Awesome, thank you. And could you, Michael, just expand really briefly on the size of the Marinade stake pool today and the number of validators you guys are staking to?
Yeah, that's a good one. So today we are staking to more than 400 validators, actually. So we're really trying to spread the stake around. And we're having more than 7 million SOL staked at Marinade. It's been live for 3 months now. But yeah, so we've seen a massive growth in here.
Awesome. Thank you both. I want to ask about the applications that, like, what can users do after they deposit and they decide they want to participate in Lido or they want to participate in Marinade? We've seen a number of projects start to integrate the token that one gets, the Lido tokens or the MSOL tokens or ST-SOL in the case of Lido rather. What can users do if someone wants to contribute in your stake pool? What can they do in addition to simply holding that position? Brian?
Sure, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, so there are a whole bunch of different things that one could do and a lot of new things that are coming up. So one thing is you can put them, and I think that's maybe the most frequent usage, you can put it in some of the AMMs. So there's different pools that you can put them into. You know, there's a pool like, you know, staked Sol pool. There are, you know, there's also a pool that has staked Ether. So basically, if you're staking Ether, right, you can get the staked Ether and Lido there. You can put that together with staked Sol into a pool. So then you're earning kind of Ether and Sol staking rewards. So I think those are, like, the AMMs is a big thing. Of course, besides, you know, and this, you know, it's the same for Marinade, right? But like basically, you're earning the trading fees, right? You're earning the Sol staking rewards. You often also earn some like native token of that basically decentralized exchange, as well as Lido, right? So the LDO governance token for the system. So you earn that as well. So those are I would say, currently the most used ones. We are also building Anchor integration. So for some, so Anchor is basically kind of a lending protocol, a deposit lending protocol on Terra. So you'll be able to put your staked Sol in there and then borrow basically UST, so US dollar stable coin against that. So yeah, that's another. And then yeah, I think definitely lending is in the medium term going to be like very cool and very important. Yeah.
Cool. And how do you view the community of people who deposit? Right. You said someone can deposit and they get these Lido tokens. What can one do with the Lido token? And really, like, at what level of decision making or selection criteria do you feel that, you know, there is or should be or will be kind of community engagement or of the Lido token holders?
Yeah. So I mean, Lido is a DAO, right? And there's governance, which is on Ethereum, right? So it's kind of like a DAO that's encompassing multiple different staking protocols on multiple chains, you know, including Lido Solana. And you can participate in the governance votes there. You know, there are like lots of different governance votes on, you know, for example, like how LDO rewards are deployed, different things that are funded, community efforts that are being funded, expansion to new chains. So yeah, like lots of different ways that one can basically participate and contribute to that.
Great, cool. Michael, a question for you. Given that Marinade is staking to so many different validators, there's been an argument made that a stake, you know, advocating for a stake pool to distribute to hundreds of validators or every validator on the network or be available to every validator on the network really commoditizes the value that a validator brings to the network. Whereas we know there are some validators and some operators that really have done a lot more to contribute to the community than others who might simply just be running their node and in silence. And I'm kind of wondering, like, how you view that argument of commoditization, if you will, in the light of something that could spread stake to so many different nodes.
Yeah, so like I would say there are two answers to that. One is what Marinade does for the validators is that it abstracts all the marketing activities and the community engagement. Like Marinade gets them the sole state, so they can really focus on what matters for them is to keep the validator node going in the right way. So they can just focus on like operating the node, and that's it. And then they get stake from Marinade. So that's one part that we are like abstracting from them. And then to the communitized, I would say that Marinade, the way it is built, like without again like any VC behind it, what we plan to do is to make it like open kitchen for everybody to come and build with Marinade. So the validators should care about like being in the DAO, and we like value them to be a part of this discussion in Marinade, so that we like all can together say how it's going to be, how the sale is going to be staked. You know, they could alter the delegation strategy. So I don't really think that it's going to be this way. It might be that we get all of them and trying to these activities they're doing just by themselves at the moment as like a solo validators. We are trying to get them around one table and to solve this problem collectively with all the brains, but put them in one place.
Great. As we're seeing stake pools continue to grow, I'm wondering what your thoughts, and I'll ask this to both of you, what your thoughts are on the different staking criteria. Different stake pools, say Lido, Marinade, and others, might ultimately end up with overlapping stake criteria, overlapping delegation distributions in some aspects, and perhaps divergent distributions in other aspects. Do you feel that if there becomes this sort of mass of stake or mass of tokens that are spread out amongst different stake pools but are 90–95% staked in a similar way with similar weightings, is this a good thing for the network, or is this a challenge for the network? Is this a convergence of values, or is this some sort of centralization maneuvering? I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, I think, both Marinade and Lido already stake with actually, I mean, if you look at normal Solana delegators, right, who here stakes, probably most of them stake with one validator or two or three or something like that. So if they're staking with either solution, right, they are already spreading their stake a lot more, right, than normal. And I don't think it is an issue if there's overlap between validator sets, right? Because in the end, it's such a big distribution. Yeah, I don't think that matters too much. I think it is great, definitely, if there's a diversity of different stake pools, stake approaches. Of course, there's a challenge there, which is that liquidity matters a lot of these tokens. So it's hard to have 100 stake pools to have any traction, right? I think in the end, it's probably going to be a pretty small number. And so I think it's important that the stake pools that exist are also very inclusive and have wide, yeah.
Okay. Are there plans in the Lido pool to expand the validator set to be more inclusive?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, definitely. There's plans to, increase the validator set for sure. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I would say that it's actually funny because now these days we are not even going head to head with Lido, since the delegation strategy is quite the opposite for all those projects. But I like it, that really. The strategies for us is to spread the stake. The strategies for somebody else might be to go with the top validator nodes out there probably. So I like the diversity as been said in here, and I think it's a good way even for the ecosystem. But in the long run, we believe that the power law is going to kick in, and there are not going to be probably multiple stake pools out there. It's going to be probably that one dominant player will be like having the place for themselves.
Awesome, thank you. So, in say the, I don't know, optimistic scenario and the majority of stake is staked through stake pools, whether it's Lido, Marinade, or some conglomerate. There's been some discussion that this really takes the onus away from the delegator. The actual token holder delegates to a validator, and that validator, that validator sort of receives the trust of getting that delegation from that individual person. And so in this sort of more direct staking maneuver, right, in the pre-stake pool days, it was really up to the individual delegators to stake in a way that was good for the network. And as we've seen, most individual token holders or investors, there's not really a great way for them to know or differentiate between one validator or another or 100 validators. How do they pick? How do they choose? What does it really matter? But even in that environment, the onus was still on the token holders who to ultimately secure the Solana network. And in this scenario, it really shifts the responsibility to the operator of the stake pool who's making the delegation decision. So the distribution of stake is really one step further removed from the token holders who are really bought in and invested in the network. And I'm wondering, is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? Is it neutral? Michael, I'd like to start with you.
Yeah, sure. So, like a quick note on that, like why we started back in then with 11 validator nodes. So I don't think that it was that the people would like to pick a validator and meeting some criteria. It was because they were just presented with the top 10 validators and they just take their soul on one validator, and it was like a set and forget setup for them. And so, like that was before it was Marinade or Lido. Now, like these days, I would say that the delegation strategy run by Marinade, for example, is that it actually checks if the validator is still performing. If not, it could like automatically rebalance the stake for you. So it's still set and forget, but now it's a better way than it was before, when it was like super convenient and easy just to pick one and leave it be. So I really believe that the delegation strategy behind it of a stake pool such as Marinade is improving. Yeah.
Great. Any thoughts, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is of course like a trade-off there, right? Because I think a lot of I think there is also like a great thing of like individual token holders like having the the direct relationship, right, with a validator. At the same time, I think what Michael was saying was true, right? That like if you think of like, oh, there's so many validators, there's just no way that people can actually then select from outside of like the best known ones. So I think from that perspective, liquid staking solutions are great and important in like kind of distributing that. I think it will be important to to still kind of consider, like contributions and to what extent validators are like helping the network and supporting it. These are things that you can't necessarily like measure with like on-chain things. And so I think, it would be great to sort of, for that also to be like a way that stake is being distributed by the network, to take sort of into account like how much are these different entities driving Solana forward and helping the network.
Awesome, thank you. Well, we just have a brief minute left. I just wanted to ask kind of, for final question, like, what do you see as the future of stake pools, or what does a user have to look forward to who might be considering, say, depositing into Lido or Marinade or launching their own stake pool? Michael, do you want to start?
Yeah, so the idea, like, again, about Marinade was to make the liquid staking like fully democratic. So it would be up to the community who's like in it and who's using Marinade to decide what's next and like to build it all together. So I really believe that if we want to make it right, we should bet on like security, utility, and community. That those would be the three interesting parts where we need to like double down to make the stake pools or stake pools in general right, to make it the right way. to be driven by community, to have it the most secure out there, and so that the token, the derivative token that MSOL should be like utilized just everywhere, so that it doesn't really matter. That's the end game, right? That MSOL should be like the unit of account in Solana ecosystem and not the plain SOL. So if you can just use MSOL everywhere in the DeFi, if you can use it in the lending protocol, if you can put it into liquidity pool, if you can trade it on FTX, like it doesn't really matter to hold SOL anymore, because having a stake token is better for the network. So yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to.
Thank you. All right, we'll wrap it up there. Thank you both for your time, and thanks everybody for attending.
Thank you.
Much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Marin. You might know me given my heading of FTX customer support. Could also know me through TikTok, but most likely my more serious work. I'm going to be helping out this morning, and next talk we have is on solving the EVM problem. So, as we know, the instructions that you use to power a blockchain can differ, and Ethereum has a bit of a head start, but Solana has plans to grow and scale this. So we're going to be looking at how Solana is going to be using EVM from Ethereum to be growing and scaling. And today we have talk from Marina from Neon Labs and Ian from Saber Labs as well. So we can welcome them to the stage now.
Awesome. It's good to have you here.
Yeah.
So it's been a crazy year, right? I think everyone's kind of blown away by the fact that Solana has grown so much despite not having EVM support. And me personally, I'm super excited to see how that changes once EVM support goes live. And I know you're working on something called Neon, which is EVM for Solana specifically. And from what I know, not all EVM implementations are built the same. And I'm kind of curious, can you talk us through Neon and how it's different, and how the journey's been so far, and your vision for it on Solana? Okay, let's start with one, actually. Let's bring that back.
It's funny to hear this question from you, but then, yeah, for the audience, I will tell the story. So we started building Neon EVM last December, and why? Basically, because we all know the issues that Solana faces and the issues that Ethereum dApps are facing. So basically, Rest developers are scarce, and Solana is struggling to find a lot of devs to build on Solana, and it's not that easy, believe me. But then, so in terms of Ethereum dApps, they want to scale, and for this they need high throughput and the low cost.
Yeah.
And so they are looking and chasing for any layer 2 solutions around the crypto world, so to say. And for us, it was evident that Solana is huge, in terms of tech, and the throughput can be amazing, and then the costs are low. But that at the same time, just not Sushi, not Curve, not anybody can come because it's totally different from Ethereum, and it's they just can't part over the contracts. And so the solution was evident. So we have to bring EVM to Solana somehow, but then so we need to bring it nicely, without disrupting the experience of the users and without making dApps to rebuild their contracts. Otherwise, it's okay, what's the difference if I have to change my contracts and the security is an issue, and that's okay.
Yeah.
So what we did, we decided to use and build Neon EVM as a smart contract native to Solana.
Right, okay.
Basically written in Rust. And in this case, we needed something that will interpret Ethereum-like transactions and wrap them into Solana transactions, because normal contract on Solana works with Solana transactions and deals with Solana transactions, not like Ethereum-like transactions. So, and we build a proxy which serves and does exactly that. It wraps Ethereum-like transactions into Solana transactions, and Solana transactions are sent to Solana nodes, and basically Solana validators just validate them and process them. And so then the neon EVM contract is called, and the magic is happening at that point, because if it's sushi deployed or curve deployed on neon EVM, in this case, the Ethereum-like transactions, they are processed because neon EVM contract is called, and everything is done natively, and then the data, they are saved and pushed back to Solana state.
Got it. And in terms of what it looks like for the developer, from what I understand, you guys have optimized for ease. And that means most developers will be able to directly port their smart contracts across without any modifications for most Ethereum or Solidity smart contracts. Is that right?
Yeah, definitely. So this is what we started from. So we didn't want to disrupt any experience, not users, not developers. So, and we wanted to build something that could be used like out of the box.
Yeah.
So not similar to Optimism, where you have to rebuild your contracts.
Yeah.
So, and we literally, and we did this exercise, nice exercise. We forked Uniswap version 2 by ourselves. And then we didn't make any changes to the contracts or user interface, and we deployed a neon EVM, which is on Solana DevNet and testnet right now, and it worked.
Okay.
So, and this is what we really want for each and every Ethereum dev. We want it to be able to be deployed on Neon EVM without any changes using the standard Ethereum tools like Truffle, Remix, whatever.
Yeah.
So, and we are right now working and optimizing our proxy server, basically because it's the corresponding part between Ethereum-like transactions and Solana Vault. So, in order to enable this exactly.
That's awesome. So, beyond that as well, I understand that Neon you've done some optimizations to allow it to be a little bit more performant. So how does that work exactly? So can you talk us through how you guys do parallelization and why that's important?
It's important because throughput depends on it.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like something that we really like that exists on Solana, this parallel execution, because it's very similar to a real vault, like traditional vault, like dealing with computers, we're accustomed to having these processes done in parallel computational things, but then just coming to blockchain, so you are on Ethereum, and then everything is done sequentially, and why? So it's like not common. And in our case, as I mentioned already, so when we are sending Solana transactions from proxy, basically the validators, Solana validators get them, and they get them in parallel, and so then the Neon EVM contracts in this, they are executed on many Solana nodes. And so this is the parallel thing so that Solana has. And so in our case, we just have it natural, so to say.
What is, in some of the early tests, I'm not sure if you're comfortable sharing or not, what are some of the early results on how the throughput looks like in practice? So for the demo maybe that you did for Uniswap, or maybe some of the other applications you've tried porting across, what do some of the early numbers look like? And can you talk us through whether you see that being constant or something that might continue to improve over time with more optimizations?
Oh yeah, so we measured the performance on this fork of Uniswap version 2, and so we got 4.5K for the transfer of ERC20 tokens, and we got 7.5K TPS for the transfer of Neon tokens, like SPL token. So which is huge. Like in comparison to normal layer 2 Ethereum solutions, like they talk about 500, but then in the reality they have 150, 160 TPS, and we have this huge amount for transfers. So we're still optimizing the execution of iterative transactions, and this is something that I have to explain, I believe, because Ethereum transactions, they can be very, very long. You all know, I believe, because you have used Ethereum. So, and in Solana case, we are limited by the number of instructions, so we just can't wrap the long Ethereum transaction into one Solana transaction. So we have to split them and wrap them into several Solana transactions. But then we still have to finalize one Ethereum transaction. So for these, we need to finalize all these Solana transactions and just get the final result. And we call this iterative execution because of transactions. And so, and then when dealing with swaps, for example, we deal with this process. We have to split and then just execute these transactions, all of them. And this is what we want to optimize, because right now, we want this iterative transaction to be run in parallel as well. So you might know that when parallelization happens, we have to block the accounts involved in the parallel execution. Basically, Solana blocks the accounts. And so, and in our case, like with these iterative transactions, so definitely they're calling the same accounts and they're dealing with the same accounts. So and to prevent the blocking at this stage, so we will use read functions only, and we will just execute the Solana transactions without just finalizing the thing, without writing the state until the last transactions. And if we will see that something happened in between on any of the steps, so, and we can check this, because we can check Solana state and see the data, etc. So we can go back and just start from where the data changed. So if something happened in between while we are executing this iterative transaction. So in this case, we will enable like the optimistic parallel execution of transactions. And this is something huge, because the Ethereum guys, basically, they've been talking about something similar, and we were amazed, because we found a tweet from Nathan guy in summer talking about enabling the parallel execution of Ethereum just in the similar way. So, and it was like, okay, we're doing it right now, and they're thinking about it, and it's cool.
That's awesome to see. It's nice when ideas start to proliferate through a space like that. And then, what's your vision? Like, I think there's people have different opinions on, well, I've heard different opinions on how things will evolve once EVM does come to Solana. Some think that it's better, some think that it's worse, and that it's better for Solana to continue to be Rust native. But what's your vision for this? Because I have some thoughts as well, but I'd love to hear yours too.
Okay. I hope you will share yours.
For sure, yeah. I can start first if you want. Okay. Sure, okay. So, yeah, early on when we were talking to multiple projects, and Solana isn't what it is today, a lot of the projects I was speaking to were Ethereum projects, actually. So I guess the blue chip DeFi projects, Aave, Curve, and so on. And like you mentioned earlier, a lot of them said that the fact that we didn't have EVM support was just a major blocker for them. Rust was in there. Rust was completely new language. Most weren't familiar with it. The tooling wasn't there, and hiring was not easy. Hiring is never easy. Finding good developers is always a tough resource. And it kind of felt like we kept kind of banging our head against the wall. And obviously, at the end, we bit the bullet and we started running our own hackathons and trying to build a community ourselves, which fortunately worked out. But realistically, the friction for having Solidity smart contract developers port across to Solana and have to maintain like multiple code bases in different languages was just this massive, massive barrier. So I'm personally bullish. I think having EVM is going to be exciting and beneficial, and bring in a broader range of developers than we have even today. So yeah.
Okay, thanks. So what I really want to have eventually on Solana, so basically we don't think about Neon EVM ecosystem as something like running in parallel to Solana Vault. It's not our vision and it's not our desire. So we want it to be integrated within Solana ecosystem. And this is a huge task because we have to enable the full interoperability between Solana native contracts in this case and the contracts that are deployed on Neon EVM. So it's not simple. There are some bugs we have to fix, but so it's in our architecture. But then we checked it and we have to build on it. And we will do it in the few next months. But then so we really want these dApps deployed on Neon EVM to be able to interact with Solana native contracts, and the tokens to flow from these contracts to Solana ecosystem and backwards. And for us, it will just huge for everybody, like for Ethereum dApps coming to Solana, because they don't want to be isolated. Like for them, it's been on Solana. Okay, it's fine. They will just be better in terms of throughput and cost. But then, so the liquidity is on Solana. So they really want to grab this liquidity as well. So for them, it's huge to have these opportunities.
Completely agree.
And I do believe that Solana native dApps, they will gain as well from Ethereum dApps running on Neon EVM in this case, because for them it will be, okay, our ecosystem is boosted because of the dApps coming with their users and with their base, etc., etc. So it's like a huge thing.
I agree. I think enabling composability is going to be a massive part of it. And you definitely don't want to have two separate islands that don't interact with each other, where we're just creating more and more clones. Got it. So I also heard that you guys had a fundraiser recently. Tell me a little bit about that, actually, and congratulations.
Thank you. We have closed it. Yes, the round. And it's our first big round because we had a convertible note from Solana given to us in order to finalize the MVP. But MVP is done, and our first round is done as well. And we raised 40 million.
Damn.
So, and I do believe that we will build everything what we have in our minds, and that it will be a success.
I'm looking forward to it. And what's the roadmap look like? When do you think? When do you guys plan to go to mainnet? And what are like some of the near-term milestones that people can look out for?
We wanted to be on Solana mainnet before this conference, but then something happened, like the Yotech team.
Sorry.
It went back to us, just telling that we have to switch to Solana 1.8 version. Not like they will not enable our features on Solana 1.7 version. And it was like, oh, come on, guys, we can test it in 2 or 3 days. We need more time just in order to do proper testing. So we decided to have the conference first and then go to Solana mainnet, because it's good to do the proper job, like in terms of testing, and it's not good to just to be live, but then everything crashes because of us coming live to Solana mainnet without proper testing.
Yeah, I completely agree. Sorry for the hold up. We'll make it happen. Hopefully Anatoly is listening here right now. Awesome. So in terms of some of the tooling and like in terms of some of the partners that you guys are looking to bring on early on, once you guys actually launch, what are some of the partners that you are looking to bring on or speaking to at the moment? And what do you think some of the challenges are with getting it all up and running early during the early stages to bootstrap it?
Okay, in terms of Ethereum dApps, we talked to almost everybody from the top DeFi protocols, for example, on NFT protocols, and they're eager, but then, so for them, we have to enable infrastructure. Like, they're not isolated per se, so they need infrastructure, the indexes, the oracles, etc., etc. And then those indexes, oracles, they're not on Solana yet. Like, some of them are on Solana testnet, but then not on Solana mainnet. And we have to build some stuff for our proxy in order for Graph, for example, to work properly with the application deployed on Neon EVM. And so it will take time, so 1 or 2 months. But then, so once we're done, then the infrastructure will be ready for Sushi, for example, because Maki is eager to come, but then like he can't come.
You need the infrastructure.
Yeah.
So, and maybe this is a dumb question, but is it possible for other Oracle solutions, like say for example Pith, to integrate with what you're building at Neon, or a switchboard, for example, or does it need to necessarily be say Chainlink as an
That's the issue that we're discussing with all Ethereum dApps. Like, guys, there are some there is some infrastructure on Solana, like native to Solana. They are good.
Yeah.
We talk to everybody. Like we talk to Pith, we talk to Selfcan, to everybody, literally. So they are good. Like, can you please start working with them because they are ready to do everything for us and for you, basically. But then, what we hear from them, the big guys, they're afraid of using new providers. Because like for them, for example, for Aave, so they have been working with the Chainlink. And it's like, okay, guys, we are good, but then we've been working with Chainlink, we know Chainlink, but Pith is new. We have to test it first. So it's like, it's like we can't just switch because Pith is there and Chainlink is not there. So we because they're afraid, like, to switch. But then what I do think that the not top Ethereum dApps, so they will use the infrastructure. They will be more risky, basically. So and they will start using infrastructure available on Solana because Pith guys, they're ready to provide their services to Ethereum dApps, and it's like come and just do it. And it's quite easy. So in this case, I envisage that we will have two sets of infrastructure providers, basically. One set from Solana and the second set from Ethereum.
In terms of actual deployment, the ones that are native to Solana, do they need to write an entirely new set of smart contracts to be composable with Neon? Ones that are specific, can they be in native Rust and still be compatible with Neon applications, or would they need to write a set of Solidity smart contracts just to be?
Do you mean infrastructure providers? No. It's us who have to build something for them. For example,
like an adapter, essentially.
For example, the graph. They need us to build Merkle tree. We don't do it because we are native to Solana, and our data in Solana state. So it's just, why should we build Merkle tree? It's like, it's no use for us, but then for them, they need Merkle tree, and we have to build Merkle tree in order to provide data to them, because they're dealing with proper Ethereum, not like something non-Solana. Like
makes sense.
This is it.
That's super insightful. Well, thank you. It was a pleasure chatting to you.
Okay,
and,
the pleasure was mine.
I'm excited for how this all plays out.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you.
More people. All right. Good morning to everyone coming in. Astrology today is kind of intense, by the way, so I hope everyone's doing all right. But in this next talk, we're going to be talking about the protocol layer for DeFi and beyond. So it's really the layer that allows us to lend, trade, do cool shit that's fun with pools of tokens. So we have Edward from Saber, William from Jet, and Grace from Orca, who are going to talk about how that can be used more effectively and in an innovative way for DeFi and beyond with the protocol layer. So welcome them to the stage today.
Awesome. Great to be here on this panel with you guys. Super fun.
Great to be here.
I've kind of been interacting with a lot of you guys very early on. I think some of you even before, before some of the projects that you're working at today existed, which is crazy to see. So maybe first of all, congratulations on all the success. I think you guys all deserve it, and I can't wait to see where it all goes from here.
Thank you.
But yeah, so maybe to kick it off, maybe you guys could all introduce the projects you're advising or working on, just for the audience so that they can get to know it.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Edward, and I'm a senior advisor for Project Serum. And Serum provides the underlying liquidity infrastructure for projects building on Solana.
My name is Will. I'm co-founder at Jet. We're a borrowing lending protocol built on Solana. Built from the ground up on Anchor with some novel features like liquidations on Serum.
Yeah.
And I'm Grace. I'm one of the co-founders of Orca, which is the friendliest and most lovable AMM in the Solana ecosystem. I think many of you will have used us to swap before, but if not, totally encourage you to just try it out. I think it'll be an experience you really love.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. So I might dive kind of straight in here. I think I'm kind of curious. There's one thing I kind of want to start on is like liquidity, and I think Serum takes this really interesting approach with liquidity, whereby it tries to do a completely consolidated on-chain source of liquidity or on-chain order book for the entire ecosystem. And whereas Orca, for example, takes a more traditional model, which is what we're more familiar with in terms of having the liquidity tied to specific protocols itself or tied to Orca itself. So I'm curious, can you guys talk me through how that's worked out? Also, some of the trade-offs there and the pros and cons you've seen from trying to go to market and the last few months while you guys have been live?
Yeah, sure. Happy to kick it off. So with Project Serum, it's unique because it's the first fully on-chain central limit order book and matching engine on Solana, and this is a big deal for people in DeFi, especially traders who look at this kind of architecture and see the immediate value in that this is the way the global financial system prefers to interface, or this is the way the world prefers to interface with the global financial system. And the approach to liquidity, as you said, it's unique because we have these set of order book markets sort of in the center, and different decentralized applications can compose with that order book, such that an order on, let's say, Radium could actually get matched completely with an order on Bonfida, even though they're separate, completely separate dApps. But it's also led to interesting design choices because, on the one hand, yes, we're this DEX component for spot and for SPL tokens. We're also building out the new Serum core, which will allow for this matching between any arbitrary financial or non-financial asset, and that's an incredible improvement to this matching service. But projects that came in the beginning, and this is still happening now, sometimes they see Serum, they want to compose with it, but they require certain tweaks to the architecture, like maybe they want permission markets, or maybe they're trying to build something more complicated like borrow lending or derivatives, and it's difficult to build that kind of stuff on SPL tokens sometimes if you're forced to tokenize positions that are ultimately multi-dimensional. So they come to the Serum contributors, the Serum core development team. They're like, hey, we would love to use your matching service and be part of this base liquidity layer, but we need certain changes to Serum. Otherwise, we're not able to build out what we need to build out. So it's been a lot of, I don't want to call it hand-holding, but definitely a lot of coordinating between different teams and having to decide, okay, they're building this kind of product. This is very exciting, and we want to help them as much as we can. And it gets into some very nitty-gritty, low-level detail, but despite the time it may take and the effort, I think it's very much worth it. And we look forward to a huge subsection of the Solana universe, not just spot, but complex products, borrow lending, margin services, and other such applications, all sort of building on Serum and letting everything bottom out at the order book layer.
Got it. Awesome. Thanks. And I imagine taking the L approach allows you guys to be a little bit more nimble and a little bit more flexible with Orca, right, Grace?
Well, I wouldn't actually say that Orca is trying to have the liquidity tied to the protocol itself, and that we are also trying to build this super useful and super easy to use DeFi Lego that others can use to plug into our liquidity, right? And that's something that we've already started to see with tons of developers starting to use the open Orca TypeScript SDK.
That's awesome.
I think we just reached our 1,000 downloads on NPM, and our devs like Scuba and Meep, who go by their tags, have been doing a really incredible job, and we've been starting to hear from a lot of other other projects that they've really loved using it, and they're like, this is some of the nicest code that we've seen so far. And so whereas with Orca, we're really proud to offer this super simple, super approachable interface, I think the other side of that is allowing the whole ecosystem to build on top of our liquidity. And so in that sense, I think both AMMs and central limit order books are totally valid choices that have various trade-offs. And so what we want to offer is really just the whole ecosystem, the opportunity to plug into whichever works best for them.
Awesome, yeah. And for Jet Protocol being a borrow lending protocol, does that tie into how you guys design the protocol or design Jet itself, having both of these as options and trying to design something that specifically optimizes for some of these new primitives?
Yeah, it definitely does. Also, what got me into Solana was Serum, because you get a central order book, and
right.
I mean, on Ethereum you have a bunch of like pooled lending models, and coincidentally that's what we made at Jet, a pooled lending model. But also like, there's a lot of stuff to develop, and you have to learn how to develop on Solana and Rust. So it was just like the primitive we got out the door first, and I really liked it. Like, I think pooled lending model is not the best model for Serum or for Solana because it's a totally different virtual machine. But I think of it like that, like borrowing lending can operate in like a, you know, like I'd say tranched, I guess. You could have permission markets. You don't necessarily have to pull everything in one account. But yeah, I mean, having access to both, like just to do swaps like an AMM is perfect, and like central, like limit order books, like the liquidation is an example. We post limit orders on the order book.
Oh yeah.
And you can control the price. Like, well, you can't do that with an AMM.
Yeah.
But on Serum you can. You can just like define the order.
Right. And what about rebalancing? Do you do that through the AMN or through the order book, or a mix of both, depending on whichever offers like a better spread or better execution?
So we'll just go to an AMM on our liquidator bot, which isn't even part of the protocol. Like, it could be any AMM.
Yeah.
And then we also will just do the Serum swap. It checks the best rate and it finds that. For bigger orders, like it's usually you'll find Serum probably give you the better rate, but like you don't want to like slam a big order through an AMM. So
makes sense. So one thing I've been thinking about a bit and having a few conversations about is kind of open source development. And this is a little bit tangential to DeFi, but I think I've seen a lot of DeFi projects, or a few DeFi projects, decide to kind of launch closed source. And the reasoning is, I think, fear of attack vectors and just security. And the other one is just that I think some teams still believe that technology itself is a moat. I'm curious how you guys think about that, and because all of you are all open source protocols, basically, if I'm not mistaken, and whether you think that's given you specific advantages or how that's played out for you within the Solana ecosystem.
Yeah, so I think there's a few values at play here, right? I mean, why go open source? But if we're talking about decentralization, we're talking about a trustless system ultimately, then you want verifiability, and you want to not have to, embed more trust into the system where you may not want it, right? It's about trust minimization in the end. But that being said, I think there's a pretty cool history with Serum because, back in the day, the Solana ecosystem was just a few dApps. I mean, there was Serum. There wasn't too much else. There's a lot to bootstrap at the very beginning, and I guess under the Serum umbrella, there was a few things, right? We had the DEX component. We had like a few GUIs that people could pick up and use and spin up their own state-of-the-art Serum-based DEX if they wanted. We also had Anchor, which has been very helpful for many developers, and we're glad to see that. There's been the public RPC infrastructure, a lot of things under Serum, but I guess what I want to emphasize is that Serum's always been open source since day one, and we've had all these repositories of different tooling for developers, like the Solana wallet, Solid, the very first wallet, had to be created because in an ecosystem where you had to bootstrap everything and get people to be able to trade, someone needed a wallet. But the idea isn't to have the Serum contributors take over the wallet space. No.
Exactly.
Solid was created because we wanted to inspire other wallets like Solflare and Phantom. And I say we've done a good job.
Yep.
We look forward to deprecating Solid in the same way we've deprecated, the first Serum AMM that wasn't sending orders to the order book, but that's okay because we need those primitives, those prototype primitives to first be there to bootstrap everything, and having them be open source was critical for that mission.
Yeah.
I think open source is critical for a new blockchain. I mean, I think they don't do this on Ethereum. They never did. And I mean, I was hacking around in Ethereum for like 5 years, and I would always go look at code bases of other protocols and learn, like see how they do things and improve it. And there was that culture there. It's definitely not at Solana. Everyone's like, most people have closed source code, but like the point was like, a lot of devs like learn from other people's code bases. Like I think most people don't realize how like important that is. So I'm like of the opinion you should definitely open source. Like you just put it all out there. There's people raise security concerns as well, but like I don't know. I think that's not like I think it's sort of a cop out. And we developed Jet on Anchor, open sourced it, really put a lot of work into the code base, like hoping that other people would look at that and be like, we like these code patterns, so like we really think we should use these in our protocol, like, and then we find like the secure code patterns that work, like Open Zeppelin in Ethereum, which is like just a set of tested code patterns that have been audited and they get updated frequently, and you can trust those generally, like they're secure. Yeah, you can just like drop those in your code base and know they're going to do what they're going to do. You're not going to get like shoot yourself in the foot. We don't have that at Solana. I mean, they're sort of developing it slowly, but it's not a huge like open source culture on Solana. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I really respect the work that you guys are doing and doing everything open source. I'll be open with you. At Orca, the token swap smart contract that we're built on top of is open source. Our SDK is open source. Our front end for now is still closed source. And we also have a yield farming smart contract that until now is closed source. And the honest reason for that is not because we don't believe in the mission of open source, which we absolutely do, but because the Solana ecosystem is so freaking competitive. And open sourcing takes time. You got to do it right. You got to do due diligence. And with things moving like a million miles an hour, that's a hard trade-off to make.
100%,
Ultimately, our goal is to open source all of the code that we write at Orca, but we need to do it at the right time in order to support our long-term mission of providing the best AMM for the ecosystem.
That makes a ton of sense. And how do you think we could better do that? Is the barrier just a little bit high early on because the developer tooling isn't quite there and it takes more time to kind of get to the right level of polish and right level of confidence compared to, say, developing on, say, Ethereum today? Or do you think it's just generally just a matter of time and the fact that it's a competitive landscape?
I mean, I think there's some amount of best practices getting in place that will help, but the availability of audits is, I think, another main pain point that everybody in the ecosystem feels. It's getting better, but until it's easy to get an audit in a reasonable period of time, I think it's hard to expect people to be super willing to throw out unaudited code out there.
Yeah, completely agreed. Okay, awesome. Well, thanks for the feedback. And I'm also excited. I do think I definitely agree with Will in the sense that this rapid evolution of what we know today as DeFi was a massive byproduct of the fact that a lot of projects were open source and were able to build on top of and iterate on top of each other very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And we've seen that to some degree on Solana today. Like I think not just Solana, but other L1s have just seen a ton of Ethereum clones come across and rebuild some of the same verticals. And I do think that maybe open source and encouraging this kind of behavior will allow us to kind of get past that barrier and really start to innovate and build things that are specific for Solana or whatever other ecosystem it is. The other thing I really like about some of the protocols here, or all three of your projects, is that I feel like each of you have done something kind of unique that uniquely takes advantage of Solana itself. So can you talk me through that a little bit on what you think some of the highlights there are from your protocols?
Sure, yeah. So, I mean, a couple of things I think are pretty big wins for Serum this year.
Yeah.
One would be the sort of launch of the Serum a portal. And basically what this is like, I mean, people on Twitter were calling it the Solana App Store.
Right.
I guess that's a pretty apt description, but unlike an app store where there'll be, sponsored places for market, it'll be decentralized, but the idea is to have a platform and the first gateway into the Solana universe, because I think one of the big differentiating factors between CeFi and DeFi is, if you go on CeFi, they focus so much on user experience and intuitiveness that you're offered like a single point of access, and you start off in one platform. You have access to all the products that you'd want, especially if you're talking about financial services. You don't get too much of that with DeFi right now. I know people are building dashboards and aggregators, but even among them, there's multiple dashboards to choose from. And I can just imagine anyone who's not DeFi native coming into the scene, they'll just be overwhelmed with all the choices out there. So the thinking behind the Serum portal is to showcase all of the incredible dApps that are building on Serum. Right now we have all the major Serum-based GUIs and swaps listed there, but we look forward to farms and wallets and even derivatives being categorized there, as well as very in-depth Solana and Serum data analytics. But another more lower level thing I just want to talk about real quickly, especially especially in terms of leveraging Solana's capabilities, is the creation of permission markets on Serum.
Right.
So with the Serum order book, you have all these different markets, but when we talk about permission markets, it does sound a bit anti-DeFi or a bit controversial, but the idea is to create more freedom and more flexibility for people building on Serum, so that when you list a custom market or you list a specific market, you're the authority for that market. You can actually control who specifically can trade within that market, or who can also list that market. You can also control the fee structure. So if someone wants to also list that market, they get permission from you, they can do so, and they earn only a portion of the fees. And it's extremely important, because if you think about this from sort of the economic point of view, let's say you're taking on a bunch of regulatory risk and a lot of effort trying to list something like fixed income or tokenized equities. Let's really push down to the pedal here.
Yeah.
You go through all that regulatory risk to list something like tokenized equities. Do you want someone else to see everything you've done and say, "Oh, we're going to list the same market"?
Right.
Or would you rather be able to build that moat around what you've built out?
Right.
And this has been a nuanced but extremely, I think, important update for Serum.
Okay, that's awesome. Looking forward to how that gets utilized. How about yourself, Will?
So beyond our MVP, which we released a month ago, when we were developing that, we bumped up into like the transaction size limit on Solana, and you can't do things like double two hop swaps because you don't have enough accounts.
Yeah.
And we were like looking at this from I came from Ethereum, and I was like, this is how you do it there, but it's not how you do it on Solana. It's a totally different virtual machine. Quite like it though, really big fan. So we just changed our position. We were like, well, what would be the best thing we could build, on sea level? And yeah, we tackled the problem that way, and without doxing the product we're building right now. Yeah, we put a lot of effort into it, and it's sort of the same mindset that Serum took. Was we've never seen a central limit order book on chain.
Yeah.
And you've never really seen these market primitives really operate on Ethereum, because Ethereum's a terrible chain for it. It's just the EVM is just I don't know, the worst VM ever. But yeah, we were sort of tackled it well, what are the market structures like in the real world? Where you can build that on Solana. It's that's what we're building right now, and it's it's in the spirit of what Serum did.
Yeah.
And it's sort of my entry into Solana came from Serum. So it's kind of a pay homage type of situation.
Got it.
Means a lot to us. Thank you.
Yeah. But also the C ratios you're offering, you can do that with a little bit more confidence, because you have, I guess the risk factor is lower. You can rebalance quicker, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
That should be interesting, because it's a very tangible competitive edge.
Yeah, and liquidations itself, you want to make sure that you can do those fairly, like they do on centralized exchanges, right? Centralized exchanges are very good at this. They don't just knock out one person. They take the top and kind of cycle through it. So no one just so there's not a dip and one person is just why did my account get liquidated, and everyone else just hanging out. Like, so like these kind of things we're building into the protocol. Like, you know, you want to make like a really good user experience, like you know, the big crypto exchanges have. So
sure. Awesome. Thanks. And yourself, Grace?
You know, Solana's performance is pretty freaking metal, right? I think like everyone looks at Serum, like we were really inspired by that. Like the technology is incredibly complex, but actually what that enables is these incredibly simple user experiences, right? And so I think that's something that's been really magical about Orca and the journey for us. Or like my co-founder Yutaro is very deep in Ethereum. He's been in the space for a long time, whereas I actually came in with more fresh eyes, having a background in more traditional engineering and design. And so I remember first starting to use these experiences on Ethereum and being like, why is this all so incredibly unusable? Like, I don't know how much I'm going to pay. I don't know if I even have enough to pay for this. Like, how long am I going to wait? And Taro's like, I don't know, just like hang out for a few minutes. I was like, you just want me to hang out for a few minutes and see if I'm going to be paying $50 for this transaction or not? And so like when we got to Solana and started to build Orca, I think the goal here was really just to build a product that I would want to use and that like our users would want to use independent of the underlying like technology. I think too much of DeFi until now has been designed primarily for constraints and like the UX reflects and makes those constraints very available to people to see. Whereas now we can start to build these experiences that black box the technology a little bit and then really just provide that simplicity and like a really easy on-ramp into DeFi for people who might have been too intimidated by all of like the raw technology before. You know, it's like the open a box before where all the gears were out there and now you can just like use the product.
Yeah. No, I've always loved the focus that you and your team have had on UI and design. It's really refreshing. So
it's been an honor.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much today, guys. Really enjoyed the chat. So catch up with you guys later on. But
definitely.
Let's wrap it up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next up, we're going to be talking about the transfer layer of cross-chain bridges. And personally, I think this is really important because when I was transferring a ton of my ETH over into Sol and Sol DeFi, that's kind of scary. Like I've used a lot of bridges, and I think that for new users, and especially like people like me who don't necessarily understand what's going on, that can be kind of scary to just see your transaction like sitting there for hours and not knowing if it's going to make it. Especially if I'm like trying to teach TikTok like kids how to transfer their Doge into Sol, that can be kind of complicated. So we're going to be talking about the transfer layer, scaling that, and the future of cross-chain bridges with Hendrik from Jump, Brian from Layer 0, Alex from D-Bridge, and Andre from Allbridge. So thank you all, and welcome them to the stage.
All right. Welcome, guys. We're here to talk today about the transfer layer, scalability, cross-chain bridging, the technical problems, the operational problems, the UX problems. This is just a panel of problems today, but it's also a panel on opportunities. We've seen a huge amount bridge over between other protocols in Solana, between other protocols and other protocols. We think of bridges as something new, but bridges are how DeFi has used Bitcoin as collateral for quite a long time at this point, right? It's kind of funny to think about how this started as we're taking an asset that's considered quite stable and solid that has no smart contract ability and being able to use that in Ethereum. And that early day work really set the stage for, I think, a lot of what we're seeing today. But bridges go far beyond just this idea of how do I move something from chain A to chain B. There's roles in them as being decentralized ways to pass messages between different chains. There's a role for them in making users feel safe about trading across chains. And there's a role about them about creating an exit ramp, too, so that if you do something like buy an NFT for $69 million, you're not dependent on one chain to hold that, right? There's an ability to migrate in a decentralized and trustless way. So we're going to get into a bunch of that today. So I'd say let's just go ahead down the line and give a quick introduction to yourself and your project.
Sure. I'm Hendrik. I'm with Jump Crypto, and as Jump Crypto, we're co-contributors to Wormhole, which is a cross-chain messaging protocol connecting high-value chains. And message passing, in this sense, means anything can flow between these high-value chains, meaning assets and data. So your coins, NFTs, but also governance decisions and more information, like as a base layer for developers to build on top of.
Brian from Layer 0. Our focus is purely generic messaging, interop. High level is connect every contract on every chain to every contract on every other chain.
Hi everyone, my name is Alex Smirnov, and I'm co-founder of D-Bridge Protocol, which is cross-chain interoperability and liquidity transfer protocol. So the protocol itself allows to breach any arbitrary assets or data between any blockchains, and including Solana, of course, down the road.
Hi, I'm Andrei from Allbridge. I'm a co-founder there. We currently support 7 blockchains, and I hope that this number would increase to 12 by the end of the year. We started in July, and since July we breached to Solana 1.5 billion worth of assets.
It's great to see. So I want to start out with just a kind of a level set question, and Andrei, we'll start with you. Why is it important for a bridge to not rely on trust?
It is, okay. You see, when we speak about trusted bridges and trustless bridges, and that is the question, I suppose, yes. We have to consider that while we all here are building decentralized future, which should be completely trustless, in my personal opinion, sometimes we may sacrifice some some level of decentralization to provide a faster and better user experience. Because we are, in the end of the day, we are limited by the technology. And I have been thinking a lot about that, because in the very end, we are building for our users. And we want to create the product that would be used and used easily. And when we, in some cases, add too much of decentralization, that can affect user experience in a bad way. And this is something that we should consider as the owners of the business, right? So it is not so simple. I mean, as I said in the very beginning, I'm like 100% toward decentralization. I'm just saying, let's not forget about users. They're going to use us as our product in the end of the day.
Sure. So, Brian, when you're looking at something like this, is it possible? We talk about bridges, but these are more than just bridges, right? It's not like you're just, you take a bridge on a car, you're over the bridge, you're done. If the bridge falls down next week, you're still fine. You've gone over the bridge. But there's a different relationship here when we're moving wrapped assets. Can you talk a little bit about how users manage that and how you're thinking about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the case when you do use wrapped assets, but I think wrapped assets you're always going to need wrapped assets for the primary chains, right? Because it's not like Ethereum can deploy a contract to mint ETH anywhere, but when you're talking about projects, Aave, Curve, like MIM, all these things, right? You're getting, as projects move more and more to multiple chains, they're starting to deploy their token more and more on multiple chains, and you have the ability to actually use native assets, right? So you can swap a real MIM for a real MIM rather than having 4 different bridges which have 4 different versions of wrapped MIM coming in. And so I do think it's important to realize that over time, the expectation should be that we do move away from wrapped assets. I don't think wrapped assets have to be the future for every project. We've done it because we have something that's interesting on one chain and we want to like create a synthetic on another chain. But these projects are starting to deploy wider, and you will see much more of their own native. And especially when you have something, whether it's rebalancing or something like XSushi or SPEL or any of these things, right? It's very important when you're getting a wrapped asset, you're getting like a vanilla ERC20 equivalent where there is none of that, and it creates a lot of issues. So I do think it's important to realize that moving forward, we will likely see or want to see native assets much more than wrapped assets.
Yep.
And I can adhere that wrapped assets is only kind of a gateway to get into the asset that user wants to get in. Because eventually cross-chain interoperability will be all about the user experience. As a user, I don't want to know what is breach at all. I just want to open my wallet like Phantom or MetaMask. I want to swap from one asset to another. And I don't care whether it went through wrapped asset or through some liquidity pools. I just want to receive the desired asset in the target chain. So I truly believe that eventually like bridges will be kind of TCP/IP, what TCP/IP did for internet. So that's what true cross-chain interoperability protocol will do for the internet of blockchain. So it's all about delivering of the user experience. And yeah, the only point of interaction between like user and DeFi will be the wallet or like decentralized applications like OneInch or Paraswap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to push you a little bit on that because every step in the wrapping process is a point of either failure or a point of trust, right? You could have Bitcoin that was originally wrapped onto Ethereum, that's moved to Polygon, that's moved to Solana, that's moved to Binance Smart Chain, that's moved back to Solana. How do you simplify that chain of custody experience for a user? And how much should users actually care about that?
I believe that users do not care about that. I mean the regular user. And as a wrapped asset, like for example, what we do at Deep-Breach, we have a wrapped asset like in different blockchains. But if you breach from the secondary chain to the secondary chain, so you basically burn the wrapped asset in one blockchain and you mint it in another. And of course, there's kind of an additional risk of the consensus algorithm of the specific blockchain. But that's the risk that user takes because he knows that he's going to breach this asset to this blockchain. And in case something will happen like with the consensus algorithm in this specific blockchain, it's just the kind of collateral in this specific blockchain will be drawn. And that's the risk that user takes.
Yeah, I think the user doesn't care until something goes horribly wrong, right? And then the user cares a lot generally, but definitely.
Do you think wrapped assets should trade at a discount?
That's a good question.
Of course not. I think.
I mean, there's some inherent risk depending on the wrapping mechanism, and I think likely over time you could see that. I think demand right now, the value of a wrapped Bitcoin is, well, all right, I don't want to trigger a lot of people, but you can generate yield on a wrapped Bitcoin that you can't generate on an actual Bitcoin, right? So there's actually maybe the argument that the wrapped asset should trade at a premium rather than a discount, but
I love it.
I'll leave it there.
I love it.
I think the core assumption below that is really that notion of trust, because that's essentially what the bridge establishes. The bridge establishes trust between chains that can't verify each other or can't yet, like verifying a proof of work chain, verifying different consensus mechanisms, all of these, like, in order to verify this trust or establish trust between these chains, it's complex mechanisms that differ between any kind of chain. And I think that's what we all essentially bridge in the beginning at the very base layer. We establish trust between these chains. And of all bridges, I think the most important aspect should be establishing that trust and making sure that the bridge is going to be alive and the bridge is going to be secure. So the notion of aliveness and safety as the core properties of the bridges, and then applications being built on top, but relying on this core aspect. And the risk that sits at this core protocol then trickles down into the applications built on top of the bridge, eventually wrapped assets, and that's where you could apply risk discount to wrapped assets, but that would hopefully be as small as possible if we all do our jobs right.
And there is one more thing to that, like combining trust to the bridges and what we discussed before about the wrapped assets. So let's say we have an asset coming from Ether to Polygon, so it's being wrapped, issued on Polygon. Then from Polygon, we take this asset and rewrap it on Solana. Then on Solana, this asset, I'm speaking from experience, it's get on Saber, our partners, converted to the native asset on Solana. So for user, it is one seamless flow. It is good. It is all under the hood. But for us, it is sometimes scary because ultimately that means that bridges should trust each other, because a point of failure before the assets come to my bridge can essentially affect my performance as well. And it would not be my security problem. It would be problem of other bridge, but I will end up with the wrapped asset that is locked on my bridge, which due to the hack or something, it costs 0. So what should I do? And this is again the question: how can bridge trust each other? What should be the protocol? What can be the thing to unite us and resolve this issue?
But that's the risk that liquidity providers actually take, right? So it's not about like cooperation between bridges, but more like whether users are able to swap from like wrapped asset to any other asset within this specific ecosystem, like Solana or Polygon, whatever. So yeah, basically when liquidity providers provide liquidity in pair of like wrapped asset paired with the, for example, most liquid asset of this specific blockchain, they trust to bridge, and they should kind of believe that bridge is truly decentralized and trustless. So users do not bear so much risk, in fact. The risk is mostly on liquidity providers, but the cross-chain interoperability is not only about the swaps, right? First of all, it's all about the delivering of arbitrary messagings or arbitrary call data. Because what I personally would like to see is when protocols on Ethereum could be kind of composable with the protocols on Polygon. So let's say algorithmic stablecoin on Ethereum opens up position on the Mango markets to maintain its peg. And that would be awesome. And that, in order to accomplish that, we need to have truly decentralized channels to deliver messages between cross-chain.
Yeah, so Hendrik, you guys have been doing a little bit of work on that. I want to ask you two questions. The first is on the capital efficiency of bridges, and the second is on use cases for bridges that are not just assets.
Yeah. I mean, right now, if we just look at the wrapped assets, I would say, of course, they are in a sense capital efficient, but they could be more. Like there have been people talking about like increasing capital efficiency by using the capital on the one side where it's locked into the bridging contract, and then also using the wrapped asset on the other side, so essentially double yielding and double earning. I think that is something that is interesting, but I think that should live obviously above the base trust layer of the bridge. But this is something that is certainly interesting, but then when you're talking about should wrapped assets trade at a discount, you involve like even more smart contract risk. You layer risk on top of each other, and there the point of view X comes in that we've approached a couple times here. How does a user understand, like, who do I need to trust when I use this wrapped asset, when I use this bridge, when I use cross-chain lending? And I think right now the user experiences do not really do that well. I think we've got a lot of work to do in educating users, giving them a reliable risk score, and then we can tap into these pools. But before, and especially as everything is moving so quickly, I'm kind of afraid in tapping into that. But as long as users are getting educated that this is happening, I mean, the bridges already allow that in a sense. Like, for example, the wormhole has message passing, and you can add new layers on top. As we said, it's kind of like the TCP IP layer. You can build a protocol that is more capital efficient on top of it and launch it today.
Yeah, so let's talk for a second about that component of both moving things like NFTs and enabling protocols that are now moving cross-chain, right? Something like Lido, which now exists in multiple chains, multiple layer ones. How is that communication being managed for something like that as a broad concept, not Lido specifically? And then, like, what is the role of a bridge? Is that the right analogy to think of for something passing messages back and forth?
I also just want to chime in real quick and say that one of the things everybody right now is because you said you wanted to kind of touch on future, and
yes,
I feel like everybody right now is focused on an individual coming, like one user coming and wanting to bridge their assets from chain A to chain B. But my very firm belief is that in the future, 12 months from now, whatever, 95% of bridging is going to be driven by applications and not by users. Users will come and they'll use a Uniswap, or they'll use, whatever it may be that they're going cross-chain, and they'll be completely abstracted away from the bridging process, right? So it's not going to be driven by an individual user coming and saying, oh, yeah, I'm doing this bridge, I'm accepting this risk, etc. It's going to be how can you integrate that into an actual UI that's functional and makes sense, and the application is comfortable with whatever the trust assumptions are, if there are any, and yeah.
Yep, so you see that layer moving from something that's more user-facing, like a Venmo-style experience, to something that's more like an interbank transfer.
I mean, I think the user, whether it's lending or whether it's swapping right now, like I think the process is not going to be that you do some action in a protocol on chain A, you leave, you grab a bridge, maybe you have to jump through another chain and then another bridge, and then like you go do something on the other thing. It's taken an hour, you've paid 7 fees and switched wallets and got native gas. Like that just can't be the way that's going to happen, right? The user is going to sit in an application, do a transfer, and something is going to happen on the other chain. I think everybody's sort of talking about that process of triggering arbitrary messaging on the other chain, but I think that has to live at the application layer, not at the individual user walking through this entire process piecemeal.
I think that's a really good point, because actually when you ask us about future, we also can only make assumptions. It's like if you had asked me 1.5 years ago, will I be trading degenerate apes and like getting yield on NFTs, I would have said, Austin, are you crazy? But now we're in this world, and truth is, I think none of us can predict what exactly is going to happen. What we can do is design the bridges in such a way that we enable developers. And I think that's the key goal, to build these experiences, to build new applications that can do all these things.
Yeah, I love that. So talking about enabling developers, so if we go over to Andrew, you've been talking about, like, on Solana, you guys have bridged a ton of assets.
Yes.
And that's not just going into direct people's wallets. Oftentimes that's going into different dApps across Solana. Talk about kind of that developer work, how that integration works between the bridge and the application that the user is trying to use.
We were speaking about the future, and that is exactly the future we're thinking about. It is like we're calling this concept bridge as a service. Bridge, it is just the tool for users and for developers. So we would be more and more moving from the UI itself to some APIs and some connection with projects and developers, and this is how, for example, we built our whole strategy. We're not just the bridging assets. We bridge the asset, and then on the destination chain, we partner up with Saber, we partner up with Orca, we create a flow. Because for users, the bridge, it is just like, it's a toll road. And people, they don't want to think about the road. They want to drive with their wife and kids from point A to point B. They don't care about the road. And this is what's happening here. And those bridges that would provide more flexible functionality, so for developers it would be easier to build on top of them, those are the ones that would succeed in future. And by future, I mean like 6 to 12 months from now. It is not distant future. It is not like years. It is soon. This future is coming in soon.
But in this sense, bridges is more like B2B business, because I believe that like other protocols and projects should be integrated with bridges, not users themselves. And we provide decentralized infrastructure, decentralized framework, so that other protocols and projects can build on top of it. And so for example, I think eventually, like many projects and protocols, we'll want to kind of scale up and tap into user bases of other blockchain ecosystems, like Solana, for example, for project from like Ethereum. And the main challenge here is to let actually protocols to build on top of this infrastructure. And in this case, we don't need to have kind of censorship, whitelisting, etc. So we just need to provide kind of tooling so that any protocol can bridge their asset and any protocol can pass an arbitrary data cross-chain that will be executed in the target chain, right? So so we can actually let like protocols to decide on how they can do partnerships like with Orca or other DEXs in other blockchains as well.
So in a way, we're talking about a composability layer for bridges.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And I mean, to a certain degree, we're already there with applications building that on top. You already said Lido. Lido has staked Sol, they've staked ETH, and then they get bridged to a protocol like Anchor and Terra, and suddenly you have like a savings product, and that is what the user then consumes. This is the end user goal. I just want to put my money in and like get interest or get some kind of yield, and everything else is abstracted in the background. And I mean, this is one of the first steps, and then we go further and further and further. We bring protocols truly like multi-chain. Like if I hold comp on Solana, maybe I want to be able to participate in governance. I shouldn't lose that right on another chain. And enabling this, but these are next steps, and I think to a certain degree we're already there.
Yeah, awesome. I think unified governance is something that's going to be a very hot topic over the next period, almost certainly.
Yes. Well, we'll have to do another one on cross-chain governance protocols sometime later. Thank you all for joining us today.
Thanks, Austin.
Thank you. Thank you.
So between between the state layer of the application itself and the user is the user control layer. And that's really important to understand as the user signing your transactions, access to your private or public keys, and what you're actually doing when you are moving around tokens or doing anything else on the blockchain. So this talk is going to be around that actual user control experience between the state layer and the user itself. So we have Philip from Solflare, Brandon from Phantom, Maria from Slope, and it will be moderated by Ali from A16Z. Thank you.
All right. Welcome, everyone. So today we have a great panel to talk about the user control layer, so everything that has to do with UX, interfaces, wallets, how people use their private keys to interact with blockchains, and how all of that plays into Web3 and the things that are being built in DeFi, NFTs, etc. And we've got only 20 minutes, unfortunately, which is an egregiously short period of time to cover such a meaty topic. But excited for it. It's going to be a great conversation. I'm going to start by letting our panelists maybe introduce themselves, like maybe 1 minute kind of introduction, and then we can dive in. Does that sound good?
That sounds good. I'm Philip from Solflare. We are the team. We actually built the first wallet on Solana. That was actually before mainnet, July last year, and Solflare was the first staking wallet, and right now we have over 20% of Solana circulating supply staked through Solflare, and we just are expanding onto all platforms. We have a web browser, we have a browser extension. We just launched mobile on Friday, and we are just looking to give all our users the opportunity to access Solflare from whichever platform they want to. And that's what we're all about.
Amazing.
Cool. Hey everyone, I'm Brandon Millman. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Phantom. Just got started back in May, and it's just been such an awesome journey. I just wanted to say thanks to everyone in the audience and listening back at home for helping support us on this journey and to hit 1 million users recently. And yeah, each and one of you are 1 in a million to me, so really appreciate it. Yeah, that's it.
Hi everyone, I'm Maria Phillips with Slope Finance. I'm head of communications. Slope Finance was the first mobile wallet on Solana. We have over 150,000 downloads and an MAU of 95%. We are mobile first, yeah, fantastic. Delighted to be here today.
Amazing. Well, thank you guys. Well, let's start with, I think, one of the basic questions about how user interfaces should interact with the blockchain, and that is the question of whether the keys should be held by the user, or if those keys should be held or might be held by a company in the middle, like, say, a company like Coinbase or a company like that, where that would be kind of a custodial model versus having things being non-custodial and sitting at the edges. And I think we all kind of know what the ethos of this space is, but of course there are many trade-offs. And so curious to talk through like how you guys think about those trade-offs and what are the kinds of things that we can do to empower the user as much as we possibly can.
Should I start? Yeah. So there's two different approaches, like custodial and non-custodial. Yep. Non-custodial is in the true spirit of crypto, where you actually control the keys, you control their finances, and no one can actually take it away from you. And that's been really, I mean, I talked to someone from Algeria, and he told me how important that is for them.
Yeah.
Since I don't live in a country like that, I didn't know that that's so important for them, because at one point in time, someone can actually get something from the bank account and they lose everything. But on the other hand, all people are actually used to don't have that responsibility of just holding all their finances with them. So we have bank accounts, we trust banks with our money, and it's going to be a long road to educate all people to get from the custodial to the non-custodial thing. And I don't think that it's ever going to happen in a big way, but as all crypto people here we are like early adopters and we want to try new things, but the vast majority will always stay non-custodial, and there's always going to be those two approaches.
Yeah, makes sense. What do you think, Brandon?
Yeah, so I'll start off by saying that at Phantom, our goal is to make the decentralized web safe and easy to use for everyone. And what that means is expanding past like the very small number of users we have now to tens of millions and billions in the future. And but the thing is that giving private keys directly to users is sort of akin to giving them keys to like a supercar or Ferrari. It's like super powerful, but not everyone needs all that power. And I'll say actually, I think there's actually more than just this dichotomy of like non-custodial and custodial. Is actually a bit of a range of different techniques that are kind of somewhat in the middle. So I think there's things like social recovery, multi-party computation, Shamir secret sharing, Torus, those sort of things. And I think all of those techniques have not really been given the chance to really kind of like been taken to their like full extent. So yeah, we're really excited to kind of explore a lot of those options and sort of bring more custodial flavor, I guess, to non-custodial tools.
When we look at our user base, okay, number 1, India, number 2, US, and number 3, Malaysia, every one of our customers really are accessing mobile, okay, via mobile. And that onboarding and that access is a huge concern to us to make it as easy as possible. So we are looking at different innovations in this space, and especially because we're looking at being the gateway from Web 2 to Web 3, and being able to link activities in decentralized identity is what we're calling it, being able to identify people in specific ways according to their activities. And hopefully we're going to use that to lower the access and entry barrier for our customers to make it as easy as possible. And yeah, a better experience.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just wanted to add that actually education is so important. And just getting people to know, okay, how crypto actually works and why is it so good for them. That's actually one of the things that we actually launched our Sulfur Academy. So we have blogs and guides to capture the new users and tell them, okay, this is how it works. And so they don't get, because there's a lot of scams out there. I mean, we both know that because before we actually launched mobile, we have 3 fake wallets. We actually met one of the developers who made those fake wallets reached out to us and told us, oh, I'm so happy that you're using the wallet that I made. And he was actually commissioned by someone else to produce fake wallets for Sulfur and Phantom. So that was like mind-blowing to us. He felt so bad, but he didn't know that. And so education is key actually to preventing users for getting scammed and actually get so burned that they say, oh, okay, all crypto is a scam. So that's why.
I think this point of education is really good because I think there are 2 philosophies in the space. One of them is crypto wants to be seen. This is a line from Kayvon, who's the founder of Foundation. And his view is, over time, people should become aware of what crypto is. People should become aware of the way that private keys work. They should become aware of the fact that holding your own private key is very different than signing into a Web 2 service. And that's one philosophy, that these things will become front and center and that education will be a big piece of this. And that you actually, as an application developer, should not be trying to hide it away, right? That you should not be trying to fully abstract it such that the user actually does not know anymore that they're interacting with a blockchain. And then a different philosophy would be more like a product and like very pragmatic point of view, which is people have a very hard time understanding how all of this works. And so instead, what you should do is you should abstract it away. You should make it look as much like a Web 2 thing as possible so that you can get people on board. And then over time, maybe you shift towards a more kind of Web 3 native user pattern. And those are 2 very different ways of building a product. And I'm curious how you guys think about that. I mean, to your point about education, how do you think about education.
Yeah, I think educating users is actually the key to it. I mean, they don't need to know like 90% of it.
Yeah.
It's totally fine if they know the very basics, and if they interact with, for example, much more complicated protocols, they don't need to know what goes on in the background.
Right.
But they need to know when the app says, okay, you're now signing a transaction, what that means on the blockchain.
Yes.
So, and this is the only thing that they should know, and we should actually push as an industry users to educate themselves just in those basics.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like none of us here really know what the final conclusion of all of this Web3 tech is really going to look like, and I think we're just so early, and the vast majority of people who are going to use decentralized technologies have not really used it yet.
Yeah.
So I agree, user education is super important. Support is another thing that we've seen that's super important. Unfortunately, the status quo nowadays is to kind of throw everyone into this zoo of a Discord and let whatever happen. And unfortunately, a lot of projects basically just turn a blind eye to what happens in there. Like all these scams happen, people get DM'd and whatever. So yeah, I think we really all need to take a much more user-focused approach, not just in the applications themselves, but in around just all of the surrounding infrastructure, support, education, etc.
Yeah.
May I say something?
Yeah.
Sorry. Or Maria?
I was going to say that financial literacy in traditional financial services isn't great either, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I do see, this whole e-commerce piece that we're involved in and looking at, I think that is a way to bring people into the space to understand it better.
Yeah.
If they start using cryptocurrencies or if they start using this in kind of their normal daily kind of shopping or activities, this is a way for them to understand that it's safe. I paid for something, I got it, yay, this is good. That's a real great way for them to understand and onboard in a really low-level way, but get there.
Completely.
I just wanted to touch on the topic that Brandon actually mentioned it with support. We both see it in our Discords, people get scammed and something like that. So there's actually, we tried everything. So we take this try and see what works approach. So we try with Telegram, we try with Discord, but people always get scammed. And at one point, so I think we're launching pretty soon our live chat support on mobile, on the website, but it's always like this fine line of, okay, how do you actually provide the users the best experience, but that they also feel still completely anonymous and that they can have.
Yeah.
So it all depends on that fine line, and we need to see what works best actually.
Completely. When I think this actually segues well into how a user control layer application like a wallet or sort of other kind of applications at that layer enable developers to build on top of them, right? And I think that there's another kind of spectrum of different schools of thought or different approaches in that world as well, where like you can think of MetaMask or the kind of wallet that is very unopinionated about how developers build things on top as being on one end of the spectrum, where you can really just sign anything using MetaMask. You can sign just a binary blob because it doesn't provide you really with very much context as to what it is that you're doing. And it's kind of really on the developer to kind of inform you as to what you're signing actually is. And then on the other end of the spectrum, it can be much more opinionated about how the wallet integrates with specific applications, such that the wallet itself, the team who builds the wallet itself, might integrate directly with like a protocol that does lending. Like one example on the Ethereum world would be Compound. You integrate with Compound directly. And then there's like a whole spectrum in the middle where our wallet could provide the tools for developers to build applications for it that are standard and that give a little bit more structure and context for what that integration should look like, but it's not done by the team itself, and that enables an ecosystem to kind of emerge and to improve what the user experience might look like by enabling them to do things in a way that's more structured. So I think we need like certain standards that help us build these applications in a way that are intuitive. I'm curious how you guys think about this spectrum, or if you agree with it, and where you guys kind of land on it. philosophically?
Sure. Yeah, I can lead. Again, I'll preface everything by saying that we're like in this mass experimentation phase where a lot of things are still being figured out. That being said, I feel like some of the wallets that you've alluded to that have done more like plugin type architecture, so namely Argent, I feel like have sort of been left in the past a little bit, just because they were not really able to keep up with like the explosion of like all of these permissionless dApps, and therefore was not really able to sort of participate in the network effect that gets created between dApps and the users of those wallets. And so, our opinion right now is to keep it very, very permissionless. Keep kind of the current model going. It has a lot of momentum and all of that. But again, that being said, like I feel like we still have yet to see the final conclusion of all of this. So things are, always changing.
For sure.
Maria or me? Okay. So there's different trade-offs between both approaches, because if you integrate it directly into the wallet, so firstly, the UX is going to be way better, and you could actually provide a safe haven for all those new users, because the permissionless world is a Wild West. So you have like 5 great applications, you have 5 applications that will actually scam your money out of it, so you could actually protect them. But on the other hand, you actually are gatekeeping with your wallet. So this is why the panel is called user control layer. So the wallet actually dictates to which application the user can actually connect. And this may not always be in the best interest of the user, because maybe that wallet has, for example, a business model with the dApp that they have. So this is one part of it. But like in a permissionless system, the other thing applies. So there's inherent risk, and if we're going that way, then we need to go back to the previous topic, and that is education. So if we educate them, then it's completely fine to do it permissionless, because they know what they're doing. But if there's a big influx of new users who are just coming into the space, wanting to experience something, and they want to do it quickly without educating themselves, we're like in a really tough spot with permissionless systems. But as Brandon pointed out, we're so early, we don't know which way is actually going to work best. So I think there will be wallets with different approaches, and we'll see which one is going to be the most successful one, which the users will actually choose in that perspective.
Completely. Do you want to add something, Maria?
Yeah, we have integrated with over 80 dApps, but we're very lucky. We have 35 engineers, and we've created a standardized way for them to come to us and work with us and partner. So that's been fantastic, and it grows. Our list is growing. We're meeting people here, so happy to connect.
And Maria, are those integrations that the team has pushed forward, or are those collaborations with the teams? Or I'm curious how they work, how they end up working.
It's collaborative. Yeah, we absolutely work with them and make sure that they integrate with us seamlessly.
Got it. Amazing. I think an interesting question that also dovetails with what we're talking about here with respect to integrations is whether it's possible to kind of unbundle what a wallet is. And I mean, there are kind of standards out there that are being pioneered to things like Wallet Connect. And I'm curious how you guys think of like what the actual kind of user controls layer looks like. Like, what are the various different components? What are the roles of that piece of the stack? And how you think about what you're doing kind of plays with that. Hey, Brandon, you want?
Sure. Yeah, I'd say the wallet is actually a very complicated, in its current form, a very complicated and multifaceted product. So there's so many different parts. So not only in the app and outside of it. So inside the app, there's things like key management. There's things that people expect, like being able to do everything that you expect from your tokens, view NFTs, swap tokens, like interact with dApps and all of that. And so it is a very challenging thing to juggle all of those things at once, especially in such a fast-moving environment. And so I could see And I think we're already seeing those sort of things getting unbundled with like NFT viewing specific dApps and dApps that are more geared towards like very fine grain control of your token accounts and things like that. And so I could see a world where they get unbundled, but I could also see a world where someone kind of is able to solve all those things under one umbrella.
Got it. Do you have thoughts, Philip?
That's an interesting question. So it's basically the dilemma of WeChat and other things. So is it a super app that can do everything, or is it an app that lets you that does one specific thing and then lets you connect to others? I think a really interesting approach is actually to have that super app, but like in a light version. So you actually let the users do like very basic operations with NFTs, with SPL tokens, with whatever they want to, because the space is evolving so fast. User demand is shifting from one week to the other, and if a wallet can adapt fast enough, then they could provide them those basic functionalities. But if they want to do like some really heavy, deep stuff, then it's almost certainly going to be unbundled, because you can't have like 50 different integrations like fully integrated into the app. So this just becomes bloated at one point, especially on mobile. So in web is doable.
Yep.
But mobile, when you're limited with space, it's going to be almost impossible.
Completely.
For us, it's the super app approach. We love to keep our customers internally within the app, and we do everything from activities, news, ranking, centrally in the app. We're trying to do, and it keeps our open rate really high as well.
Yeah. Well, and a related question, which you alluded to, is the question of mobile versus desktop, and how kind of the patterns of usage of Web3 and crypto might evolve, and what might become the dominant vector for using keys, for interacting with Web3 apps. What are your thoughts? How do you guys think that this will evolve?
Yeah, it's interesting, because I feel like Web3 on mobile has typically, or in more recent memory, has had a hard time sort of getting started.
Yeah.
And I think it's actually a function of the user base that has been using blockchain apps for the past couple of years, which has been more of like this prosumer DeFi type of user that prefers like using complex DeFi apps on desktop. But what we're seeing now, I think, is a couple paradigm shifts that are really kind of setting the stage up for mobile. So first is this kind of new cohort of users that is much more NFT focused, and therefore like a lot more casual. And so I think those people actually expect a really polished mobile experience. So I think that's one paradigm shift that's happening. And the second one is why we're all here today is scalable and cheap blockchains, which actually their nature actually lends themselves much better to a mobile environment. So I think those two things are actually setting us up for the sort of like new age of like Web 3.0 on mobile, I think, which I think was not as tenable as before.
What do you think, Maria?
Sure. Well, for us, it's definitely mobile. Okay, we do have a Chrome extension as well, but for our customers, they don't really have laptops. It's very much mobile, and that's their experience and how they onboard and how they continue to access. So it's definitely mobile for Slope.
I'll go back to the last point, and I'd say it's going to be mixed. So you're going to do complex operations on your desktop, most certainly, because mobile won't have the ability to provide them. But I see actually the mobile wallet as your signing device for everything. So if you do some, when you connect to your desktop application, you just sign it with mobile. So because it's much more secure on mobile. And another thing is on mobile. So I can't imagine I can't imagine a lot of people actually, I don't know, sitting on a couch with a laptop open and browsing NFTs, as opposed to just sitting on a couch and browsing NFTs from their mobile app.
Yeah.
And buying, selling, a lot of people actually, I want to connect to Radium and harvest my farm in the morning from mobile. I don't want to do it from a desktop, open the desktop up, type in Radium or something like that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it does feel as Web3 begins to intersect more with the consumer world, mobile becomes increasingly more important as a result.
Completely, especially with NFTs. Because NFTs and games in particular, so all those Web3 games are going to provide a huge user base, actually, that is younger, the opportunity to experience crypto, and then you need a mobile wallet, because all those mobile games will need a wallet.
Of course.
Unless they integrate one themselves, but talking to a lot of them, they don't want that responsibility, because it's actually hard to build a wallet and maintain a wallet for it to be safe and secure for all users.
Completely agree. All right, well, I think this is a good point to wrap the conversation. Thank you very much for joining us. This was awesome. This was awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Online marketplaces allow users to actually have a choice in their experience online, and with Web3 offering decentralization like Web 1 and Web 2 didn't, online marketplaces or app stores and apps themselves that are built on Web3 offer the potential for user freedom like never before. And in this upcoming talk, it's going to be on app layers and Web3 bazaars and marketplaces. So we have Roneo from Audius, Sumit from Chingari Holdings, Brahm from the Kin Foundation, and Ben Sperango from Solana Labs as the moderator. So thank you all, and take care.
Good morning, everybody. Excited to be here today with you. I'm Ben Sperango. I'm the head of strategy at Solana Labs. Today I'm joined by some of the leaders in the Solana Web3 ecosystem. To my left, Roneo from Audius. In the middle there, Sumit from Chingari. And on the far left, Brahm from Kin. So I wanted to kick it off today just with brief introductions about what everybody here is working on in the Solana ecosystem, just so everyone has context, and then dive in further into design choices about building Web3 on Solana. So Roneo, if you want to kick it off, just give everybody a little intro on Audius and what you guys are working on.
Yeah, I'm Roneo. I'm one of the co-founders of Audius. Audius is a digital streaming service that connects fans directly with artists and exclusive new music. Sees about 6.5 million monthly listeners right now, and about 200,000 artists have uploaded so far, and the product is fully decentralized. Been decentralized since day one.
Hey guys, I'm Sumit. I'm the CEO and founder of Chingari. We are building the TikTok of Web3. We actually started as a Web 2 app, like usually called as the India's version of TikTok when TikTok got banned in India. But now we have a bigger vision, way bigger vision. We migrated from a Web 2 app to Web 3. Almost 30 million users use Chingari every month, and it's an exciting journey, going from a Web 2 to Web 3 app.
I'm Brahm. I'm Chief Technology Lead at the Kin Foundation. And Kin is an in-app cryptocurrency originated by the Kik Messenger for consumer-grade apps and games. And Kin rewards their developers using the KRE, the Kin Rewards Engine. We have about 2 million monthly active users and 60 million wallets on Solana.
Great, thanks guys. So Roneo, starting with Audius, you guys have a very interesting architecture to how Audius works. The way that plays, likes, tracks, everything, all of that is tracked. And that leads to some certain design constraints for you guys and how you think about building it. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about how you guys made those decisions and the general thought process into what kind of infrastructure layer you build that on.
Yeah, so for everyone's brief context, the way the Audius network is architected, there's kind of this base consensus layer of, like Ben mentioned, where all engagement with content, uploads of content, et cetera, are settled, and then the higher levels of the network are able to follow that, that guidance. So, of course, that means that base layer becomes very quickly a bottleneck if it's slow, right? And Audius very quickly kind of outstripped and outgrew the initial structure that we were built with. So we kind of, explored lots and lots of different options around last summer, and ended up deciding in August of last year to migrate Audius over to Solana. This is when we had about 120,000 or so monthly active users, and we kind of saw the writing on the wall that we really couldn't continue to grow at that stage to be able to actually continue to serve those folks. So the migration kind of progressed over the following 4 to 6 months. There are still some bits that need to finish migrating from Ethereum, and from POA network are the two other places where Audius operates today. But we've been pretty thrilled by the results. On good days today, the Audius network is processing like 400,000 or 500,000 plus transactions on Solana, and that couldn't be done anywhere else, right? And certainly not at the cost and with the latency structure that Solana is able to provide our users. So. Yeah, we've been pretty thrilled by the whole thing. It's, I don't think it's an understatement to say a use case like Audius couldn't work at consumer scale without Solana today.
Awesome. Sumit, so Chingari is a Web 2 app primarily, and now you're making that foray into Web 3. So I'd love to dive in a little bit more on those design decisions internally, on how you guys thought of making this journey into Web 3 and how you guys are trying to optimize for this future of social Web 3.
Absolutely. So I mean, we already had a community of users, a big community of creators, and for us, the idea that these guys can now be decision makers, that the community can also be owners of their own content. That was like really exciting. So every video that you upload on Chingari, it becomes an NFT on the Solana blockchain, and then gets bought, sold, and traded in a Gari marketplace. This way, we give ownership of content back to the creators. Like you create content on Instagram or Facebook, they own the content, they monetize it, and billions add to their balance sheet. We are just reversing that, and users now own their content, they make money out of it. The second most interesting thing for us was everything will be run now by a DAO. So every Gari holder, they have voting rights. They can put on-chain proposals and vote on the future of Chingari. So imagine, now you are part of a product decision. So it won't be the top leadership of Facebook or Instagram deciding how the product should move. It will be millions of Chingari users who will be now part of the product roadmap, or any decision that they want, like how the community should grow. And I think that is the ethos of Web3, where a community comes together and they decide the future roadmap of the community and the product, or how the DAO treasury should be used. So like millions of dollars will be sitting on the DAO treasury. Where should that be deployed? What initiatives should the product take? That should be decided by the community. I think that for us is giving this power back to the Chingari community is the most exciting thing for us.
Awesome. And with that, everything that you just mentioned takes a lot of coordination and therefore a lot of on-chain transactions eventually. So yeah. I'm sure there was a very thorough process where you guys thought about, where do we build this? Do we create our own blockchain? Do we use some of the infrastructure that's already available there? So could you walk us through a little bit of like what that thinking process was that led you here?
Absolutely. So we evaluated a couple of blockchains. We ruled out some because of the high gas fee and the slow transaction speeds. Solana was one of those teams where obviously low gas fees and high transaction throughput was the obvious advantage. But I think the Solana ecosystem, the community, and this is way before the uptake of Solana. Like we started building 8 months back. At that time, Solana was fairly lesser known than today. but I really like the ecosystem, and I felt like this is something that I would like to do for next 10-15 years, and this is the team that I want to build build this project with, and then that was the primary decision for us.
Awesome. And Bram, so previously Kin was built on a fork of Stellar, and the infrastructure that you guys were building on effectively didn't serve your needs for the users, where you need transactions at a certain speed, and it wasn't providing that for you. So in the same line with the question to Sumit, can you talk us through what that design conversation was like in thinking that you needed to move elsewhere and how you made those decisions?
Sure. Yeah, so as you mentioned, we were on a fork of Stellar, and Stellar has a limitation about 100 transactions per second and 1 block each 5 seconds. Now, at a Solana conference, that's kind of comical, but that was the numbers that we were dealing with. And as a consumer-grade app, this is just not acceptable. If you have to wait 5 seconds for a transaction to materialize, that doesn't work. So in 2019, the team went out to check alternatives in the market that were out there. And after a few months of comparing what was there was actually a selection between Algorand and Solana. And I guess we can say Solana was the one that won. So yeah, Kin is one of the first major projects in Solana early 2020, just like Summit. And you could count the number of Solana apps at one hand at the moment, but we're super glad that we made the decision. So to sum up the why, it's speed, scalability, and transaction cost. And then the founding team is impressive. So.
Could you shed a little light on how the user experience of Kin works right now, and why those things that you just mentioned are so germane to the project and the user experience?
Yeah, so we really aim to settle sub-second transactions, so that if a user, for instance, in a social media app hits a like, it will be on-chain directly, and they don't need to know that this is a blockchain transaction if they don't care about it. So we really try to hide that fact from the user. They don't have to know that they're working with a cryptocurrency, and we really try to hide all that stuff from them. Really make it work like a normal database.
Awesome. And staying on Kin, as you mentioned, you guys have been in the Solana ecosystem probably longer than most here. And in that time frame, you guys have increased your monthly active spenders, or your users on Kin. I'd love to dive into a little bit more about the traction around Kin and what you guys are seeing today.
So in December 2020, about 10 months ago, we had a crazy migration of 55 million wallets. Today we're 60 million wallets. Now, at Kin, we have an open source API layer, which we call Agora. And our developers actually have SDKs that work with Agora. So this is kind of an abstraction. We try to hide for the developers also the hurdles that somebody might have with integrating blockchain. So we really try to simplify this process for them as well. And this means our developers integrating Kin, they think in concepts like create an account or submit a payment, without having to understand how this really materializes in Solana. And additionally, this layer really helped us migrate from Stellar to Solana with the minimum amount of disruption for app developers.
Awesome. And Ronil, so staying on the topic of traction, I'd love to dive into more stats around how Audius has grown just in the last 24 months, but then even more specifically upon launching on Solana and the growth from there.
Yeah, so about a year ago this time, like October, November of 2020, Audius saw about 500,000 monthly users. So in that 1 year period, we 14x'd or so usage, which has been pretty awe-inspiring. I think our community just is very rabid and rabidly excited about everything going on. Solana was definitely an enabler there too, right? In that the latencies that users were seeing around their actions, we had to engineer previously around a lot of the constraints of that layer one layer. Everything from some of the things Bram mentioned, like chaining user actions in sequence such that, like, from the user's perspective, they think these things have all completed. But because we're dealing with 5 to 10 second block times on the background, it could take 2, 3, 4 minutes sometimes for all those things to finish. Like, a user signs up, follows people, makes a playlist, adds some tracks to the playlist. The app would let you do all of those things before even the sign-up had completed. It would basically queue these actions in the background and then kind of submit them in order, right, with the subsequent nonces as needed. So being able to have a user take an action and that reflected across the network more broadly, like virtually instantly, was quite a change from what users were used to with Audius, right, which was that within their little view of Audius, things were moving quickly, but if they sent a link to their track to someone else, for example, that person wouldn't be able to see the track for a few minutes, probably. And that was not a great user experience for obvious reasons. So yeah, there were some pretty cool improvements around all of this that I think have allowed us to continue to grow as a community to where the network is today. The use cases we're most excited about, though, and I would say this is like broadly across crypto, not just for Audius, are the ones that like were never possible before virtually free, highly scalable transactions, right? There are things like Ben mentioned now, being able to track the listening behavior of a user on chain. That now allows open source recommendation systems to mine that data and do cool things with it. So if you wanted to build your own, Spotify Discover Weekly equivalent on Audius, all that data is there, open to be indexed, to be used however you want. The ability to decentralize these aspects of the product, that's kind of what got us so excited in the first place about this, right? And I think there are so many use cases that we just haven't, as a community, conceived of yet that I'm really excited to see get explored. I think we're on the cusp of some very, very interesting product development around mainstream crypto use cases.
Yeah. So staying in that same vein, Sumit, you guys are building basically the infrastructure for what the future of this Gari token, social token ecosystem is going to be. Kind of like what Ronil mentioned, where this is now giving rise to new data in an open source fashion, where then can be used to funnel into other products. Kind of in that same vein, what are you guys thinking about the future of what Chingari's social economy could lead to in the future for the creators that you have on your platform and beyond?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, for us, the experience of the user has to be like very non-crypto native. I mean, they shouldn't know what's running the backend. So when you are using Chingari, you feel that you are using just another short video app. What goes behind the scenes, the user will not experience that. And around the social currency, so Gari token will be used within the Chingari app for everything, like every transaction within Chingari, like tipping, or let's say you want to unlock a specific content of a user. All these transactions will be done through Gari tokens. So Gari will be like an in-app economy within the Chingari app, and it also will have voting and governance rights. I mean, that's how we see it as going forward.
And do you see that as a way to then index that data in an open source fashion and then have that feed better communication and relationship building between the people who are interacting on your social network?
I mean, this is one challenge actually for Chingari right now. So a lot of our users are non-crypto native. Out of these 30 million users, let's say just 1% or 2% of the users actually understand on-chain voting or making a proposal on-chain. Right. So for Chingari, we have a long path where we need to go ahead and educate these users, make them crypto native, which is actually a big opportunity because I see Gari being the first crypto token being used by millions of Indians before even they get to know about Ethereum or Bitcoin. And not just in India, I mean, we have global ambitions, so wherever we launch, I think Gari will be like the first token that they ever use. So yeah, even eventually, I mean, I think what you're saying is correct in terms of like how this will be all open, like it will be an open ecosystem, and Gari is not just being limited to Chingari app. Any third-party social app like Audius or any third-party social app which needs an in-app currency. It could be a game, like a social media game, who wants to let's say expand in India tomorrow. They can build on top of Gari's social tokens and Chingari APIs. I mean, we are opening up our platform like Facebook did it in its early days. So they can come and build on top of this existing infrastructure that we already have, use Gari as their in-app social currency, and build on top of the Chingari user base. So it's very open. I mean, it's supposed to be open. It's Web3.
Yeah, exactly. And Bram, just kind of staying in line with long-term vision of what you guys are thinking for Kin and the broader Web3 ecosystem and what you guys are building socially. I'd love to hear a bit more about your plans for the next 1 to 5 years.
I think 5 years is a very long time in technology in general, and crypto space even more. So I'm not here to predict that future, but I think if you'd had a word cloud here in the Solana conference, like the word Solana, the next biggest word is obviously NFT. So we're really trying to explore how we can leverage NFTs for our app developers. Now, one thing to realize is that Audius and Chingara are user-facing apps built by these teams, but we don't build user-facing apps ourselves. We are a utility provider that works with teams like the gentleman next to me. So we really want to explore how somebody, for instance, can have their degen ape bought on Solana and use it as an avatar in their game. Or buy in-app items, collectibles, NFTs, and have a little car that you drive around in one game, send it to the other game, and drive it around there. So we really believe in integrating that. And Solana is just the obvious choice of doing this. The ecosystem is booming, NFTs are booming, so we try to be upfront and forefront of enabling that. We have to make changes to do that, but Solana is definitely the enabler for this. So,
awesome. Well, we are just about running out of time, so thank you guys for joining me. Super excited for the future of Web3 on Solana, and free Raj. Thank you, @Jack.
That was great.
Staking and validating are key for securing blockchains, which is important, and they also offer usually pretty cool yields, which is, as a user, another upside. And in this talk, we're going to be looking at what that staking and validating, what the future of that is going to be coming up, and take a look at the future of staking and validating on Solana in particular. So thank you. And we only have 2 talks left before lunch. Really cool lunch talk coming up, but for now, this is around staking from retail into the enterprise, from Daniel from Stakefish, Ella from the Solana Foundation, Konstantin from Block Daemon, and Gleb Dudka from Greenfield One will be the moderator.
Hey everyone. Yeah, it's really awesome event, and I have to say GM, everyone GM, right? Yeah, as the title says, staking from retail to enterprise. So we're gonna talk about the hard stuff. So the nodes, the validators, the guys who keep the chains running, and who also have oftentimes a hard time to basically accommodate the adoption, which we as a blockchain space, I guess, are widely experiencing. So I guess we'll start with a short round of introductions. So my name is Gleb Dudka. I'm senior analyst at Greenfield One. That's a Berlin-based crypto VC. So we try to take on an active role in the networks, so run validators in-house, provide liquidity. So that's kind of my institutional investor hat. I also have an enterprise validator hat. In my previous job, I founded and led the staking unit of Deutsche Telekom, so the big kind of telco enterprise. And we ran public proof of stake blockchain validators, putting crypto on a balance sheet. So I guess kind of that enterprise hat a little bit.
Cool. My name is Ella. I'm a product manager at the Solana Foundation. I work on censorship resistance. I administer the delegation program, which helps new validators join the Solana blockchain, and also am the product manager for stake pools. So work pretty closely with the existing stake pools, also work pretty closely with a lot of the validators on the chain. And our mission is really let's increase decentralization, increase censorship resistance. So really excited to talk about more of that with really important ecosystem partners today.
Great. Hey, I'm Konstantin. I'm the CEO and founder of Blockdaemon. We're an institutional node operator and liquidity enabler. We try to make sure that when institutions participate in networks that get secured via tokens, that the nodes they operate are additive to the network resilience overall. So we operate 70 different data centers across 10 different cloud providers, and run hugely fault resistance and failover system-driven infrastructure for those institutions, so we can move nodes around and ensure that they don't cause any issues in the network.
I'm Daniel. I'm a protocol specialist at Stakefish. I do protocol research and governance.
Okay, awesome. So I think we have a quite diversified background here at the panel. So we have the validators as service companies, and kind of the foundation representative, and kind of enterprise background. So I think we can have look at the topic from different angles. But to start, I would like to come back a little bit and say, so let's look at it from demand angle, from supply side and the demand side angle, right? So on the supply side of every network, there are the nodes and the validators, and because the blockchains themselves are rather multi-dimensional and multidisciplinary, so the business model of a validator or a node operator is also pretty weird. So on the one hand, you are running a secure IT infrastructure, so you have that very hardware, cloud-driven infrastructure business model. On the other hand, you also ensuring that the stakers and delegates, basically, they're earning stake rewards. So you're kind of also providing there's a financial aspect to this. The governance topic is also very important. So you're also kind of representing your delegates in these networks. And there are also some other aspects of this business model. So I was just wondering, guys, which aspects of those business models you like, or how would you describe the business model of validator? And which of those multiple dimensions are closest to you? Why wouldn't you start, Daniel?
Sure, yeah, I think that's a really interesting question, because I think you kind of broke it down into sort of the fiduciary duties of a validator might have, and also the on-chain governance, where exposed on these specific POS chains that we do operate. I think perhaps the line or the boundaries between the two under validator service providers are still quite a bit blurry, and I'd be interested to hear all your other opinions. But I mean, I was actually on a panel a few weeks ago at Mainnet, and we were talking to some other validators, and I asked them, right, how do you as validators, where there is on-chain governance exposed, how are you communicating your governance to your delegators? And some validators actually don't, right? And they actually had mentioned maybe there should be a separation between kind of the agnostic infrastructure service or infrastructure management and the governance. So I think validators and validator service providers still have a ways to go to figure out kind of where they kind of fall. Maybe there are niches. Maybe there are more infrastructure management heavy validators that are going to focus on that do have internal great walls inside, and then there's validators that do have very specific governance related initiatives, right? At least at Stakefish, we do make very concerted attempts to communicate to our delegators and be able, right? We have this concept of validators are clans or guilds, right? We have the hashtag FishFam for Stakefish for who is in our community. But yeah.
Yeah, for us, we actually acquired a company earlier this year called Looney, that was a multi-protocol staking wallet that enabled governance across multiple protocols also. So we think of it more as a tool we provide within our application, where we allow people who operate nodes with us to actually have an easy governance tool, which but we do offer the service as well, where we will actually vote on their behalf, depending on how involved they want to be. I think you'd be actually surprised how a lot of people don't care that much that stake is actually the reality, and so we try to be responsible in educating them and to send them summaries of how these things, what they mean. Translating governance proposals into understandable language is actually something that's really important, because a lot of the more retail-centric investors aren't or don't have the time to really study the technical implications of complex implementations that get voted on. For us, from a business model perspective, we really like to bring what we learn from institutions to the wider community. So we try to participate in open source projects on all the networks we participate in, as well as making public API endpoints available that runs on high availability infrastructure, for example, which is something we've announced for Solana earlier today, where everyone can take advantage of an institutional grade failover system, uptime of 99.999% infrastructure. And we look on the commercial side really on the revenue share that we make with institutional stakers. And so that's why we also are interested in providing liquidity, because we feel that's the best way for us to plan our involvement in an open source community.
Okay, got it. And I guess then, Ella, for you, from looking from the demand side, right? So who are actually like the stakers, the people who are participating in Solana network? Like, I was wondering, what does the landscape of that look like? So is it like mostly institution-driven, like retail-driven? How does it look like?
Yeah, it's a mix. I mean, so 79% of SOL is staked, which means 79% of people who have SOL are interested in staking it, whether it's to individual validators or to stake pools. And I think it's fair to say there's a range of people in terms of how much they care about actively monitoring their SOL and how much they want to participate in the different projects, whether it's actually engaging with the stake pool or the validator, or even going a little bit further and trying to differentiate between the different lending protocols, the different the broad DeFi space. Maybe they want to pick winners. And so I think this question of like, if you have a governance token, whether it's on a validator or where maybe you have everyone who delegates to you, they get some share of your votes actually, if there's on-chain governance, and you almost have like a representative democracy in some sense, or whether you just trust the validator to kind of vote how based off of the values they've expressed in the past. I think that model is really interesting. Or on the other side, stake pools having governance tokens, what are you actually voting on is kind of a good question, right? And so I think something that is only really coming out now that we're seeing is your choice to stake on one stake pool or another is kind of your vote for which DeFi protocols you want to support, because different stake pools choose to integrate with different DeFi protocols, and maybe that's a values decision, maybe it's purely a rewards decision, but you really are helping to support the ecosystem. And so I think even without a governance token, you're already kind of voting with your feet when you choose to stake with one validator, one stake pool or another. So I think it's early. People are not always as maybe engaged as we want them to be, but I think it's kind of on us to educate them and tell them that it actually does matter where they stake, and it does matter that they do stake. The way that the protocol is designed is if you just hold SOL and you don't actually stake it, inflation should eat into the value of your SOL, and so there's a very large monetary incentive to stake that SOL. In addition to just all the additional things that you can do on top of it if you do liquid staking or whatnot. And so I think you'll see more people be more involved as time goes on and these projects kind of mature a little bit more.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, like from the supply side, as you also pointed out, like if you have the SOL or like any like proof of stake based asset, it just makes sense for you to stake and to take an active part in the network. But Like, so be it like a fund, be it an institution, be it a retail investor, but like looking from the supply side, I was wondering, who do you think should run the validator, or maybe also more interestingly, who do you think should not run a validator? Who should basically who should stay out of this business? Maybe Konstantin, you have a good perspective on that.
Yeah, obviously, because we sit often, I think, wrongly on the side where people feel we bring centralization to a network just because we obviously provide white label tooling for entities to operate nodes. So the question is what happens if our tooling, for example, would be at fault. The way we think of it and the way we approach the subject is that decentralization and who should operate nodes changes over time. It's really correlated to the life cycle of a project. Very early on, I think it's important to have quality validators by people who know how to operate really complex infrastructure in a decentralized manner to ensure that the network can actually scale responsibly and efficiently. When there's dialogue around, oh, how many validators, for example, can control a network, it doesn't really matter if it's 15 or 50, as long as it's it's not somebody controlling 1/3 of the voting power. And most of the network stalls that we've seen across protocols have been a factor. I've never seen a major network go down because of because of an attack or not enough validators validating on a network. But we've seen networks go down because nodes had too many outdated software clients operate on nodes. So the highest risk for decentralized networks early on is not well-run nodes. And so we think that people have a responsibility, and we'd like to provide them with the tools to make that easy, right? Like, so what are the monitoring plugins? How can you ensure that you actually can deploy software seamlessly onto nodes and then share the best practices also with the community? But I definitely feel, but there needs to be variety, right? So there's companies like us, and then there's individuals who need to be able to run nodes, and we'd love to, obviously, we only thrive when a protocol and a decentralized network is fully functional and decentral. And so we're hugely concerned with educating validators and specifically institutions.
100%. I mean, a lot of what we do at the foundation is really just education for new validators joining the blockchain or validators that have been on the blockchain for a very long time of how do you actually run a quality node? How do you help develop the ecosystem? And a large part of what we do is, partnering with really great validators that are already on the network to try to develop, whatever educational resources we can, whatever tooling to help validators learn how to run a good node. And I think it's totally fair to say, yeah, if there are a subset of validators that are super high quality, that is in some ways more secure than having a lot of validators that are running on outdated clients or not actually up to date on how to respond if there is some kind of an issue. And so, we see ourselves as really trying to educate the community as much as possible to try to run high quality nodes. And it's really cool when you have validators in the community that take on that mission and kind of just become stewards of what it means to be a really quality validator that is trying to support decentralization. And holds other validators to the same standards. So something that has been incredible to see in our community is, Dan and I don't actually have to always be active in the Discord telling new validators, hey, get out of this data center. We've preached enough that the community kind of takes it on, and they are teaching themselves and saying, hey, you need to think about geographic distribution. It's not just data centers. It's also ASNs. It's different government bodies. It's really thinking in the mindset of full decentralization. It's software clients. So it's been really cool when you see a community kind of just take on that mission itself, because then it's actually sustainable. We don't always have to be there to say that. And I think that's when we know we've actually really been successful, is when validators such as yourself and everyone else can kind of continue that mission on themselves.
I could maybe to jump in there. We were actually having a pretty interesting conversation yesterday with Ella along stake pools, and I'd actually really be interested in what your take on stake pools was, because when we first had heard about stake pools being opened up, I think Ella and Dom had introduced it. I kind of panicked and then was figuring out kind of figuring out like where we stood as validators within these stake pools that kind of operate on a layer above us. Because as you had been mentioning, right, we as validators had been seeing ourselves as very connected to our delegator community, kind of as delegators should be, in my opinion, be holding our validators accountable if there is that sort of on-chain governance exposed on the multiple networks that we operate. But I think from your perspective as operating a lot of these data centers and white labeling, I guess there is like a different factions of validators or service providers or even infrastructure service providers that we're doing. So I mean, maybe my opinion or my reaction was quite extreme, but I mean, as another operator in the space would be interested to see what you thought of the stake pools themselves. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great initiative. We don't really have a particular opinion on them as long as it leads to delegations to high quality nodes. I think the way we look at it is from a strategic perspective, we're really interested how we can bring networks, and I'm just giving examples like a PayPal or a Revolut or a Robinhood or large institutions onto and their user base into this world safely. And the requirements that creates on us are very often fairly stringent on a regulatory side, which means their tokens they operate can't be pooled with any other tokens. Every token that comes from an institution needs to live in a fenced-off pool where every other token can be KYC'd, for example. And so we're spending a lot of time trying to figure out how to create, for example, sort of CeFi pools for institutions, and so that they can safely also participate and delegate, ideally to different validators, not just ours, but then these validators also need to agree to certain rules that are driven around security, redundancy, and then also regulatory frameworks. And unfortunately, regulation is so complicated in our space because we simply don't get any clear guidance, right? And so in the US, it's just really unclear how that should be done. And so it prevents some large institutions to actively engage unless you can provide a super secure, everything is KYC'd, every token can be traced back to its origination type of pooling and staking service. And so we're spending a lot of time thinking about how to build the pools that allow those participants to come in and play with them. But overall, I think as long as it leads to a quality network, we're very happy about it. I just would hope that the pools aren't based, don't get taken over by politics and all that stuff that then limits where they stake and go. And so, like everything else, it needs a lot of divergent opinions, and ideally, a lot of different pools can live adjacent to each other.
Yeah, I mean, stake pools in the form we see them today are incredible for decentralization, but it really is just one solution, right? Like you can stake to a validator, you can stake to the stake pools that exist today. I mean, if you're a developer out there, or you're a product person, what are all the other ways that you can stake and create liquid tokens by staking to an individual validator or by staking to a pool without issuing a token? What is the value of that? I mean, these are all, this is a very green field, I think, and we're just seeing the very beginning of what could be done. But I mean, especially for institutional investors, the solutions that they will need are going to look very different. And so I think there's a lot of room. And if anyone is interested, I highly recommend, look into the space, reach out to us if you have questions or ideas. We're very open and interested. I think all of us have the same mission, which is, let's decentralize as much as possible and increase censorship resistance. How we get there is, it's honestly a question of just product innovation and technical limitation, but I think we could get there if we try.
Yeah, and maybe one last thing also, for example, so we need to ensure our validators against slashing in order to have our institutional parties to participate, for example. And so, it requires certain admin things on their part too, where there can't be any risk to principal that they make available for legal reasons, for example. And so when you pick validators, for example, there's a lot of different factors you can look for and how to manage and mitigate risk. But yeah, the underlying infrastructure around security is also constantly in evolution.
Okay, yeah, I think it was a great discussion. We encourage everyone to just interact actively with the network, right? Be it a fund, be it like any sort of entity you are. Just dig yourself into these networks and take part in governance, talk with the awesome validators, And yeah, let's make this space more decentralized.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. And go stake your soul.
So for today during lunch, we're actually going to have a recorded talk going on between Anatoly from Solana and Sergey from Chainlink. Fun fact is actually that I learned to trade through Chainlink because someone told me that Sergey also studied philosophy at NYU, and I was automatically loyal. So actually, before Solana came Chainlink for me. But yeah, you can stick around. There's going to be a talk between Anatoly and Sergey about the future of oracles and what is to come. Coming up is a fireside chat moderated by Anatoly from Solana, speaking with Sergey Nazarov, the co-founder of Chainlink. They're going to be talking about the future of oracles and how Chainlink and Solana are examples of what is to come for that. So cool for me a little bit, because before Solana, Chainlink was actually like how I learned to trade in my first entry into crypto. So a little cool moment. But yeah, between Anatoly and Sergey coming up. Hope you all enjoy.
Hey folks, this is Anatoly. You're listening to a Solana Fireside Chat with an awesome guest, Sergey, co-founder of Chainlink. So awesome for you to be here.
Thanks for having me. Always great to chat with you.
Cool. So this is an open kind of conversation. We get to talk about Solana and Chainlink and where, both of us kind of think DeFi is heading over the next year. Since you're a guest, I'll have you ask the first question.
Great. Sounds good. So Anatoly, I've always been really impressed, with what you guys have built at Solana. But one of the open questions I've had is, what are your thoughts on what makes Solana unique for building next generation DeFi smart contracts?
This is like something that we set out, building really from the first days. Solana was called blockchain and NASDAQ speed. And at that time, nobody really called it DeFi because the main protocols that were doing trading were like Ether Delta, and then 0x came into existence. And what Solana is optimized for is maximizing the censorship resistance in real time, the actual number of nodes that transmit information, as many of those as we can get, and reducing the latency and the cost of how that information is transmitted. And when you combine those two things, you end up with a system where you have this information symmetry around the world. And what that really means is that you have free access to markets and price data and state and prices and bids and asks and all the stuff that traders want to do, as free and as open and as cheap as possible. So this is what I think makes Solana unique. And we've seen proof points of that with things like Serum, which is a central limit order book running as a smart contract. But now over the last year, we've seen a bunch of proof points, with projects like Mega Markets, like Jet, like Saber, like gaining real DeFi traction. So pretty excited about like everything that's being built around DeFi and Solana.
Yeah, makes sense.
So Chainlink, I think, is the fundamental engine that powers a lot of Ethereum DeFi. How do you think Chainlink price feeds able to power the next generation of DeFi and Solana?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we power a lot of DeFi on many different environments. Right now, we secure anywhere from 50 to over 70 billion, depending on the day, and that's rapidly growing. And the reason for that is both the security track record of the Chainlink networks, which have never been breached by an adversary, and the quality of the data. I think what Solana presents is a unique kind of scalability and high frequency updating kind of both opportunity and challenge. At this point, we're very far along and already on testnet have sub-second updates for various data sources. So part of the reason many people use us in DeFi is because the consensus method and all the various kind of security benefits that Chainlink provides have allowed it to remain resistant to various attacks like flash loan attacks and even other things like faulty data. So I think there's a measure of how do you generate reliable consensus about data. Then there's a question of how do you get the best data sources, and Chainlink has the largest collection of market data sources that provide information at sub-second speeds into various blockchains. And we've already been able to get that data into Solana at sub-second speeds. So the only next steps are really making sure that everyone knows about that and has an ability to use both the market data and all the other data that's not about markets and the random number generator and so on. I think at the end of the day, it'll come down to the security created by the consensus around the data and the quality and speed of the data being updated, which after a certain period of investigation and security auditing, we know that we can very securely provide at sub-second speeds and are already doing in pretty large amounts on testnet and with a few other users. So generally speaking, I think it's all very much on track.
That's awesome. That's amazing. So that's great to hear.
Yeah, it's a lot of progress. It takes a lot of kind of effort and diligence around security, but I think we've gotten it right at this point. In terms of what you're seeing in the Solana ecosystem, what are some of the novel smart contract apps that you feel are currently being built on Solana?
So just like kind of as you described, it takes a lot of engineering effort and challenges to go from something that is on the order of tens of seconds to sub 1 second. And the novelty in Solana, a lot of the applications that you look at like mega markets or Jet Protocol may look and feel in some ways from a high level point of view as what you see on Ethereum. But a lot of engineering effort went into making these work at sub-second speeds, dealing with spot markets running in the same chain, plus dealing with liquidations and everything else. Like that engineering effort in itself, I mean, me as an engineer, I always look at it as a marvel, right? A lot of effort went into making these systems work and proving them out. So that to me is like one of the most exciting things is I think what we see are smart contract applications that are being built now at the kind of level of performance and throughput and cost that Web2 users are used to. And this allows DeFi to kind of start penetrating into places that is pretty hard for it. So like things like Star Atlas is just a space video game, right? But it's pretty cool that it can use something like a Serum market or Mango markets with liquidations and borrow lending to manage the in-game currencies, in-game assets. Because it's so cheap and fast that Web2 users that are playing this game don't feel that like, weird negative user experiences that you do on some slower chains. So this is like, is that novel? I think it is novel from an extremely like interesting angle because it allows the monetization of Web3 without use of advertisement or stealing people's data. It is a stack, right? That is a web stack that platforms and producers and like people and communities can monetize and like create content that actually has value that doesn't include ad exchanges or stealing people's data. And that is kind of going to end up being a seismic shift from Web 2 to Web 3. So I'm pretty excited to see like these early inklings of that happening already.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think from a user experience point of view, sub-second, Web 2.0 speed is something blockchains haven't had before, and the ability to create a user experience around that is going to make it a much more seamless transition. So I completely agree with you on that.
So a lot of these new applications are not market specific, right? Or maybe not even trading specific. How else can Chainlink decentralized services extend the capabilities of Solana apps?
Yeah, sure. So there's actually a lot of different Oracle networks. We're past 700 Oracle networks now. I think we're going to be probably at 1,000 this year and thousands next year. And each of those Oracle networks provides a distinct singular kind of service. Many of those are around market data and price data and so on, but a lot of them are actually for other types of data. So whether that's weather data for decentralized crop insurance, or whether it's sports results, or any number of other data sets. For example, relatively recently, we had the Associated Press announced launching an official Chainlink node, which will allow them to put inflation indicators, economic indicators, sports indicators, and election results on chain, which is obviously important for prediction markets and various other implementations. So generally speaking, I think there's an entire long tail of data that isn't market data that gives rise to entirely new use cases. And the funny thing is, creating this long tail is essentially solving a lot of small chicken and egg problems, right? Because until you have the data, you can't build that smart contract use case. And once you do build it, somebody becomes successful making it, and then other people build similar use cases. And then that creates a kind of virtuous cycle where there's an entire market appearing for getting that data from the world, which is kind of what happened with DeFi, right? DeFi was a thing where there wasn't data on chain appeared, and then DeFi began to grow and grow and grow, and continues to grow into a larger and larger market at the rate that data can be put there. Beyond data, there's the verifiable randomness function. So the ability to get randomness in a verifiable way, I think is very important for a lot of the games that you mentioned. And then the other services are things like Keepers and CCIP. So Keepers is actually a DevOps automation tool that does things like start and stop contracts and verifies various on-chain and off-chain conditions. So it's almost like a trust minimized DevOps or off-chain compute tool. And then CCIP, the cross-chain interoperability protocol, I think is going to be very useful for Solana applications that are running at sub-second speeds to actually be able to utilize contracts on other chains for various useful services, transactions, taking value from users into Solana dApps or paying out yield back onto the chain where for whatever reason that's where the user happens to have certain amounts of their value. And our work on CCIP is actually going to be, I think, important for the whole industry because I think we're going to go from a world where we have single chain applications or single chain applications using multiple Oracle networks to a world where the architecture of what defines a smart contract is going to be multiple contracts on a main chain where people want that contract to operate. And then there are going to be a lot of off-chain services in the forms of Oracle networks for data, for randomness, for keepers. And then you're actually going to have a cross-chain component to use other contracts on other chains as well. And so that's the architecture that I see us getting to. And we actually already have multiple DeFi applications using us to both start and stop a game, use randomness in that game, and get data into that game, right? So you actually have already multiple applications in DeFi and outside of DeFi using us or using the Chainlink networks for multiple different networks for multiple different services. And so that's the architecture I see evolving in Solana. And due to the sub-second speeds, I can see a lot of applications choosing to make Solana the place where a lot of the core logic is processed.
That's awesome. And that sounds like a really exciting future. And the idea of like cross-chain simultaneous data availability from is a pretty wild one. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. So what do you think are some of the proof points that you will see in DeFi going mainstream? Like, what does it mean for DeFi to actually become widely adopted in your mind?
Yeah, so I think I'm seeing basically three important things. The first thing that I'm seeing is inflation. So inflation is continuing to grow, and that's continuing to ask people to reevaluate their relationship with existing institutions and existing financial systems. And as inflation continues to grow, I think it's going to create a lot of concern and a lot of doubt about how the traditional financial system works. The second thing is I fully expect to see multiple Robinhoods or things like Robinhood continue to happen. Trading halts, Evergrande debt insolvency issues, Wirecard payment fraud schemes, and so on. And with each of those, you'll actually see a greater and greater influx of people from that industry or vertical. So Robinhood was actually really the first time I saw people come into the blockchain industry after being here for over 10 years, that people weren't coming for the purposes of getting a token. They were coming to use an alternative to how the traditional financial system worked in a certain specific way in this decentralized DeFi format. And so I think as there's more Evergrandes, or Robinhoods, or Wirecards, or so on, specific verticals will have people flow into the decentralized blockchain ecosystem to use the infrastructure. And then the third thing I think is just yield. So I really don't know where you can get better yield right now on the whole planet. And I think inflation and just the fact that there's good yield is something that is extremely attractive. I keep seeing people try to package it in all kinds of ways, and they're getting better at packaging it and providing it to people. And I think the ability to package 8% on the US dollar is very attractive, right? So, the ability to package that is secondary to the fact that you can actually get the 8% or the 7% or the 5%. So I think those three factors, even sometimes working together, will seriously accelerate the move to DeFi. And I already see that happening on a pretty regular basis. But what are your thoughts? What do you think are the proof points accelerating DeFi going mainstream?
You covered a ton of the ones that I've been thinking of too, but I think it's really understated how explosive a really well-packaged consumer application that has self-custody plus DeFi yields for the US dollar. Not even in just the US, but this could be like a really global turning point that could flood in a lot of users into DeFi. So to me, that's like one of the most exciting aspects of the next year, because it really feels like all the tools are there. We have good UX for, I think, signing at this point, and pretty good UX for key recovery and management, but also have these like amazing platforms that do have these crazy returns, or not crazy, but realistic returns. This is what people should be getting from their dollars if there weren't a bunch of middlemen all taking a small bite, in the traditional banking system. So this is a pretty huge proof point, but I would like to see, 100 million people within a year actually self-custody getting DeFi yields. And I think it's possible.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's completely possible because the fundamental economics are there, and there's going to be more and more stuff that asks people to question the status quo, right? So when everything's fine in the status quo, everybody's just like oblivious and they don't need to look for alternatives. But between the status quo going sideways and there being a better alternative, I think those two things together do convert those couple of 100 million people into even the most basic use case, which fascinatingly enough, once again, it isn't buy a token, sell a token, right? It's get an existing currency, turn it into something that goes into a financial product and get better yield than what the global financial system gives me. And that's pretty amazing that our industry or the DeFi industry can do that after only really being in existence for a few years. That's a pretty serious achievement for anything that exists for only a few years.
Agreed. Yeah. I'm excited. So, what do you think is going to be the most exciting trend in 2022?
I think these things are really, really difficult to predict because, NFTs kind of, captured the public consciousness in a way that a lot of people didn't necessarily see coming. I think the thing that I expect to happen in 2022 are really two things. I expect a number of enterprises and banks and various existing players to not want to lose their relationship with customers and users and institutional clients. And I expect a number of things to go live around, hey, get DeFi returns through your bank, or hey, buy NFTs through some existing marketplace or some existing universe of Web 2.0 tools or something like that. Because I see more and more people, I think PayPal really kicked this off. Is once PayPal started allowing people to buy crypto, you really just had a kind of shot fired in the air where if PayPal has done this research and decided to allow this type of Web 2.0 interaction with crypto, why on earth do you think your users won't come to you and also won't want to interact with custody or DeFi or so on? And then I think the second thing that'll happen is there will be a flow of various collateral on chain. So I think there will be kind of premiums from insurance products, all kinds of collateral, whether that's invoice refactoring or for trade finance, or whether that's insurance cash flows from parametric insurance. I think the world is going to eventually, and probably in 2022, realize that there's this big market called DeFi. And if you sell them your cash flows and your collateral, they'll gladly buy it at a premium for diversification reasons, right? So everybody in DeFi who's making a stable coin, who's making whatever system, they don't need 50 more coins to put into their thing. They need collateral that is from invoice refactoring or from the cash flows of an insurance product or some kind of real world real estate asset that's been tokenized or a gold asset or something, right? And I think once that happens, you're actually going to be able to compose a lot of different assets into really, really stable baskets of things in a very fast, transparent, and reliable way. And it's going to be much faster and actually much more consumable and usable than what banks do, right? Because for banks to compose some kind of basket of assets into a product or into something takes a ton of time. It takes a ton of effort. It takes a ton of relationship building, a ton of steps. And here you'll just have like, hey, I'm going to take the insurance cash flows. I'm going to take the NFTs. I'm going to take, the invoice refactoring revenues. And I'm gonna make a market out of that, or I'm gonna make some kind of financial product out of that. And I think when everything starts touching the real world in that way from this industry, things are gonna take on a very, very different tone, because fundamentally all of these real world industries, they need a market. They need a place to sell their cash flows. They need a place to sell their collateral. And if the global financial system, the centralized one, isn't serving that need, something will serve that need. And I think the permissionless and open source and fast pace of iteration in this industry will lead it to serve that need. And that's a very big need. There's a lot of people that have cash flows, have collateral, have all kinds of things that they want to put into a market, but that it's too cumbersome and too burdensome to put into centralized current markets. And so that's I think the next big thing where DeFi just starts to touch a ton of industries as essentially like the revenue generator of those industries, which is very, very impactful and is gonna change how people see this global market called DeFi.
That's an awesome vision. I couldn't, I couldn't agree more with you. So really awesome for you to join on this fireside chat. So thank you for being here, and really excited for Solana and Chainlink to work together and building this.
Yeah, so am I. Thank you for having me, and as always, it's a real pleasure to chat with you.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a really cool special talk coming up between Alexis Ohanian, who is a co-founder of Reddit and an early investor in Coinbase, and also Raj, a co-founder of Solana. I hope he is being freed. Hope he is free to come here. So yeah, coming up, talk between them. Enjoy, and enjoy the second half of today.
A beautiful, good crypto morning to everybody. As you can see, we have a small change in the setup here. Lily was supposed to be the moderator, but she is not feeling well. She was eating too much glass, as everybody currently in the crypto space. So greetings, Lily. Hope you're well soon. I have an amazing panel here with me, and let's kick it off. I would like to ask Maggie to start with an introduction.
Thank you. Yeah, to cue me first. Yeah. So my name's Maggie Wu, and I'm the CEO and a co-founder of Crypto Group and also Galactic Holding Company. So I'm a little bit complicated because I have two companies. One is venture capital, also incubator that we invest a lot of projects for the past 4 years. We founded in 2017. And we invest over 100 projects, and from last year we started invest a lot of projects on Solana too. Another company that I have is called Galactic Holdings, and we mainly focus on Latin market. We're building an ecosystem over there with the 3 components. One is crypto exchange called Maxo, MEXO. One is largest in Latin, and the other one is a stable coin, which is the first and only one stable coin in the pack 2 pesos. And we're also building a wallet, still under development. So we're coming soon in the end of this year. So that's mainly the 2 companies that I have, and thank you.
Awesome. Let's. You're currently the most attractive man in the room.
We take offense to
He's
that.
hiring and educating Rust developers.
That's attractive.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Dima. I'm not from Bridge Tower Capital, but if you want to give me a share, I don't mind. Yeah, I'm a CEO and co-founder of cybersecurity company Hacking. We're at the market more than 4 years, and we are based in Ukraine. We are honored to be there. Land of developers, land of cryptocurrency users. According to chain analysis, Ukraine is one of the adoption of cryptocurrency in Ukraine is the #1, and we're helping Solana to find developers to convert them to Rust. I would like to share some information about how we do it. You want it now, maybe later? So yeah, it's a difficult task, but someone needs to do it. Someone needs to educate people. Someone needs to explain why blockchain has a potential, why they need to start working on it, and this is our task.
Thanks a lot. This is super important. You know, I think developers are the most scarce resource at the moment. So I think you're doing an amazing job. Leo, you're next.
Okay, my name is Lior Masika. I'm the founder and managing partner at Eden Block. We're a crypto VC that started operating about 4.5 years ago. We're based in London and Tel Aviv. We are also partners of Solana when it comes to funding Israeli teams building on Solana. Israel is a pretty interesting region when it comes to developers as well. Maybe not like Kiev in terms of numbers, but really interesting stuff. And yeah, I'm just really lucky to be here speaking to all of you guys. So thanks.
Awesome to have you. David?
Yeah, hey everyone, it's David here, the founder of OP Crypto, a newly formed venture capital firm. I was previously leading global strategy and investments at Huobi, the large exchange based out of Asia, and then also the internal incubation acceleration arm. So yeah, just launched the venture firm to better facilitate efforts to help some of the best projects globally to access, the Asia market, work with the exchanges and have, many people on the ground in Asia to help, do the branding, marketing, and go to market.
Awesome, thanks a lot. So also quickly about myself and Bridge Tower. So Bridge Tower is a global private equity firm. We have offices in the US, we have offices in Switzerland, also in Singapore and London very soon. We're doing equity investments like a lot of private equity companies, but we also switched heavily now to token investments. And by investing in tokens, we realized we need to stake them. So we are currently building a huge infrastructure in Switzerland. We are operating validator nodes for Ethereum 2, a lot of Cosmos projects, including Terra, Persistence. And since actually this week, we started our first Solana validator nodes. And we are super proud about that setup because it's banking grade. So it's proper for institutional investors. And what we are also very proud of, it's completely based on renewable energies. So it's only hydropower, and it's one of our strongest hopes, wishes, and goals to make the whole blockchain industry more or less sustainable by running validator nodes only by renewable energies. And last but not least, we have we're calling it our private activities arm. So as you know, a lot of foundations, they are non-profit. They are struggling doing real-world business. And that's, again, the narrative why we are a private equity firm. So we are trying to help these foundations doing real-world businesses. So we are their partners to grow, at the end, their platform and their business. A great example is helium. We are super proud to now to manufacture helium miners in Brazil. We're also working on a coordinated rollout all over Latin America. We are a proud partner of the Solana Foundation. We are running the Solana European Ecosystem Fund. So you bring your projects to us. And then we're doing a lot of activities currently more on the traditional side, right? So we are close to institutional investors and large investment banks. So we are currently working on permission markets. So we are strong believers of decentralization, but we all know that regulations sooner or later will come. So we see the dark clouds on the horizon. And we are currently working on permission markets together with our partner Securitize. And we hope to bring these regulated these ring-fence environments very soon also to Solana. And talking about, at the end, regulated environments and markets, we're pretty sure that we have different regions for Solana. And I would like to ask you to talk a little bit about your regions. We have Israel, we have Eastern Europe, we have Latin America, and we have Asia. So here we have the Solana world at the end, and starting with Israel.
Okay, so actually that's a great place to start because Israel doesn't have a lot of Solana developers or a lot of Solana projects building right now. But they have incredible talent, right? So, a lot of R&D kind of centers are based in Israel for a lot of like Web 2 monolithic companies. And what we've started to see, at least so far, is that a lot of these amazing developers who are working at Amazon or Facebook or Microsoft or any of the other kind of large, I guess, technology powerhouses are actually now starting to realize the power that they have by just knowing how to build technology and knowing how to build products. And so I think, so you've got this amazing talent, and on the other side of that, you've got the complicated story of, just transacting over Ethereum, right? So a lot of people, are thinking about decentralization as a foundational property, and I agree with that, but then, there's a lot of use cases where that amount of security is just an overkill for let's say if you want to do like a micropayment system where you essentially need to pay like hundreds of dollars in gas just to run a small application or to even get something started to understand whether or not you have like product market fit. And so Solana is now starting to emerge as this like amazing solution for all these new builders who are wanting to get into the space, who want to get stuck in, but are really looking for the right tools and infrastructure to build upon. And so, yeah, I think it's now starting to kind of get to a place where we understand, okay, like all these developers are now swarming to crypto, but depending on what they're building, they're now starting to make the conscious decision of building on Solana, of building on chains or on a world that is basically multi-chain, right? And so I find that really interesting because we're now starting to understand to a more intricate level these I guess these different trade-offs that a lot of builders are starting to make. Whether we're talking about, okay, I'm going to now adopt a chain that's going to decentralize over time, or I'm going to adopt a chain that's going to be more efficient and less expensive over time, like Ethereum, right? And we're seeing basically a lot of people, especially the long tail of like use cases, go to Solana and other chains apart from Ethereum, and I think that that's a really huge opportunity for a lot of these amazing talented builders because they know products. Yeah. And so, when you know a product so well or know how to build products so well, and you've got the right infrastructure to just scale at the pace of innovation, I think that Anatoly, one of the co-founders of Solana, have said that at some point. then you're basically you're getting somewhere, right? And so we're really excited about like Israel starting to build on Solana, on other chains as well. And I think that this entire multi-chain universe is really starting to expand. And just seeing everybody here, it's like, yeah, it's obviously happening, right? So yeah, I think that's about it.
And Leo, you already brought the key message we wanted to bring in this panel, right? I think the USP of Solana is right now the low gas fees. So we see all these emerging markets, all the developers, all the businesses are currently going to Solana, as this is the major USP. Low gas fees, you can easily build and scale your business.
Right.
And this is super important. Yeah. David.
Oh, wow.
I'm switching. I need to. Sorry for. I have a quick question. China and the ban.
Sure.
So, China is a super important region for everybody, right? So, how do you currently see what's going on?
Just giving me all the tough questions.
Yeah.
And just jumping right into it. But yeah, I mean, happy to share my thoughts about China. I myself have spent the past 10 years in China, not only at Huobi, but in traditional finance before, and even launching and exiting a startup for myself. So really understand the market. Like, it's heavily regulated, but at the same time, the government really wants to protect its user base and the massive growth that's happening within the China markets. So I think with the China ban right now, much of the ban is not necessarily on innovation itself, but like it's more so for the monetary control efforts, with the looking to make a better effort in controlling the money outflow from China. So that means like OTC, a lot of the trading efforts, a lot of the leverage. But I think ultimately China is just looking to protect its retail consumers and investors. It's like similar and following track of the U.S. where there's security laws, where there's things that you can and cannot do, and that's very clear cut. In China, everything is still very much a gray area. I think they're very much shutting things down a little bit to better figure out how to govern the space, but at the same time putting the right frameworks in place so that startups in the ecosystem can really know how to flourish and how to navigate, right? But I think ultimately some of these regulations opens up the doors for DeFi to really come and be adopted in Asia, because now people, instead of using like Huobi, where we essentially had the largest market share in China by far, now we're seeing more DeFi products coming through, and it opens. People are essentially forced to use some of these new DeFi protocols, DeFi primitives that are very much fit to be built on Solana, right? When you think about high throughput, low latency, low gas fees, these are all sort of the derivative markets, options, insurance, under collateralized lending, all these different new concepts that are not sort of fully unleash this potential can be unleashed in sort of the Asia markets where there's massive adoption. Essentially all the major trading volume comes from Asia, and that's where essentially all the biggest exchanges are, and that will sort of facilitate the new era of like Web 3.0, reinventing the financial sort of infrastructure, right?
Talking about Asia, I quickly need to take the Indian and Southeast Asia region as well. I think we see a lot of Solana hackathons at the moment, right? And I think some of the most successful are in India as well.
400, I think.
400, yeah.
Applied,
I think for the last global hackathon, we saw applications of over 3,000 developers who wanted to participate, and alone in India we had 400, 500. So India is clearly one of the hotspots at the moment in regards of Solana, and also the NFT market, which is growing. But we also need to mention Indonesia. So Indonesia is becoming a very strong market for Solana. And we all know Axie Infinity, right? So I think all these Southeast Asian regions, these play-to-earn models and these businesses, they will all migrate very soon to Solana, and we see new upcoming projects in these regions. And I think it's not only increasing the TVL in general, but it's at the end we soon need to talk about GDP. And we really have at the end a global countries, the Solana ecosystem, and you have people working at the end in these virtual metaverses and earning their income there. So Indonesia, as said, India very strong, and Solana is super happy to have Jangari as a new project coming to Solana. It's the TikTok now on the decentralized land, and I think we will see more of these also Web 3.0 companies moving to Solana, building on Solana. And I quickly need to mention one of our areas we are currently supporting in. This is Akash. Akash is a decentralized compute network. So at the end, it's like AWS or Google Cloud in a decentralized world. And we are super proud to announce that we, Bridge Tower, will be a compute provider for the Akash network out of Switzerland. And again, based on renewable energies. So we are super happy to support this decentralization and building the infrastructure with a proper jurisdiction and based on renewables. And we really hope to support all the Web 3.0 companies. But coming to Eastern Europe, the hotspot of the developers.
Yes. Yeah, so first of all, I want to say, Ukraine has inherited Soviet Union math school. So we have a lot of people, very smart people. For example, Anatoly Yakovenko, he's from Odessa, but he moved early to Bay Area. But at the same time, we have inherited quite bad economy. And again, I see that this is a potential. The young people like me, okay, maybe I'm not that young, we were building careers in outsourced companies. And some of us already have families and we don't want to move, we want to stay in Ukraine. And current young talents, all of them, they want to be in IT. We have in Ukraine 100,000 engineer graduates per year. It's quite a lot. And our task is to convert as much as we can into crypto. I want to share a few numbers. Because of the COVID, the IT developer market became global. 2 years ago, the senior developer salary was around 3K USD per month, and they were quite available at the market. Right now, the salaries have almost tripled. Who is a Rust developer or Rust cybersecurity engineer? Usually they don't learn it at university. Usually they are converted. From C++, a middle dev can be converted in maybe 2 weeks.
Wow.
The C++ developer average salary is around 5 to 6K in Ukraine. The Java developer can be converted from our experience in around 1 month, 2 months. And his salary is around 4 to 5K. And from our experience, we see that young graduates from the university can be learned under supervision of the already existing Rust developer into 4 months. They can become quite strong. And then the salary is, depends on how good are your entrepreneur skills. So this is our approach. We are going to universities. We are partnering with the deans, with them, so to give lectures about blockchain, about this industry, how it's growing. Our approximation, like if we speak about our own market, cybersecurity market, right now it's about $100 to $150 million per year, the turnover. We believe that in 2 years it will go to 1 billion market. And we need a lot of people. And in terms of our company, Hacken, I wish I can go more frequently to such beautiful countries and Portugal, to move headquarters there. But my job is to stay in Kyiv and to grow these talents and convert them into Solana. And Solana, to be honest, not Solana, to Rust. It's important because you can, the Rust developer can easily write on Solidity, but Solidity guy cannot write on Rust. It's like no chance. So yeah, my job is to stay there, build teams, and invite you there and launch products and projects in home country.
Awesome, thanks a lot. I said teaching the young developers how to eat glass is super important. One additional question to you. You're also organizing a lot of hackathons, right?
Yep.
Do you currently also try to get more traditional companies, right, be it the suppliers out of the supply chain industry or healthcare, trying to bring cases to these hackathons? So are you also searching for partners out of the traditional industry?
Well, to be honest, I don't think that traditional industry understands the crypto world. So when you host a hackathon, like if you invite a partner, he needs to put a technical task. And he cannot put a technical task. He doesn't know what he wants. Like to write a distributed ledger, I don't know, for hell, I don't know, like some bullshit. It's like so we put the tasks, and we put the challenging task, but not very challenging, to find the talents. Hackathon is about finding the talents, motivate them, grab them, and give them a direction where they can develop their careers and make some money. So yeah.
Awesome. Maggie, coming to Latin America. It's one of the hottest regions at the moment. Tell us more.
Okay, yeah. So before I talk about Latin, I have to say something else because we're US-based capital, first of all. So we invest very globalized, not only Latin. And that's a little bit, unfortunately, the Latin market doesn't have a lot of developers that build on Solana yet, but I will talk about the region later to, have more information shared with you guys because we're building something over there, right? So I think for past 2 years that we have been invested projects that come from Russia and Europe and South Asia, and also North America, but none of it from Latin. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't have a lot of good projects over there. For example, like Sandbox, even like Axie Infinity, that start getting hot in Latin, and I can see the trend is growing over there. But I think there's some insight I want to share because before I came here, I actually did a survey with all the projects that I invest, that build on Solana, and they have, just give me a lot of feedback. Like how they feel about Solana. So I think I have the responsibility to share about their thoughts. And I think some of the people there from Asia, but they feel like they want to have more support from the Solana because they really want to enter this industry and this ecosystem. But they think in terms of localization, I mean, it doesn't matter which region, they want to have more support. And I think that's something that we can help. If you want different regions to grow, for example, like Hackathon, right? And I think they must have something like India, where they have a very localized things that they can support for those projects. And also, some of the projects, I think that they think if a foundation, for example, like SVF, and he's just only one person, and if he can support one project, and for example, somebody just tweet, and the project become the hottest spot in the world, it doesn't matter where the projects come from. But how we can leverage that, how it can be more decentralized, how it can be more fair to everyone to enter this, how we can lower the barrier. I think that is something that I think we need to start about it, and how we can help them to grow. And that is I think this is the foundation. Eventually, every place could be a hotspot. Not only just by regions, because I really want to see a decentralized world. It's not still put a border over there. I want to see the borderless. And the beauty of the DeFi, I think that this is it. And for the Latin market, I think it's quite special. They're still in very early stage. And the good thing is the regulation over there is very friendly. Just kind of like US. And the regulator are talking to authority all day long, and they are really open to talk. And the thing that we build up there, and we also bring DeFi concept, the GameFi concept, because they still following maybe top 10 tokens on CoinMarketCap, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and they are not familiar with the rest of the the tokens in the world. But we're building academy over there to teaching people, to share our projects, and also do a lot of AMA and work with the KOL and ambassadors from around maybe 30-something countries, Colombia, Argentina. I think that's amazing. We're like literally go there and land over there, building stuff little by little. And I can see more and more people there get more interested in the industry and start building more things here. So I really hope one day Solana can go there and host a hackathon over there. So you will help them, help the local developers to join this world. And that probably can gain the mass adoption too. I think that region has huge potentials. Yeah.
Do you see there's a language barrier at the moment? So Latin America,
it is,
Portuguese, and
so a lot of people ask me like, you're Chinese, you live in the States, why are you going to Mexico? And you're building like a huge company over there. And I say like, I'm lucky because I have a lot of good partners over there. They do speak English. At the same time, they speak Spanish native and also Portuguese. And so I have no language barrier for me and my team to communicate with them in English. But at the same time, I think they have a good knowledge and full of the passion and to study and follow the trend and also deliver the messages to the communities. I think we did a great job over there for past 2 years. And the exchange that we built, before we go there, like all the majority of the exchanges, they're only do Bitcoin, Ethereum. But we're bringing like over 70 different types of trading pair over there and start introduce one by one and do a lot of AMAs. And I think communities actually appreciate it. Now like we're top 3 in Latin and number 2 in Mexico. So I think that's amazing work by my team over there, not by me, But I think I do, I think I am the bridge to help the people over there to connect with the world, connect the fund around the world, and also resources and good project, no matter where the project is. But they're all interested about the market and think I'm doing something like for them. I'm really happy for it. Yeah.
Awesome. So then, real quick, I'm covering again also Europe.
I just want to.
Yeah, please go ahead. Sorry.
Just touch base because I only answered the regulation question earlier, but I just want people to know and realize how big sort of the addressable market is in Asia. It's obviously a tall task. Asia is very, very big. And just speaking from past experience, when I first joined Huobi, 4 years ago, it was about 1 million users. Now we're serving over 30 million users across 170 countries. And that's almost all like just Asian people in those countries that comes from sort of the native APAC market. But also at the same time, when you look at Asia, it's sort of the paradigm shift of some of the biggest social networks, gaming companies, game studios that are coming out of the Asia market. When you look at like WeChat, Line, Kakao, all of these sort of super apps that have even hundreds of millions of users that are just utilizing all sorts of applications for their daily lives. I think ultimately with the advent of the Web3 space, it really realigns some of the social incentives and really gives more power back to the end users, contributors, content creators. Everything is really like soaked up by all the profits are really generated by the more centralized entities. And you can see with like TikTok, when even slightly some of the more dividends and revenue sharing is given back to users, it really takes off. It really allows people to contribute in a way where they have never seen before. And back to the point where you mentioned play to earn, that meta is definitely there to stay. It came from the Philippines, but at the same time, it's not just a game to these people. It's their line of work. That's what provides food for them on the table. But at the same time, it generated a whole new industry, right? That, eventually it's not only being applied to gaming. You can earn in any sort of, if you have a skill set, if you have a talent, all the best talent around the world will no longer be hireable by some of the biggest corporations because, they're not incentively aligned. Now you're able to take ownership of a piece of internet. You're able to take equity in a protocol. You're able to have sort of some of those ownership, structure where you're able to, share a piece of a bigger pie with a bigger entity that you're able to contribute and make an impact in. And that's what excites people, especially for people in Asia where, they're sort of looking to make the next leap of innovation as well as the next level of adoption to really take that off and really capitalize. And we as a venture firm, we really want to help not only some of the best projects here out west, navigate through the Asia market, but also, give more support like those in Asia that don't necessarily have the foundations, those support, and really try to bridge those borders and try to be helpful in sort of combining sort of these markets.
Yeah, this is awesome. Quickly to summarize, we currently see that the blend of all these industries, right? It's the entertainment industry, it's also the financial industry, and all the other traditional industries, gaming as well, and they're all blending together in one new global digital economy. Yeah. And we have the contributors, the artists all around the world, participating and contributing to this ecosystem. Real quick, I need to cover Switzerland and Europe. What we currently see in Europe, we have the financial hub in London, we have Frankfurt in Germany, and we have Switzerland. We see the first interest of the financial industry. So a lot of people initially started working with Ethereum, but as already mentioned, the gas fees are very high. And it's not only for NFTs and the entertainment industry, it's also for the financial industry. You cannot build a trading system on top of Ethereum at the moment. So we really see the financial industry getting an interest in Solana. And we have projects like Serum or on Cyclers doing very precise order books on Solana. And there's a lot of education, what we are currently also supporting, explaining to the investment banks and also to other traditional players what can be done on Solana. So the interest is really, it's exploding in the last couple of months. And we especially see it in London at the moment. So one of our partners, Archex, building also a fully regulated exchange. They're very interested in exploring all the possibilities in the space at the moment. And so slowly, I need to say slowly, but surely we have the financial industry looking very careful at Solana, and not only to build but also to invest, right? So we have a lot of global investors, be it from the Asian regions or Latin America, and they all want to find also custody providers. Digital assets. If you're an institutional investor, you need to have a proper custody provider. So, and I think what we currently see on the traditional side is that these regions, be it Switzerland, the UK, and Singapore as well, they're currently trying to build the infrastructure for Solana and all the SPL standards we have. So there's a tremendous interest in helping growing the Solana ecosystem in general, and we are happy to be a part of it, providing the validator nodes. So I think this is also a synergy. You have all the custody providers. We need to have it for the SPL-based tokens, plus the validations. And this is, I think, the financial industry will be one of the top industries coming very soon and very strong to the Solana ecosystem.
Yeah, I think that's actually an important point to touch on. What I find interesting at the moment is this entire idea of like the race for DeFi, right? And I think that there's like, it's so interesting to kind of think about it, because like the amount of like security you need in order to run financial systems is paramount, right? To everything else. I mean, at least comparatively. And so like when you've got like the clear answer is like, you're probably going to prioritize security over efficiency in a lot of cases, which is why Ethereum has done so well with DeFi, right? And we were just talking about this, me and a couple of friends yesterday at dinner, how like right now the entire DeFi ecosystem on top of Solana feels very similar to what Ethereum felt like maybe 4 years ago, where today if you look into DeFi protocols on Ethereum, they're usually based on other DeFi protocols. So if you guys have ever heard about like Gelato and some of their products like Sorbet Finance, it's all about making it easier to interact with other underlying kind of protocols like Uniswap and making like, let's say an NFT, an ERC20 token, right? So that's like an example of the growing composability of DeFi within Ethereum. And I actually think that we're starting now to see the burgeoning I guess, ideas of building a truly kind of sustainable financial infrastructure on top of Solana, right? And I think that putting the D back in DeFi, in a lot of cases, like, a lot of decentralized finance is not really decentralized, even on Ethereum, right? Because even when you're talking about like the collateral, right, which sometimes is backed, by dollars, like one of the most centralized currencies in the world. And so you're thinking about really, like, what is the degree of security, of decentralization that is required in order for these financial systems to basically eventuate and then grow into what we would like them to be? I think there's an insane race right now to like build gradually more decentralized infrastructure within the Solana ecosystem, so that this financial landscape can really build itself away from just one singular chain, which is what we know as Ethereum today, and maybe all of the roll-ups that are going to come around. But really, I've been talking to so many different like Solana developers who have been talking to me about, yeah, we want to build more decentralized infrastructure to enable this race for DeFi. And obviously, like, when we look at the trajectory of many of these chains, I mean, especially Solana, like, there's only one way that it can go. It can go up and to the right, in terms of like all of the use cases and all of the demand for crypto networks and decentralized networks and smart contracts and all of these things. I think like the financial use cases are probably the most important. It's like really the golden egg that you want to reach. And ultimately, a lot of people are talking about the TVL, right? People are talking about the TVL. I think way before talking about the TVL, you can actually talk about the underlying infrastructure that can enable all of this TVL. And we're not talking about like $200 billion or $100 billion, in DeFi. We're expecting $200 trillion at some point, right? At least if we do our job right. And so I think that a lot of that will have to come, from a gradually more decentralized infrastructure. And so I think that's been a really interesting point to kind of look into, because like Ethereum was building that, for the last 4 years. And now you've got this growing composability and really interesting use cases. And we're starting now to see that in Solana. And I think that, this kind of bottoms-up approach of Ethereum and the top-down approach of Solana in many cases is going to meet in the middle at some point. And this is why I think the race for like DeFi is really interesting. And again, like, I believe in a multi-chain world. I think there's probably going to be a lot of value in a lot of very specific use cases going to Ethereum, going to Solana. But it's kind of like an interesting question, maybe even to bring back to everybody here. Like, how do you guys maybe see that race for DeFi? And maybe we could spend, I know we've got like 7 minutes left, so we could try to characterize or spend some time thinking about like what are the use cases that you guys are seeing, across Latin America, across Asia, across Ukraine, and across Europe that maybe do fit Solana best and that have been working really well. I know that you mentioned like play to earn. We mentioned a lot of like gaming stuff. I think like the last quarter had $5 billion in venture capital just go into gaming and metaverse stuff within crypto. So I don't know. I think that may be an interesting kind of question to bounce back to you.
Yeah. Okay. So for those who doesn't know, yes, it's true that Solana is fast and cheap in terms of sending information. And the main business model of Solana lies with the storage fees. And this means that some heavy project, for example, heavy NFT projects, they are not very financially efficient to be built on Solana. For example, we calculated one NFT project that had like 516,000 of tiles and stored some not very big amount of data, and it costs $2 million per year, which is huge for a startup, So I think what is important when we speak about Solana is to explain to developers, explain to community that what should be a direction of developers and where they should go. For example, I don't really think the direction of Solana should be in NFT space, but I'm very into DeFi for Solana and, for example, micropayments. I think this is like the best fit, and I would be like pushing hard if Solana will be a worldwide accepted micropayments unified system that will basically revolutionize the whole thing. But the focus should be in place.
Maggie, I think this is exactly your topic, right?
Yeah.
Also the micro payment.
The focus should be in place. Like, if Solana goes to micro payments, then speak about it. And don't support all the other projects that are spreading the focus. Yeah,
Yeah, I think we're mainly focused on 3 points that I think that's eventually bring a lot of traffic and can really involve the mass adoption. One is gaming. That's everybody already see it. And the other one, I think, is social. So I think that's something that we were going to see, like you see on Facebook, Meta, they changed the name. And also, like, you can see maybe eventually that's like Twitter or Telegram or those type of chatting or social media. It will involve like TikTok, right, from India, Checkling. And also, the other thing that we're doing right now is a payment and remittancy that use stablecoin. And we're going to build on Solana. Now we're building on the Ethereum, but the gas fee is just insane, And then we also work with Tron, but that's kind of like, nothing compared to Solana. So we're going to build on Solana and also Polygon maybe, but that will be really low gas fee for everyone. That can really benefit to all those people in Latin because like they really need a very high efficiency and save the cost, and so for them to do cross-border transfer, that's huge business, and that's what be a daily uses. At the same time, a payment, I think that's a huge thing that a lot of people didn't pay attention to it yet. And I also think that's a very high barrier because there's a lot of things that you need to involve with regulations. That's what I'm doing every day right now, talk to regulators all day long. Right. But I think that's the future. What I can see the picture is like, like El Salvador, for example. They announced Bitcoin as a fiat, and which means that can be legally to use a payment method. And I'm going to El Salvador right after this event for Lab Bitcoin. And that's very interesting. I can see like a lot of country over there in Latin, the people over there, they're unbanked first. They're not just about a banking system. And they're naturally crypto friendly. And most of people, they're easily to accept the crypto. And no matter as a payment method or as a gift, or as a collateral, or even like compare gold. That's their thoughts. Okay, they're not like high trading values, but they're storage then, and also they want to use as a fiat and to give people. And I think that's the use case that we can see. That's why we want to build wallets with the payment method, and eventually it can easily for people to pay to people instantly. Low gas fee, maybe zero, near to zero fee, and very fast, So I think that will become kind of like Alipay and WeChat Pay in China. So people only with a phone, with a QR code, you can see the image that can go anywhere. You don't need to use fiat anymore and use your wallet, and you can pay. And that can really bring a mass adoption into the industry and really can help the industry to grow because you need to educate the user to use crypto first, get used to it, what they're doing every day, and then they will start using crypto for more things, for example, like financial products, DeFi mining, and staking. I think that's too complicated for them. So what we try to do, we try to simplify those products and to mass adoption, so for them to easier to enter in this world. Yeah.
I need to make a quick comment. We see a European project at the moment, Credix. They are trying to bring venture debt to Latin America. So it's the mixture between DeFi and also supporting ventures in Latin America. So we already see these global kind of new projects mixing DeFi and focusing on special areas, Latin America,
we will open
emerging
the
markets.
channel.
Exactly, and this is super exciting. We have 10 seconds left.
Okay.
David?
All right, I'll just go very fast. You guys kind of summed it up, but like I think ultimately what we're very excited about is just like these high network effect platform plays where it accrues a lot of user base, and all of these users can really, bring more value back to the platform. So us as a VC, we've already started to invest in the earlier stages of Chingari, of Aurora, of Stardust, some of the projects that natively building on Solana that is taking some of these metrics to the extreme. But at the same time, China and Greater Asia, it opens the doors for a lot of these mass adoptions for these platform plays that go into like under collateralized lending, like I mentioned before, micro payments, but a means of like super fluid payments, right? Where like people can be paid by the hour instead of having monthly paychecks, and that can be very easily done at a global scale. Things like prediction markets, that's essentially broken on Ethereum, right? But I think having sort of a way to be able to better sort of have these oracles that, ultimately, utilize the low gas fees to, have these more presented and be more functional on the Solana ecosystem. And lastly, like insurance, a lot of people don't really talk about it, but I think that's also going to be huge in Solana, building out a lot of these DeFi protocols. All of them are just a lot of people just aping in and taking no sort of risk measures, but I think ultimately having the right protocols, having the different tranching systems to making sure you're accurately hedging your risk and being able to provide sort of more sort of for the end retail consumers to protect their assets, right?
Yeah. So awesome. I hope we have been able to show that the emerging markets are coming, and that Solana is having a clear edge due to everything, low gas fees and everything. Solana is super attractive for the emerging markets, plus the European market. And next we have Alexis and Raj. And I do not want to spend more time here. I think they have a great announcement. So thank you very much, and see you soon.
Thank you.
All right, well, we're continuing the afternoon now. Thanks all for coming out again today. So we were just talking about total addressable market, and one of the really great things about working in crypto is that addressable market seems to get larger and larger and larger on a daily basis. You see new products and new services moving into new spaces, and that field is ever expanding. DeFi opened up whole new opportunities. NFTs are changing a lot of the way the art and gaming space works, and then there's a lot going on too in the social space as well. So we have here two of the most qualified people to talk on this. We have Alexis and Raj. Let's bring them up on the stage.
Ooh.
Beautiful.
This is fun. Hey, everybody.
It's electric.
Okay. All right, all right. Nice to see y'all, too. Oh, there we go. Okay. This is big. This is just, the building of a new internet. Probably nothing.
Probably nothing. It's such an honor, Alexis, really, to be on stage with you. It's like a dream. I've been a power user of Reddit, and I saw the way that you created that, and the intention that you brought into it, and the intention you've brought into how we build technology that connects people together, and the conviction you have about how you want it to connect them for good, not pull them apart, but pull them together through things that connect them, their interests, their common grounds.
Oh, yes.
And give them the tools to do that.
Oh, well, thank you, man.
Yeah, it's been really awesome.
I feel grateful. I was a dumb college kid in 2005 starting Reddit, and the inspiration were message boards. And I ran a PHPBB forum. Shout out PHPBB. I think those bulletin boards are still cranking somewhere in parts of the internet, but it was a hope for a more connected internet. But I really had no idea what would come from it. I'm obviously grateful. Hopefully, if you all are Redditors, any, couple, one or two, thank you. Thank you for all of your upvotes, and thank you for also admitting you're the least productive people here. So thank you for your candor. I got so excited as crypto started taking off because Reddit is where I dove in. r/Bitcoin is the community that inspired me to first invest in Coinbase back in 2012. r/Ethereum was the community that got me really excited about what could actually be done with programmable money and this concept of building an internet that was decentralized and truly in the hands of all the people creating content. And now what I am seeing here, especially within the Solana community, is nothing short of awesome. And we can just cut to the chase. And one of the reasons why I'm here is to announce a collaboration that we're doing. I have a venture fund called 776. We're earmarking with the Solana Foundation $50 million to invest in the next wave of social built on Solana. Because I think this new world, we were debating whether to do the announcement at the start or at the end. I'm happy we did it at the start. It's good vibes. But my job these days is with our team to look for the next big thing, put our money into it, give our support, our advice, our feedback, and help build businesses that'll be even bigger than any of the ones I've created. And it's exciting because this actually fulfills ambitions that I remember having 16 years ago, but that we just couldn't execute on because the technology did not exist. And so I'm going to take you down memory lane a little bit. We'll fire up some slides. This is actually the very first version of Reddit that went live in 2005. I was not a great web designer. I was not. I'm really proud of Snoo, our mascot. I created that while I was bored in marketing class. But this is the first version, and a couple of things to notice. Karma score. Absolutely stole that from Slashdot. But I realized, okay, if we can get people to be incentivized to post good stuff, we can get more people to post more good stuff. And we'll just use internet points. It'll just be made up. And so if you got an upvote, you would gain a karma point. If obviously you were downvoted, you'd lose one. As you can see here, I posted the first link to Reddit, the Downing Street memo, and I was promptly downvoted because my co-founder is a dick. And I knew exactly who it was because it was just the two of us in an apartment. Like I knew who did that, and I have -1 karma. But internet points were the way we got people to come together and produce high quality content. If you could believe me, in 2005, no one believed me when I said that people would spend all this time on the internet creating content, sharing content, commenting on content. But it clearly it worked, and as we saw more and more progress, I obsessed over even designing the up and down arrows. We had I probably did 10 iterations. I'm embarrassed by how many different versions of up and down arrows I designed. But this was all with the idea that we could reward people and get them feeling like their contributions mattered and encourage the best behavior. You'll notice the leaderboard there, the stats. That little janky link was one of the most important parts of the website back in 2005 because the top submitters cared so much where they were on the leaderboard that when the stats thing went down, we would get a flurry of emails from people saying something's wrong, fix the stats leaderboard, right? I grew up playing video games, probably like a lot of you, and this seemed like a pretty obvious mechanism to just motivate people to keep posting content. But again, we're talking about internet points that outside of the community don't really amount to much. Even awards. So once karma points sort of exceeded their value, because once people got far enough along on Reddit, a new user would come on and feel demoralized because the idea of one day getting 1 million karma points seemed impossible. So I had to create new games. These awards, I was inspired by GoldenEye on the N64 because at the end of Deathmatch, even my friends who were terrible at the game and never won would still get a little fun award at the end, like most cowardly, and we would ridicule them for that. It turned out that's like you spend the least amount of time on the screen of other players during the match. And it was these novel awards that inspired the Reddit Awards. Today, I mean, I literally have people who introduce themselves not by their government name, not by their username, but by the fact that they are a 12-year Redditor or a 14-year Redditor, right? These badges, these awards that were just a game mechanic that I created 16 years ago without much thought have become a sense of pride. But I look at all these things and I think, damn, if only there was value beyond this world of this ecosystem, because there's clearly value there. And everything I've seen in the last few years, the reason I'm so excited about Web3 is this is all the same mechanisms, except with real ownership, with real value gained by the people who did all the amazing work to make these platforms function. And then I can't not talk about swag. This was Reddit's original business model. And it was actually the first fight we had. So the first 2 months of Reddit, we got into a big fight because I really wanted to sell merch. Wow. I knew that even though we had this burgeoning user base, that like random strangers on the internet would want to buy t-shirts with our logo on it as a way to show solidarity with our tribe. And it was a huge fight, finally won it. And I built a store, and this is before Shopify, before Stripe. This was like a janky PayPal order flow. It was really hard to take money from strangers on the internet back in 2005, okay? But I get this janky storefront up. I filled the bedroom with probably like 300, 400 t-shirts and put it online, and within 24 hours, sold out. And then I spent the next day stuffing envelopes and taking garbage bags full of these t-shirts to the post office. And with every one of them I sent out, I felt a little bit validated because random people on the internet wanted to show their pride by making their torso into a billboard for us and give us money for that privilege, right? Today, just seeing someone change their profile pic is an even bigger statement of that sort of tribal solidarity. And again, maybe if you have one of these original 400 Reddit shirts, you could probably fence it on eBay for a few bucks, but you didn't actually capture the real value. There was tremendous value in being one of those early adopters and signing up to say, yes, I am a part of this, I want you to believe. And everything I see play out, even the most basic profile pic project, is a reminder that this is like the core atomic unit of building community online. And I just can't help but get even more excited because the rate at which this will grow is hard to overstate. And even just thinking about where you all were, we were reminiscing backstage a year ago or 2 years ago with how far the Solana ecosystem has gone. And I'm just very excited. So I'm thrilled to be announcing this phone with you. I hope we can do some amazing stuff together and fund the next generation of the social web.
I think we totally will. It's totally going to happen.
Do that? Are you down with that? Okay.
It's going to be incredible. So I don't know if anyone was paying attention yesterday, but can we get my slides up? So something interesting happened. Right before Alexis and I went on to I think it was Fortune interview.
Yeah, Fortune interview.
To talk about this, or Forbes, one or the other, to talk about this fund. I had gone on Twitter. Do you have my slides? There you go. GM, everyone, by the way. GM.
Yes. Good morning.
So. Someone who happens to be a good friend of mine, Sam Lesson, this wasn't me threatening Sam, right? I mean, I've known him for 10 years. We trust each other. Sam talks a lot about how, he was in the room when Venmo first made the trust feature. I should be able to trust Alexis to be able to take as much money from me as he wants. We have a relationship. We should be able to flag that, right? All these little features, the nuances of how we connect with one another and how we trust each other and how we have relationships should be reflected in social. But right now there's only little pieces, and it's the pieces that happen because, one platform that becomes monolithic decides, which features it's going to differentiate on. And so, I guess I should have expected this, and my comms people tell me, that I should have expected it, but I got suspended on the first day of Breakpoint. And it was kind of actually amazing because I'm super addicted to Twitter. This is the first time I've spent 24 hours not on Twitter in probably years.
Jack just wanted you to have a respite from
Jack's
Twitter.
a meditator. He wanted me to just meditate, on my feelings and beliefs and my actions, and I did. And just another point on this, like it was a joke, right? It was a reference to this Costco founder who, when the CEO talked about, increasing the cost of hot dogs, he said, "I will kill you." And so this was sort of two ideas together in one tweet. There's a lot of nuance, like I said, in social, right? Sam and I know each other, so of course I would never kill him, And also, if you know this joke, it's the idea that there are some things that are sacred, that are positive, that are inherently good. Like a cheap hot dog for everyone that comes into Costco is like part of their belief system, GM is like part of our belief system. We should wake up every morning and talk to each other with good intentions. And if you're gonna threaten that, I will kill you, right? and that joke.
Like a Costco hot dog.
Like a Costco hot dog. And that joke, Twitter doesn't get it, right? The rules don't get it. It's going to be hard to regulate these things and moderate these things, but when all of it comes from one place, we just see that nobody's happy. Jack's not happy, right? With the rules that he's been forced to put in place, which is why he's deciding to turn Twitter into a client to a decentralized protocol. I think my fear, and I don't know if you agree, but Facebook's going to do the same thing, and Reddit's going to do the same thing. Everyone's going to do the same thing, but these things happen pretty slow, and there's opportunity to build from all directions. It doesn't have to be the old social platforms converting. We can build new ones, and it doesn't have to be competition, and it doesn't have to be winner take all. There will be hundreds of successful social media companies that are protocols and clients to those protocols, and choices will be made in programmable, modular ways between communities, just like subreddits do that in certain ways. But it'll be much more fluid, and we'll be able to govern these rules. I kind of see this pretty clearly, but I only see maybe 5 or 10 companies trying it and building it. There should be 100. There should be 100 tomorrow. So as we were talking, with this reporter yesterday, it was a flurry of theses, and even backstage, we just couldn't stop talking about all the ways that this future is going to happen, and I think it's going to happen quickly. And I think I kind of realized $50 million is not that much for the number of teams and stabs at this problem that I think can happen in the next 12 months. So we're gonna increase it to $100 million.
That's right. See that? We lured you in with the 50. Surprised you with the hundo. And look, this is real. As normally, incumbents have had, and Zuck has taken full advantage of this, incumbents have had a huge unfair advantage with the distribution. As social evolved, Facebook can gobble up Instagram, can gobble up WhatsApp, can get the economies of scale of that distribution. But I would argue in Web3 it's actually a liability, because the intention with which you're building these new protocols and these new communities starts from the very beginning. It seeds the foundation of how people think about the platform. And the baggage of Web 2 infrastructure and the Web 2 precedent is that, you're ultimately just harvested for an advertiser. And that factors into product decisions. That factors into design decisions. And what's really exciting is that there's a whole new slew of founders who have a chance to jump into a very energized community and actually start building something with a very different business model in mind, and very different product instincts, and very different design focus, and that's compelling. And I think we could see new platforms emerge very fast. Even we talked about Discord backstage and how, 2015, I think I first started noticing them on the sidebars of gaming communities on Reddit, and I thought, damn, they're onto something here. And as someone who's suffered through TeamSpeak, it was okay, clearly there's got to be a better way. But that was 5 years now, 6 years now. Discord is the sort of dominant platform for all the real-time conversation around NFTs and a lot of things in crypto. But that window for a new platform to emerge, keeps getting smaller and smaller. It keeps moving faster and faster, and we haven't even seen what happens when people build this way first. So very
Totally,
excited.
yeah. The cycles are getting faster, right? And we don't have to wait. And I think even just the rise of Solana and the cycles in the blockchain industry have been getting faster, and a lot of folks are surprised by how much and how fast Solana has grown. I think this next wave of companies are going to get to 1 billion. I mean, we said it at the top of this whole conference, right? 1 billion users, and we didn't set a timeline. We said as fast as possible. I think it could happen in 12 months, 18 months. It's very feasible if we build that future, And I think it'll happen in waves. Applications, protocols will be quickly saturating to 1 billion, 4 billion users, in rapid succession, because it doesn't have to be a competition of a monolith against another. It's just ideas and changes and protocol shifts and forks that can propagate very quickly. So I think this future is going to happen very quickly, and it's all connected, right? This is why we wanted to have Solana be one giant global state machine. A lot of people call it monolithic. Yeah, it's monolithic. Like, that's the point, right? It's all one computer that we can build all of this together on, because if you saw, I realized a lot of people missed some of the best talks here, but Jules Urbach from Render is making a photorealistic metaverse. We will be able to connect these social protocols to that that rendering engine, and we will be living in the metaverse faster than anyone thinks. It's going to happen.
And when that user experience hits, it will hit. In 16 years of designing product, of investing in product, I keep coming back to great user experiences almost always end up winning. And that's broadly defined, right? That's the literal user experience, as well as the sort of figurative, how does it make customers or users feel? And what's exciting is we can do things on Solana that, and I'm not a maximalist in any regard. You'll see me, I'm very pragmatic on this stuff. But we can do things on Solana that just make so much more sense to create that amazing user experience that people have come to expect. And that's it at the end of the day. That's what wins. And you tie that in to being able to actually own the content you create and actually get rewarded for things like community building. It's going to be exhilarating. The second wave, or Web 2, whatever we're calling it, I really believe is going to look like this transition period, almost a blip in the internet, where we first got online, everyone was on the World Wide Web, and we were making our GeoCities websites and just trying to build for what was largely a pretty read-only internet. And it's so obvious to me, even in these last few years now, coming out of the crypto winter, that this era we're in now is going to really define the internet as we know it. And when I'm explaining to my daughter about these phases of the internet, she's going to look at me and be like, wow, Dad, like you played all those video games without being rewarded for any of your time or effort. And she'll be shocked. She'll be shocked that I bought things on the internet that I didn't really own, right? She'll be shocked that so many of the things that are really some of the most valuable work online, whether it's content creation or curation or community building, weren't rewarded in any way, shape, or form. It will seem like this weird, dismal, brief period of the internet. And I think we'll all be better off for it, ultimately. But I'm just excited to see what people build, because we're also still, we're all still in the very early days where we're actually just trying to take better versions of what we've known for Web 2. And I think things level up once we get out of that mindset and then eventually start building the things with a sort of first principled look at what Web 3 really can unlock. But I'm already excited for the stuff that's coming, which is why we're going to put $100 million to work funding it.
You know what else we should do is make sure the app stores allow NFTs and tokens.
Yes.
Are we really going to hold this back at the...
It seems, the good news is, look, I know Epic, on the one hand, has been fighting the good fight, and on the other, not so much. But momentum here is on our side in a world where I know most of y'all are probably default skeptical of regulators, which is a fine thing to be. I really do think, though, that the principles of what is getting built now are so aligned with the average person, with the consumer, and I still do believe that those people are represented by people in government who are, at the end of the day, beholden to the voters. I do think the more that we can tie the sort of relevance and the value of crypto to the average American, especially beyond our initial like early adopter community, the more we can make crypto a big part of people's lives, the better. Because that ultimately is going to put leverage on the couple of monopolists or the duopolists with their app stores. And I think it's still one of the strongest leverage points we have, which is it's just not good for consumers to have one of two app stores to choose from, and both that are pretty egregious in what they charge and the control they have.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, it's clear that social media affects government, it affects political movements, right? It's just very clear to all of us. And I think one of the things that I always have tried to do, building products where people are, taking on social behaviors, connecting, is replicate what they're already doing, but do it in a positive way. I think you did that really well with Reddit, right? Like focusing on upvotes, focusing on content creation, and elevating each other and our creations and our content. And I'm curious, like, do you have any ideas about how the types of forces that have coalesced political movements in social media might be reflected in this next Web3 version of social media?
I think
in a positive way, right?
I really do think we're seeing some really interesting types of governance emerge. Like, okay, I mean, look, for those of us, whether we're in European democracies, American democracies, global democracies, like, we ostensibly like these ideas of everyone gets a vote. And what's interesting now is you're even seeing with some of the recent ENS stuff and some of this, like, just even the concept of vote delegation being something that, like, is getting more normalized. Like, what I love about Web3 broadly is we get a chance to think about, from first principles, how we can architect better and more sort of representative systems. And so, like, on the one hand, I'm like, would I ever, like, delegate my vote for president of the United States? Would I ever delegate my vote for some company I'm on a shareholder of? Like, maybe not, probably not, definitely not. Like, there's a spectrum of answers to that. But what we get to build is whatever we think is the best tool for the job, and then the broad market basically decides, okay, this is what wins. And this kind of experimentation, I think, tends to be among the most, or will ultimately reward sort of the most egalitarian way possible, because it's not controlled as basically every institution has been from the top down for so long. So I do think there is this pretty strong streak throughout the crypto community that almost by definition is built in opposition to institutions that have had top-down authority and plenty of times abused it. So I think when you combine community and capital, which we're seeing play out right now, really surreal things happen. And Wall Street Bets is probably the most visceral example that I get asked about all the time back in the States. But that is just that's one example of many where you are seeing a power shift from the traditional top-down structures to the bottom up, where it's people who are connected online, able to communicate in real time at scale for free, essentially, and now able to also move dollars. And even though those dollars individually may not be that much, in aggregate, especially when sort of coordinated, can move markets, can shift all kinds of things. And we're still this is the experimental phase of it. So I'm excited to see what's to come.
The word delegation, I think, that I heard there is so important, because delegation is happening, like you said, every day in crypto, right? We delegate to validators. In Solana, there are stake pools, and there's kind of nested delegation that can happen. And our representative democracy is a delegation of responsibility and decision-making authority, right?
Yeah.
But there are really only a few ways that you can do it, and a few, bodies that you delegate to, and a few people. But yeah, and then you mentioned, this idea of would I delegate my presidential vote? Maybe not that one, but there's like probably 100 offices that we're voting for. Right now we just go one side of the ticket, right? That's a pretty dumb way to do it. Not everyone's doing their research.
And and then this is, I don't know, this is the opening of a lot of doors for a lot of people, because even with all the progress that we have made so far, we are still a pretty insular community, right? We are all still early. Just being here means you are in a very, very select group. Like, congratulations, you're gonna make it. Like, you're among the earliest adopters. Yes, I mean it's true, and so you're among the earliest adopters of something that I've been on record. I was on Rogan, CNBC, like 2014, saying that I was cautiously optimistic about crypto because it just felt like, no, this is too good to be true. Somehow it's gonna get screwed up. Someone's gonna mess it up. But I've gone from that to like pretty irrationally exuberant now in the last year. It now feels inevitable. And so everyone who is here, you are among the earliest adopters for this. You all have a mindset shaped by being immersed in this space for a little while now. There is a whole world. The vast majority of people still have not even started to think about the world the way that we do now by default. And that is going to unlock even more creativity and even more motivation and even more energy. And I'm excited to see that. And I encourage you, please, go out of your way to find people in your immediate community. I mean, your friend group's an easy place to start. Don't be that person who just at every dinner just keeps talking about crypto. But please create this to be as welcoming and open as possible, because that is actually the long-term greedy move to make, because the faster that this adoption spreads beyond the early adopters in tech, especially the dudes who tend to look like me, the faster that this actually comes to fruition and the more powerful it actually is. And I'm excited because we get to rethink so many systems, and because finance is tied intrinsically into this, it means rewarding people for work, for effort, for creativity that historically have not been. And I get excited about that because selfishly I just want better stuff. And so whether it is better democracy, whether it is better art, whether it's better social networking, we will get to see a flourishing, a literal renaissance happening because of what is getting built here. And that is an amazing thing to be a part of, because there will not be another time like this.
There will be. It's awesome, man. This is so cool.
Dude.
Going back to my slides real quick, I just want to close on one note, if we have them up. So, the one thing that came out of yesterday was this idea of #FreeRaj, which I love, but I'm back now. And so I don't need to be freed, but I do need to be freed from centralized social media. I want to get off Twitter. I want to get off. And help me do that, right? Build the next Twitter, build the next Facebook, build the next Instagram, and I don't know, I'm going to have a special prize for whoever helps me get off and delete my accounts from those centralized services.
Ooh, the bounty is out there. I love it. Right on.
You can come hang out with me and Alexis. Yeah. Cool. Dude, thank you so much for coming, Alexis. This has been phenomenal. And I think we have many more great conversations to come. And so many teams are going to form. It's going to be truly wonderful. I can't wait to do this with you. And thank you for committing capital and your time to these builders. It just means the world. Thank you.
I'm excited. Very grateful, y'all.
Thank you both for that. I now want to try to make a decentralized TikTok and take you up on that. So we'll see. I don't know how to do that. I'm not a dev, but we'll see. Anyway, to build all these cool things, we do need internet access in the first place. So decentralizing that and making that more open for everyone to use is key. And in this talk, we're going to hear from Chris Bruce, the founder of Helium, as to building decentralized internet access with crypto.
Hey, everybody. What an amazing conference. I got to say, this is probably the best crypto conference I've ever been to. I'm hoping you guys feel the same. And let's give a round of applause to all these people that are helping, from the AV people to the people serving food to Solana to the sponsors. What a great job they've done. So one thing I should correct, I am not a Helium founder. I am actually on the board of directors of the Helium Foundation, so easy mistake there. But I have been a part of Helium even before it was founded. I know the co-founders and everything. I'm going to tell you a good story about them soon. But I'd like to know, how many of you here in the audience, raise your hand if you've actually heard of Helium or if you know anything about it. All right, some of you. And there's a lot that haven't, which is good, because I'm going to tell you what Helium is and hopefully give you some cool things about decentralized wireless networks. But first of all, Helium is a decentralized wireless network. And in fact, it's the largest decentralized wireless network in the world today. And it got here in 2 short years. But before we figure out how we got here, let's jump back and see how it was actually started. So Helium was founded in 2013. And that's very old for crypto. I mean, that's dog years old in the crypto space. So the truth is, it really wasn't a crypto company to begin with. In fact, it was a group of people that were just tinkering around with hardware. So back in 2013, hardware 2.0 was a big, exciting topic in Silicon Valley. There's Fitbit, August locks. Everybody wanted to put a sensor in anything they could, dog collars, all sorts of things. Sean Fanning, who created Napster, not the Sean Parker Sean that you see, or the Justin Timberlake character that you see that played Sean Parker, which was the other co-founder, but Sean Fanning, who his nickname happened to be Napster in college because of his hair, probably like somebody else we know in the crypto field. He wanted to get into hardware, and all software engineers at some point wanted to tinker around with physical things. So him, Amir Halim, who is the CEO of Helium today, and Sean Carey got together and started tinkering around with hardware. And what they decided is to build an IoT company. And many people don't know this, but the company was actually called Skynet, which is pretty funny. And luckily, wiser minds prevailed, and they renamed the company to Helium. But back at this time, IoT was huge. There's going to be billions of connected devices. It was going to change the world. Everything was going to have a sensor in it. And so Helium started. They had an amazing hardware company, amazing engineers. They did the hardware, the firmware, software. They built a complete stack to let people and businesses and companies deploy IoT networks. And they developed hardware and toolkits and things like that for people to build sensors that could connect to those networks. And being the pedigree that they are, they had no problem getting money. In fact, Sean would tell Amir, tell the investors to send the money. And Amir would be like, wait, I don't know which investor you're talking about, a term sheet, nothing. But Sean would just say, send the money. And so they had easy access to capital. They raised some great capital from some of these great companies that you see here, Google Ventures, Khosla, and much later when they pivoted to blockchain, multi-coin, and some of these others. But back then, they wanted to build IoT networks, and they started going. They had some customers. They got some traction. They had easy access to capital, but at some point, it became easier to get capital than it took to grow customers. And they really ran into a fundamental issue at that time with IoT. They weren't the only ones that had this issue. Pretty much everybody in the IoT space had the issue. And to sum it up, if I wanted to put a sensor on a dog collar, and I wanted to know when my dog was lost, where was she? What I need to do that is I need some kind of network for that dog collar to talk to and transmit the GPS data. And at the time, there was Bluetooth low energy, there's Wi-Fi, there's pretty much those two things, some other networks that didn't really go that far. But I, as a company, would have to build that network. I have to build those access points, those gateways, or those hotspots. And so something that maybe is a $2 sensor now required like a $300 investment, and like I put that hotspot in my house, but I want to know when the dog is, you know, a mile away. And so there was this problem where we needed this global ubiquitous wireless network, or IoT is going to fail. And at the time, they're starting to bump into this. Like, they were having trouble getting funding. They're starting to think, like, how do we evolve this? And there's two things that you should know about Helium. They have epic brainstorming sessions with very expensive whiskey, which seems to work very well. And Amir Halim was a professional gamer. He was actually the #1 Quake player in the world. And so they have this interesting trolling culture where everybody in the company is constantly trolling, trying to one-up the troll. And during one of these brainstorming sessions, somebody came up with the idea, well, let's use crypto. Let's figure out how we can get crypto to incentivize the network. And that was really just a joke. It was a troll. But everybody wanted to one-up the troll by trying to be more serious. Okay, yeah, let's get a white paper going. So one of the front-end engineers builds a white paper. And they're all, yeah, okay, we could do this. Like, let's, you know, figure this out, figure that out. And eventually, it got to the point where the troll became too serious to ignore. And so, from there, they got their heads together and decided to completely pivot Helium into the blockchain world. And their goal was to use a Helium token to incentivize people to buy a hotspot, to deploy a hotspot, and to build this network. And so they came up with something like this. This is a minted miner. It's a hotspot. And they created a novel way to basically generate tokens. And so what they came up with was something called proof of coverage. So the idea was you buy this hotspot, you deploy it, other hotspots in your area will challenge you, will test to see if you're actually where you say you are, if you could receive and transmit data, and in turn, you'll earn tokens. Now, the flip side is any of these dog collars or these toasters or whatever finagle device is out there that wants to talk to the internet, now all they had to do was buy some tokens, burn it into data credits, which are pegged to $1, so they get an idea of how much it really costs to send a packet in fiat currency. And now they can actually jump onto this network with their product, get to the internet like they need. People that are providing a real bona fide utility are earning tokens. People that need to use that utility are actually spending tokens. And so this is almost a perfect example of a utility token. So fast forward to today. Helium, in just the last week or so, broke its way into the top 50 coins on CoinMarketCap. Thank you. It has deployed the largest IoT, decentralized IoT network in the whole world, done it in 2 years, and actually has been the fastest deployment of any wireless network ever. Number two, it has nearly 300,000 hotspots deployed in 20,000 cities, 142 countries, again, all within 2 years. And the sort of sad part about this is that the supply chain problems that we're all experiencing, cars that take 6 months to manufacture because of supply chain issues, really limited the deployment of these. There's a back order of nearly 500,000 of these today. These are very hard to get, and in fact, I'm going to give away one at the end, so stick around. And I think if there wasn't supply chain issues like we see today, I bet that number would be closer to 1 million. The other thing you got to understand is today, if you look at Lime scooters or any of these micromobility or anybody that is actually using the only technology that they could use besides helium to get on a network, it's cellular. And those Lime scooters or those bikes, they all have a SIM card, which costs anywhere from $10 to $20 each in bulk. And they cost $3 a month, at least, minimum, to send the data that they need to. With helium, sending data, depending on the packet size, but sending data of a typical IoT device, say once every minute for a whole entire year, costs $1. So again, we've basically built a global, ubiquitous IoT network that works for small devices that run on batteries that doesn't cost a lot. One of the smart things that the team did is they leveraged an existing wireless technology. They built everything on LoRa. The beauty about LoRa is that today there's hundreds of millions of devices that already work on LoRa. So these devices work at a range of 1 to 5 miles. They're very low power. And because there's so many of them, they can immediately jump onto the Helium network and start using it. So as a result of that, we've just seen rapid growth. The other interesting thing about this Helium project is it's created a massive ecosystem. So not only do you have the people that are deploying these hotspots, you also have people manufacturing these hotspots. So Helium built the very first hotspots, sold the very first hotspots, but immediately wanted to decentralize. It's no point in being a central authority, just the only ones building a hotspot and controlling the network. It doesn't make sense. So what they did is they open sourced all the hardware. The Helium Foundation formed a HIP, or a Helium Improvement Proposal process, where any third-party manufacturer can actually come on board, make hotspots, and sell them without any really involvement of Helium. The beauty of that is today there's over 20 manufacturers and the list is growing. We're still supply chain constrained, so it's still kind of hard to get them, but that should be alleviating pretty soon. On the flip side of all that, we have the devices, the dog collars, the toasters. Now, in hardware development cycles, it's usually 1.5 to 2 years before you build a product and it becomes commercially available. So we're starting to see that now. We've been around for 2 years. Elisa Chain has been on mainnet for 2 years. We're now starting to see a ton of devices coming, and it covers the gamut of industries. Agriculture, healthcare, oil and gas. Heck, we have rat traps that sit in a basement and alert you when something happens. If you get an IoT device here today, Helium is covered all throughout Lisbon. You can immediately turn it on and it'll work. But I want you to think about something. So if we look at blockchains, there is a lot of asinine use cases that people are trying to fit blockchains into. We're talking, square peg, round hole. It's amazing. But there's a lot of things that blockchains are actually really changing. And I think we can all agree in this audience that DeFi, banking, even the stock market is going to be radically different because of blockchains. But if you look at Helium, if we can do this for one wireless network, we should be able to do this for any wireless network. And if you start thinking along those lines, could it be possible that something like a blockchain could actually decentralize critical infrastructure like telecom, or maybe electricity delivery? Well, we are now launching 5G. Our goal here is to build a decentralized wireless network that your phone in your pocket can use. We have partnered with San Jose to roll out 5G network there so that their low-income members of that society can actually get internet. We have announced partnerships with Dish Network, who's going to launch 3 million of their receivers with 5G Helium built in. And if you don't know this, Dish Network owns a license for T-Mobile and Boost Mobile. GigSky, which is another thing if you travel a lot you may use, has also announced a partnership to run their services on Helium Network. This is an amazing job in just 2 short years with something that was fundamentally a joke. And a company called Skynet. Thank God that didn't stick around. So fast forward to now. 5G is on the horizon. They're already shipping hotspots. And next year, you will see a ton of hotspots running on 5G. Network operators, the telcos, are actively looking for partners to offload or use their network in a roaming fashion, if you're familiar with that. Because 5G, the range is shorter, but the bandwidth is higher. And so the amount of density that their antennas need to have is huge. And it's a fundamental problem that they're going to run into that they cannot scale and they can't build a network fast enough, and it's going to be hugely expensive. So they're looking for ways to offload that traffic onto other partners, and Helium is a perfect example. We literally built the fastest growing wireless network in the world, and we're going to do it again with 5G. So if you are interested in learning more, check out helium.com. If you want to get one of these today, just one, enter this link, fill out your information. I'll pick a random winner in about 30 minutes, and you can get one of these. Thank you very much.
It's been pretty awesome to see all-time highs across the board during this conference. All the rest of the conferences during 2020 and 2021 that I've been to actually were like really bad corrections. So I think it is a sign for Solana that we are hitting all-time highs across the board during this time. But after these all-time highs, there's the question of where the crypto space is going, because this is only here for now, and there will be a lot of building to come that is not centered around these all-time highs. So this upcoming talk is going to be around where crypto native investors think that we're headed after this, because they might just be known for their profile pics online of whatever NFTs they're holding, but they do have expertise on where we are headed after this. So we have Julian from StakeDAO, Arthur from Defiance Capital, Santiago from Angel, who is an angel investor, and Darren Lau, who is from the Daily Ape and Not Blau Capital, is the moderator. So welcome them to the stage.
Hey guys, my name is Darren. I'll be the moderator for this session. We are going to talk about what's coming next after all-time highs. So before we begin, can everyone just give a round of introductions? Who wants to go first?
Good. Hey guys, I'm Santiago, also Punk9159, and I guess I'm an angel investor.
This is Arthur from, I'm a founding partner of Defiance Capital. We are a DeFi-focused crypto investment fund. Yeah, we've been investing in Solana as well. Yep.
It's Julian Boutolu. I'm the founder of Stake Capital. So I represent not StakeDAO today, but Stake Capital. And I've been investing in the space for quite some time. We also invest massively in Solana at the beginning. And yeah, that's it.
Got it. Yeah, thanks for the introductions. Given that you guys are all DeFi native, you guys have all invested in the space, and we are currently looking at all-time highs for Bitcoin especially, as well as Ethereum and Solana. What do you guys think about DeFi here, and how do you guys think it can evolve from here, given that we're already at all-time highs?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's like an interesting question, but it's also not an interesting question because no one really knows. Like, predicting these markets, like even Bitcoin is in price discovery. You know, when you think about how many people, you walk outside and you think how many people actually understand crypto, how many people have used crypto, and it's less than 0.1% of the world's population. So, like, let's just start there. But okay, we've seen a lot of price action. Bitcoin's gone. You know, everything is in all-time highs, not only in crypto, I guess. But I think it's important to just remember, we are at a point where this technology is being used, and that wasn't the case in 2017. And I think now you have a lot of infrastructure that can support more users. And so, there's obviously market cycles, but the analogy that I'll make is software as a service. So you had the internet boom in the 90s, and then it was a big crash for 2-3 years. And then you had software as a service come 2001. And you've been in over the last 20 years of this massive transformation in software. And I think crypto is hitting that point. Are we going to see a correction? Normally sometimes narratives get too ahead of fundamentals. But there's also, DeFi, when you look at relative to, I guess NFTs and gaming, which I'm more increasingly interested in, is sort of in this kind of left for dead. Yep. If you compare it against ETH charts or just against, some other like Solana or Bitcoin, crypto markets are curious because people love to chase narratives and they forget that there's been a lot of traction in DeFi. It's a pretty resilient financial system that has been built over the last couple of years.
Yeah. So I think that even after Q2, like the DeFi from a price perspective has not been performing. When you look at the fundamental metrics, there's actually still a lot of growth, and like Aave actually has been hitting the all-time high in TVL, like $30 billion, I think as of like 2 weeks ago. This is even higher than the May top, but the price is still like 50% below the all-time high. So I think it's just like the market right now, the attention it's not really in the so-called DeFi blue chips. It's just because the narrative is shifting very quickly, and there's a lot more exciting things for most people to get involved with, such as NFT and the gaming. And I think I want to borrow some quotes by Kane. He mentioned that financial services are ultimately quite infrastructural for most of the normal people. So in terms of the attention it captures, it's naturally going to be a lot less broader compared to NFT and gaming, because NFT, gaming and the stuff is culture, and finance is just finance, right? You do not talk to your friends about your finance that much compared to the other cultural stuff. So I think that is the reason. But there's still a lot of growth, and when you look at the growth rate, right, the multi-chain future is definitely happening. We've been pretty ETH-centric until beginning of the year, and right now I think we just very convinced that Solana have hit exit velocity. I mean, I mentioned on my tweet that Phantom have 1 million weekly active user right now, and it took MetaMask 4 years to achieve that number. So we can definitely see the growth accelerating. And yeah, so the DeFi ecosystem on other chain, mainly Solana and a few others as well, is definitely growing faster from a percentage perspective. But on the absolute capital, everyone is growing. ETH as well is all growing as well. So I think that's what is happening. And when you talk about I think people ask me about the opinion on DeFi 2.0. I think a lot of them are actually still building on a foundation set up by the so-called DeFi blue chips. So there's definitely some innovation there. I think when you look at price, it's mostly narrative driven. Yeah, and I think in terms of the adoption, my prediction is in the next 6 to 12 months, we are going to see a lot of the more forward-looking fintech companies start to integrate DeFi as part of their product offering. The user will interact through the front end of all these fintech company, but the back end will be integrated through the DeFi services. I think this is something that can probably push the adoption of DeFi very fast and very big. Yeah, and I think in that sense, I think also US have a slightly more advanced progress on this compared to the other part of the world like Asia and Europe. I think it's still falling behind. So, but US is really catching really fast on that one. So yeah, I think that's what I see about DeFi right now. But yeah, it's definitely still growing very quickly. It's just the narrative is probably not here that much at the moment.
Yeah, good points. I think what we saying right now, it's completely different from 2017, from the bull market that we had before. Because when the market pumped in 2017, an all-time high, there was a lot of FUD and institutions and central governments. They were fighting crypto, they were fighting blockchain, they were calling the technology a fraud, a scam, Bitcoin being a scam and blockchain. Well, what we're seeing in all-time high right now is the adoptions of the blockchain and all those different projects that we're building. So I think back then that was pretty risky to call it no corrections on the market. But right now, considering that all the countries in the world, central bank, digital currencies, institutions, like Facebook released the metaverse, all the different keywords are now being adopted by the traditional finance and also normal companies. So I believe the market will still grow up in a short term, also medium term. And as mentioned, Arthur, it's very interesting that right now we've been trying to build protocols and all competing to each other on the protocols level. But in short term, what's going to happen, and we're also seeing it, is a lot of different projects are now starting to build on top of those protocols. So not just fighting them, not trying to find a new auto market maker or the new DEX. What we're seeing is because those DEX, those auto market makers are already sufficiently super good and they're doing the job. So now it's pretty difficult to compete with them. So now what people are doing, they're building on top of them. So now we're entering the layer 3. I mean, So layer 2 was like how we can connect to all those different blockchains, bridges, and interaction on DeFi space. And now what we're entering is like layer 3, how we build projects that are talking to all these different projects, blockchains and protocols.
Got it. Yeah. Thanks for the answers. I think given that you guys must see a lot of new projects coming up, you guys have mentioned that you guys are interested in a bunch of different categories, like you mentioned NFTs and you mentioned gaming as well. So like, could you just tell me more about your thesis for these new sectors? What are the new projects that you guys are investing in, given that it's already all-time highs? What are the new things that you guys are positioning yourself into?
Yeah, but from my perspective, I'm still very interested in DeFi. I think, though, I've increasingly spent more and more time thinking about NFTs and gaming. Not to say that I've lost conviction in DeFi. I actually think it's going to be exponential in terms of adoption, because you play a game, it's very familiar. You collect an NFT, and for the last 10 years, I've tried to explain this technology to people, and it's been quite difficult. Why would you? Normally, people are not thinking about storing their wealth and thinking about money or like their finances, but they love playing game. They love collecting. It's a social sport. And it makes it very relatable, and that's what's super exciting. You play a game, and then you say, what else can I do here? And so I think that's where we are in terms of adoption. And so increasingly, I've spent time investing in games, investing in NFTs, and then thinking about, how does the user then interact in this metaverse? And I think ultimately, they're going to be thinking about, okay, I want to swap X token for another. I want to think about savings. And I think ultimately our relationship with money is changing in a very profound way. Especially you look at younger generations, they have no semblance of what a traditional bank account is. But they do have, they love wallets, they love collecting. And ultimately how we think about value, obviously Bitcoin came and said, hey, well, you can have a non-sovereign store of value. And you don't stop there. An NFT could be, another token could be equally good, certainly in-game currency, but also can be used, can be thought of as DeFi. So I'm spending a lot of time at this intersection of what I see as DeFi and games and collectibles.
Yeah, I think for us it's definitely gaming. I always like to talk about that. We are one of the earliest investors in Axie Infinity. I think because we see the potential for play to earn. I myself is a gamer, and I think that the sad thing is we probably have invested 2 years into some MMORPG, become like a top guild, whatever. When you stop playing it, all these things are just gone. You can't even salvage any of it. So I always see there's some like value in like to have a play to earn and incorporating the NFT elements into it. And I think the success of Axie Infinity have definitely proved this. So yeah, we see a lot more gaming project raising right now. And yeah, we've been investing heavily into them. I would say on average, probably the last 2 months, half of our deal flows that we committed has been crypto gaming and NFT projects. So although that we are largely DeFi focused, we still get investing in a lot of high quality gaming projects. And so I think that's one. Another one I think is like, I'm not sure it's part of gaming, but it's the intersection of gaming and the whole digital economy, so-called the metaverse. I think it is my belief that in quite a number of developing countries, the total economic value to be generated from the digital world might exceed their physical world as well. It's just because the mid space are not catching fast enough. Like the Axie Infinity, the wage they can earn there is way higher than the minimum wage of Philippines, for example, mostly. So yeah, I think this is a huge thing. And one of the biggest reasons that we're very bullish on gaming is I think one of the few category that can be detached from the cyclical nature of crypto. Because I always think that, if you have a cash flow, when Bitcoin go down, it doesn't mean those things should be affected, but that's not how the market behaves right now. But what I see is for gaming, even when the market crashed, 60, 70%, people are still going to play the game. And if we see the adoption increasing, I think the market will slowly recognize, and that has nothing to do. Like, market can go down 80%, gamers are still going to play. We've seen the Axie Infinity leading the market during June, July-ish. So I think that is something that I think can potentially be detached from the cyclical nature of the crypto market. So which is why we're very bullish as well.
Yeah, what we've seen, and I think it's really interesting, it's, and you mentioned it, Axie Infinity create, now if you go to the Philippines, the AXS is more valuable than the national currency, like in some part of the country. Like, it's pretty sick, no? Like, and you start to understand, like, what we're moving, and I think Santiago mentioned it, is we'll soon see that money is is a different concept of what we were used to. Like basically, like all those different projects will have their own currency or like their own kind of like way of interacting with the projects. And what we've seen with Axie Infinity, and we built, for example, 2 years ago, Blackpool, which is a quantitative hedge fund for the NFT market. So we've been investing a lot in the NFT markets, building guilds to play those play-to-earn games. And what we've seen in Philippines is actually those people over there, they prefer getting paid with the excess than actually the money over there. And now you understand that people are more getting into this kind of a new paradigm where the money from those from the gaming industry or from those different projects is actually more valuable than national currency. And that's why like countries, like governments, they're now fighting back because they're losing control. When you're losing control of money in your country, you're basically losing control of monopoly, like pushing for like regulations and pushing for different stuff that you want to happen in your country. We did investment in Sorar, the football fantasy game. It's one of the biggest valuation on the market, equity-based, 3.5 billion. We're in the game in this early stage, and it's the same. Now people prefer to get paid in those NFTs than actually receiving normal salaries. So what we're seeing is a complete new paradigm on the money side and the adoption of those NFTs on the market. Yeah.
Do you guys think this is like the future? Like people are getting paid to work digitally, people are getting paid in the digital space rather than in real life and physically. Is this the future of work? What do you guys think of that?
I will add something. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go for it.
You know, I tweeted about it, and there was like some 40 chats, people criticizing, like 70 people in the team. And the reality is like those people, they want to get paid in tokens. Yeah. And if we start talking, you're going to get paid in euros, you're going to get paid in the US dollars, they're like, what about receiving tokens? What about receiving equity, like kind of equity? What about like getting incentivized from the intrinsic value of the project that I'm working on? And this is like completely different from centuries of like workforce. Like what we're really seeing is like if you want to work in a protocol, get involved in a DAO, get involved in a project, those people, they want to receive the direct value, direct incentive from those projects.
Yeah, it's like two really powerful concepts of crypto Web3 generally. One, open source systems are better than closed systems. They invite people to come and build. And from a developer perspective, you have the certainty that you're not going to get rugged. When you're building on top of Facebook and Google, they can just shut off access to you. And now you have a credibly kind of neutral or like platform that you can come and build. And I think the compounding effects of innovation of open source systems are radically faster, like relative to Web 2. And so for that reason, we're going to see so many different use cases that we're not even thinking about today, and which opens up new economic possibilities. You know, play to earn is one, but it doesn't stop there, right? I mean, artists are not going direct to their communities. You can share royalties, all kinds of different possibilities, right? And which is why I think there's a multiverse here. It's not just Ethereum, it's not just Solana, because ultimately these blockchains are going to be perhaps servicing different use cases. And the other component is obviously capturing value for your contributions, right? I mean, in traditional open source systems, like you didn't capture much value. Like Tim Berners-Lee isn't the richest man today because he couldn't capture much value. It's other people like Facebook that build on top of that, this infrastructure that is open for everyone. But crypto just came along and put a token wrapper to it and said anyone that contributes can benefit. And that's just not developers. It's literally everyone in these communities. And that, I think, radically transforms societies in very powerful ways. And so, in the metaverse, yeah, it's going to be crazy. Probably wilder than like Minority Report. You're going to have digital, real estate agents. You're going to have land. Yeah. Maybe a parcel of land in Decentraland gets more visits than Times Square. And I don't think we're too far away from that, especially when you layer on like virtual reality and like haptic feedback and like you're really immersed in these games. And so.
But I hope it's not controlled by Facebook, right? Yeah. I hope we build our own metaverse.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because I don't really trust Mark. Yeah.
Yeah, I think with COVID, people sort of realize you're at home, and I don't think it's going away. Like obviously, like certain things that when you just have to be inside, you're playing more games and stuff. But I think more and more. It's this ability to interact with anyone in the world in a very immersive way in these open communities that is truly kind of transformational, from my opinion.
Yeah, and I think one thing I probably want to add is the NFT. And Santiago is a huge NFT collector here. I think one of the biggest game-changing factor the NFT bring into is the entirely new distribution channel for artists, anyone who produce digital work any way to monetize it and interact with their community directly. And I can tell you this one it doesn't really exist. And most of the artists, be it like musicians, like actual artists, they're actually massively underpaid. I think in US it's a little bit better. Like if you're a musician, there's still some way for you to generate income. But actually, for someone who's familiar with the music industry, a lot of the revenue have actually come from concert instead of actually selling the song. I think that like NFT might actually change that. Especially in Asia, like the Asia, I know a lot of the revenue actually has been, in the music industry has been falling through a cliff. It's just there's no good way to monetize it. Like Spotify, the revenue is too small. But I think this whole NFT is like it's an entire new distribution channel that's changing the game. And also for artists, like it's finally an easier way for people to price their art and for them to monetize it and get more value accrue to them in a way. And I think that's a huge, because this is probably the most like underpriced work in the world. It's just so hard, and usually the artists and musicians, they are not the most commercially accurate. They don't have the best commercial acumen, generally speaking. So I think this is huge. Yeah.
Got it. Let me think. I mean, given that we're already here,
should talk about Solana?
You guys want to talk about other chains? Like, what do you guys think? Do you think that Solana has a chance to flip an ETH then, as the next major layer 1 chain? Or are you guys still just massive ETH bulls?
Well, okay, so how do we define the flippening? Because ETH has already flipped Bitcoin in terms of adoption, in terms of transactions, in terms of protocols built on top. That's sort of the flippening that I look at. Obviously, like, people are obsessed with prices, that's fine. But like, from my perspective, like, ETH is, or the possibility to capture value for these blockchains, whether it's Solana or Ethereum, is vastly, as Arthur was saying, your digital gold is what, gold is $8 trillion market, give or take. And I guess like Bitcoin's trying to do that, and we've always kind of been anchored to that number. But it's one, not zero sum, right? Bitcoin can capture that, fine. But Ethereum and Solana and these other blockchains are just going to create so much value because, there's new use cases and possibilities. So the internet's vastly larger than gold. But yeah, like, can Solana flip Ethereum? I mean, it's an interesting question. I mean, I think, first of all, I think anyone that's here or listening can look at this event and the quality of teams here and be radically surprised. That's, from my perspective, it's been a very pleasant experience being here. And I don't know. It'd be interesting to watch. Probabilistically, there is a version of this world where Solana flips Ethereum. But that doesn't mean that Ethereum goes away. Again, I just sort of think that Ethereum serves a different use case than perhaps Solana is more well-suited for social and gaming or something.
Yeah. I think as an investor, you always try to think in a probabilistic manner as much as possible. I think I mentioned, like, in some of my tweet or podcasts, like, I think the chances of Solana flipping ETH probably in 3 years is probably, I would assign like 10, 20% 6 months ago or like 3 months ago. Right now, I'll probably put it around 40 to 50%. I still think ETH is going to be very dominant. I think the value accrual is underestimated. And when the merge happens, you're going to see a lot of the supply getting staked, like a lot of the proof of stake blockchain, like up to 60% of the supply are being staked. I think for Ethereum, you're probably going to see like up to 30%. So that's going to be huge change in the supply dynamic. I think for Solana, this same dynamic exists, but the growth of Solana is definitely like happening way faster pace than Ethereum right now, because it starts from a smaller base, and obviously you have the big scalability challenge. Like, it's already being partially solved. But I guess that it really depends on what's your market view as well. Like, if you think this is a super cycle, which is something I believe in, I think the chances of Solana flipping ETH is quite high. It's just because it's more prime for growth. It's a blockchain that built for growth. While for Ethereum, like, there's a lot more smart money that the OG that are inside, that in the bear market, they are more able to keep the use case going. Solana, I think that we haven't really seen a real bear market yet, so it's a bit hard to say how the community will react with the price drop, let's say 70%, and stay there for 6 months and 1 year. We haven't yet to see it yet. So I think it will be a good test to the community. But if the super cycle, yeah, I think the chances of Solana flipping ETH is quite high. It's just because this blockchain is prime for growth and to onboard like 100 millions of users, which Ethereum still not very clear how they will get there yet. There's a lot of scaling solution, but it's like might be multiple that works. You're not 100% sure which one is the one that's gonna do it. Yep.
Yeah, I see Santiago mention Solana being a complete like different use case. For me, also being working on Curve.finance, which is like biggest auto market maker for stable coins, and you want to build like FX market. I mean, the FX market is between 3 and 5 billion US dollars trading volume per day. So we haven't reached that volume of trading in the blockchain space. So if the entire like central digital currency coming into the market, then we'll enter 1 trillion, 2 trillion US dollar volume per day. And this will be captured for chains that go faster than Ethereum. So, for example, Solana is probably the best position to do like the FX market on top of decentralized exchanges. I know like at the moment everyone is talking about NFTs. I see NFT like in 2017 when there was like ICO market and people were all jumping into the ICO market, and there was like 99% of the entire space was just bullshit. But then 1% of the space actually create all those different projects that we have, like Aave and all the different things. I think it's exactly happening the same in the NFT market. Like a lot of people like bootstrapping some landing page, quick NFTs, people hype, degen inside, but the true value of those things had not happened yet. So what we want to see is a complete new layer of application being built on top of it. And this is what happened like a couple months or a year or 2 years after the boom. So for example, ICO, it took like 2 years, 3 years to come into the market of many different applications, like lending, market makers, auto market makers, and then different application on top of it, like multi-sig, Nosy Safe. Basically, the different projects that are needed to build a decentralized financial world. And it's exactly what happened in the traditional market in the 90s and in 2000. So what we're seeing in the NFT market, I think right now we're talking about JPEGs and all these things, but people are now building the next phase of the NFT market. And I think we'll enter soon in this concept of we don't care, the user don't care that it's actually being used or powered by blockchain. Just use the applications, and actually user don't care, it's actually an NFT behind the scene. They will just like play the application, use the applications, and this is where things get super interesting. It's like when we enter this world where you don't need to understand that it's DNS, HTTPS, or any other protocols being powered the application that you're using. And Facebook is going to inject 15 billion into the thing, fight legal regulation and all this thing. Good. Because for us, we can then start building on top of this boom. And so coming back to the question of Solana, I think Solana is actually very well positioned for the true quantitative trading, algorithmic trading. And this is what myself I'm looking into, and I'm investing a lot in this market. NFTs are good, but NFTs without application on the side, it's a little bit strange to me. But then if you mix high frequency trading, FX market, application from the tradition, whatever we're building in decentralized finance is not new. It's being just copy and passed from traditional finance, but in a better technical protocols and the solution, the technology is way better. So I think now we can start building a new paradigms, new ideas, and this is what I'm looking into. And I think Solana is very good for that. And also especially that is using a language like Rust that is not a proprietary language and not something that is built just for the specificity of the chain.
Got it. Thanks for that. Yeah, I think there's not much time left, but then like I'll just give you guys one last chance to like talk about one project specifically that you guys are most excited for in the future. Like just it can be anything. It doesn't have to be on ETH, doesn't have to be on Solana, but like just one project specifically that you're most excited about that's gonna launch either soon or it's already alive.
All right. I just spoke. Go for it.
I mean, I'm wearing an Aave t-shirt, so yeah, I'm gonna say I'm still very bullish on Aave. I think they just announced that they're gonna deploy on Neon, is it? Yeah, which is a EVM-compatible scaling solution, like that's anchored to Solana. So yeah, I think that among all the DeFi team, they're the one that's have always been on point on the execution. Yeah, the metrics are good. It's just that my market is not realizing it. Yeah, I think that this is the kind of thing you need to build DeFi. You need to balance the growth and the innovation together with the security as well. I mean, recently there are some minor issue, but it also was patched up in a very quick manner as well. So there was no damage was done in the end. So yeah, I think I'm very bullish on Aave. And I think in terms of gaming, I'm really looking forward to, I don't have any specific names, really looking forward to like games that's close to like a AAA quality being launched, at least on an alpha manner, that have like a deeper blockchain integration. Because I think right now the criticism on the game that is not really the game that a lot of the people will want to play right now. Yeah, so I hope that this kind of game can launch, and prove that it's possible to get like a AAA level game that integrated with the blockchain. Yeah.
Yeah, just anchoring off of that, I mean, no surprise, I'm really excited about games. One, none of this is financial advice, by the way, but one is Illuvium. It's super immersive. I mean, what Axie has showed us is it's tapping a very powerful nerve. Like, Axie went from nothing to like having millions of users and like supporting economies of like Vietnam, the Philippines, and other places. And this idea of play to earn is like Uber and Airbnb came and like made, created entirely new jobs for people. I think gaming is going to do that in Web3, and one of those games is super immersive. Like Axie is to your point, these games in crypto have been kind of very simple. The logic hasn't been truly kind of immersive. Illuvium, in my opinion, is probably going to be the first game that launches probably in Q1 that is super immersive. So go check out their Discord. I mean, it's like one of the developers was like part of the crew of like Lord of the Rings, and so it's super immersive and it shows in the quality of the game. So I'm really excited to play the game and see how other people interact with it. So yeah, that's just one.
Yeah, completely agree. Illuvium is pretty dope, but I think for me we enter a new phase when we start when those big gaming studio also start building games that are on blockchain, not just using blockchain, but maybe also like not using NFTs or like items, and but also like being for example using Solana technology to power the game. But Ubisoft and all those different big gaming companies in the world, as soon as they start entering that market, I think we'll see like a huge potential, like pretty new phase in the gaming industry on blockchain, because right now it's like it's immersive, but it's kind of like it's not like as a FPS or like a big 3D gaming that you play inside. I want to see something like using blockchain. And then the other aspect is like big companies that we're using today that are fully jumping into blockchain, such as Twitter or maybe TikTok, Facebook, all those different big companies that now are starting to get involved. I just wonder what will happen to the blockchain industry as soon as they get into it. And also then on a financial market, like big banking system, obviously this is pretty big.
Got it. Thanks for your answers, guys. I think that's all the time that we have. But what's the best way for everyone in the audience to reach you if they have any other questions? Where do they follow you on Twitter or so on? Like, what's the best way for you guys?
Think Twitter, yeah.
Crypto Twitter, yeah.
Yeah, Twitter, yeah. My DM is open. I guess the same for everyone.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for your time, guys. Thanks for your time, everyone, as well in the audience.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up now, we have a Q&A with our panel of investors, so feel free to get your questions ready if you have anything that you want to ask. For this group, we have Bill Sherman from the Solar Eco Fund, Arthur Kwan from Evernew Capital, John Park from A41 Ventures, Mark Sheem from ROK Capital, and Ben Sparango from Solana Labs as the moderator.
Mics are not good.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Hope your day's going well. I'm Ben Sparango. I am the head of strategy at Solana Labs. here for an awesome panel with some of our regional ecosystem funds to talk about investing in the Solana ecosystem and broader space regionally across the world. So one of the goals that we set out to do about 6 to 12 months ago was we felt that Solana needed a broad reach into other parts of the world, and instead of hiring in each jurisdiction around the world, it was best to partner with people who were already there, had boots on the ground, and had the connections necessary to invest in those ecosystems efficiently. So that led to us setting up these regional ecosystem funds where we co-sponsor a fund with them, co-invest on every deal, and share in the diligence. So I'm joined by some of those guys here today, and I'll start with you, and we'll just run through some introductions.
Yeah, hi everyone, my name is Josh Han. I'm representing ROK Capital, based in Seoul, Korea. We bring a lot of BD help, marketing, go-to-market strategy, and community management services. We also run Korea Blockchain Week. So yeah, happy to be here.
Hey guys, I'm Bill Sherman. I'm co-founder of Solar Eco Fund. We invest across the spectrum from DeFi, gaming, NFTs, and Web3. We have over 20 projects already in our portfolio, so we're very active. Of course, we invest across the globe, but we're based in Brazil and in Israel, so we're always helpful with LATAM and Middle Eastern issues.
Hi guys, my name is John Park. I'm representing A41 Ventures as a managing partner, and we're focused on the early stage investment only, but our expertise is at community building and also supporting the grassroots organizations like student clubs in Korea and also the dev groups in Korea.
Hi, I'm Arthur Kwan, founder of Evernew Capital. We're based out of Taiwan, and we recently launched a Solana ecosystem fund with Solana, launched in July. So it's a $20 million fund, and we're backing seeds, private stage companies that want to access Taiwan's market, which is positioned as really one of the few Mandarin-speaking countries that have a really strong and vibrant developer community. So that's how we like to help our projects.
Thanks, guys. Also, before we get started, I want to note that this is supposed to be a Q&A panel, so there are people on both sides of the seats here. So you can walk up to them, please raise your hand. They have microphones where you can ask questions, and then we'll get to those questions in a few minutes. But Josh, just starting with you, so I would love to dive in to each of you individually. Based on your jurisdiction around the world, how has investing in the Solana ecosystem been there in comparison to what you've seen elsewhere, and maybe diving into some of the challenges and benefits of what you've seen in comparison?
Yeah, so definitely creates a new user to Solana, I'd say. We came recently in the last 2 months, and if you look at a lot of our community management numbers, I think Orca, Radium, their numbers in Korea are going up drastically. So really, really happy about that. We're not sending them to a centralized exchange. The biggest exchange up it recently listed Sol as well, SPL. So we're getting a lot of people through that withdrawing and getting to actually use the dApps. So yeah.
Very cool. So the fact that the centralized exchanges in your jurisdiction implementing SPL support is a large onboarding factor to the Solana ecosystem?
Absolutely huge. Just because you need the Korean won onboarding, offboarding fiat, and once you have that, you don't really need people to buy all coins necessarily. They only need to buy Sol and then withdraw to Phantom. And then we're seeing a lot of improvements on that. And I'm personally really happy to see and send Korean people to use our portfolio companies as well as earn interest on their assets.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great. Bill?
I can say in Brazil we have a huge crypto community. It's a country with 200 million people. Only 3 million invest in the stock market and 50 million have crypto. So it's a very large market. Certainly a problem that some projects have there is banking. And what we usually recommend is simply to not bank and just have crypto. And especially now with Solana, you can pay our employees with almost zero fees.
That's awesome. So have you seen a lack of investment in other applications on crypto rails since the focus has primarily in Brazil been banking related, or is there also a community of things that we're all used to like Web3, NFTs, other things like that?
Brazil is very used to copying American things that have already worked and doing like local versions. And the largest startups in Brazil are that. And certainly, for example, the biggest Brazilian project is BRZ, which is the Brazilian version of USDC. I can say, for example, for our fund, we love to invest more in Brazil, but there are very few projects, so we invest across the globe for that other reason.
Awesome.
Yeah, like I think I agree a lot with what Josh has said, but so centralized exchanges enlisting Solana definitely spearheaded like a lot of the community movement inside Korea. But at the same time, I would like to emphasize the point that Solana Season Hackathon and Solana Ignition Hackathons were actually the big attractors for a lot of the Korean devs from moving from the Solidity to actually Rust and like actually try out. For instance, 841 has been sponsoring the Korea Rust Dev Group, which has like 40 engineers inside it, and we're sponsoring them venues, food and drinks, and so that I could actually gather and like come out to hackathons. So for example, like for Ignition Hackathon, we had about 3 teams that came out from Solana, from Korea to Solana Ignition Hackathon. Like they all made to like judges list, and one of them actually won the prize actually. So it was very amazing because all these developers were not really used to Rust, but they slowly started learning about Solana after they see the global hackathon announcements. And I think Solana like Foundation itself has been doing a good job in terms of like getting that global exposure to devs. Like, oh, why don't you actually start building on Solana, right? So I think that's a very good movement and signal for the ecosystem, so that like ecosystem builders and community builders like me could actually push it forward inside Korea or inside Asia.
Right. You actually bring up something I'd love to touch on really quick is like the Rust community globally and in your own jurisdiction. So one of the biggest challenges that we had in the earlier days was the majority of the developers in crypto are Solidity based. So I would love to hear from you what it's been like to help cultivate that Rust community in your own jurisdiction, and how that is leading to the projects that you guys are allocating to in there.
So like when cultivating like a dev group, it is really hard if you just start from the scratch. But like when they have a goal, when they have objective, it's actually easier for them to actually get the like fervor to actually start doing something. If we didn't have a hackathons, and if I just created like a Rust dev group with like other guys and like sponsor that, like probably 10 or 5 people will just show up and they'll be like, oh, I don't know anything about Rust, so like, can you teach me? But it's not gonna happen that way. It's all about like self-learning. All the devs are all into self-learning, right? And in order to like have that self-learning, you gotta have motivation. And that motivation, I think Solana has done a great job in terms of like just giving that like opportunities to put your products, like ship it like in front of the global public and like get the feedbacks from the global judges. So yeah, so cultivating a dev group is always a problem like for every other ecosystem too, but I would definitely recommend the track of going with like global hackathons and like moving with your ambassadors in the region, or like the people who have been supporting the region like for so long. I've been supporting Solana since like 2018-19, right? So like find those people, just work with them, like sponsor them, like support them so that they can actually move with like local people. Then that's it. Like that's the way to go to cultivate the group.
That's awesome. I'm happy to hear that the hackathons are doing what we intended.
Yeah.
Arthur, please.
Sure, yeah. I mean, similar. I mean, I think in Taiwan, the Rust developer community that also wants to do blockchain is pretty small. But we have been focusing on cultivating and training new Rust developers with, for example, Z Institute, a blockchain school in Taiwan. So our plan is to continuously train, hundreds of developers building on Rust and Solana every year. And I think that's really a scarce asset these days. Just good developers who could really scale and execute well. That's going to be so helpful to all these projects within our jurisdiction, also without. Everyone I speak to are hiring developers, right? So we hope to have some QC and quality control around like high quality devs. And I think that could scale globally. Right, so that's been one of our main focus in Taiwan. The other thing is also, we realize that in addition to developers, you need good founders and good CEOs, right? It's really about building a project and thinking of it as building a company. You need good engineering support, marketing, the whole package. And so we may also start to incubate projects next year out of these strong developer groups that we're training, right? And also, just on stage, I think there are lots of opportunities to cross-fertilize in different jurisdictions as well, because ultimately it's a global play, right?
Right, absolutely. From what you've seen, where would you say, everyone needs developers. From what you've seen beyond developers, what do people need in Taiwan for these projects that they're spinning up? If they're very developer heavy, who are they looking for and where are they finding them?
Yeah, I think dev's number one, and I think also just the right type of marketing support, the right channel, the right type of messaging. It's a fine line, you know. I mean, a lot of it is narrative these days, but you could easily overhype up a project, right? So finding the right type of marketing support, I think, is so crucial. I think the other aspect also is finding the right, because not all developers are good CEOs, right? And I think the Taiwan market is currently lacking kind of strong CEOs who could scale globally, right? So, you know, we either have to identify them, train them, or find partners in other jurisdictions to work on that together.
Right.
Yeah.
Awesome. So I can't really see out there, but are there any questions?
Could I add briefly to what Arthur was saying?
Huh?
Could I add briefly to
Please.
what Arthur was saying? So like Arthur is visiting Korea soon. I think we're going to meet up and we're going to talk about how to collaborate too because of the geographical proximity. But at the same time, I kind of agree with what Arthur says because not just us, like, I wouldn't say that devs are like not good CEOs, but like at the same time, a lot of the people who are joining the ecosystem right now are not used to the pace of like how the company is formed and like how the fund is raised and like how you have to move really, really fast like in terms of like recruiting and like, you know, you have to deal with all these money that has just come in, like huge stockpile of cash. It's sitting on your bank account. You have to use it, like, you know, how to do it properly, how to manage the relationship with the VCs or investors. There are so many people who are nowadays who are just thinking that VCs don't add values or like whatever, but like, you know, it could be just one of the atmosphere, but at the same time, you need to like learn who's just like who's going to be the good investors, what are the characteristics of the good investors, and who are the marketing agents that you want to work with, and like, you know, these are the types of like, you know, things that you need to know as like, you know, good CEOs, right? So like, you know, that's the part that if there is anything that foundation could do, like I know the Solana Ventures is coming out from the foundation, so that could be one of the helps for a lot of the regional ecosystem as well, because of the geographical like distance, it is really important for like, you know, some kind of documentation or some kind of tutorial that's being given out from the foundation is going to be essential for all these builders to have more safe zone, I guess, like to feel more comfortable, like to feel more comfortable in terms of like building out and shipping in the product to the global stage.
Right. Awesome. And would you say, kind of staying with like the receiving investments from other investors? I mean, there's a mantra that goes around Twitter often that's like VCs dumping on people or VCs just getting into these deals early to make a lot of money. What is, for each of you, what are the perceptions in your own jurisdiction of VCs, either in your country or globally in the crypto space?
Yeah, I mean, Korea's home to like, I would say 2 big Korean like crypto VCs, including Hashed. And in terms of like Solana specific like TGEs, so I'm personally a fan of like the IDO model that Mango Markets kind of like, you know, started. And I think a lot of companies or a lot of tokens are going towards that. And from my perspective, what I see from the Solana Korean community, they like that, right? It seems more fair than like buying some type of like IDO platform token, staking it. It's a lot more simple as well, and you have some capability there where you can like take out your funds after 24 hours. So from our perspective, we think like just connecting like the VC research and like, hey, this is why we support the project. We love it as users, and like having them use it first before they buy like the actual governance token makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
One thing that I think all founders need to have in mind is that crypto is very reflexive with users and price. So users bring price and price also bring users. And one example of that going badly, many projects that are not having cliffs to their investors. And many times what happens is on the first day you have a huge drop in price. And that leads to super negative press. That leads to users being pissed. That if you raise $100 million in an IDO and the price goes down, you have $100 million worth of people mad at you, right? Yeah. So what we always advise project is have a cliff. Have the unlock further away from the launch. And you saw, for example, a good example is Solana itself. You had the unlock day, but it was like a year after the investment. So the day of the unlock, it was like no one even knew about it because it was far away. So that would be a general advice. Always have a cliff.
I mean, like as an investor, I mean, who was a community builder before, I guess a lot of the things that what VCs could do for builders could come from like experiences, like sharing experiences, like what I've done before and like what I've seen as an investor, like what were the more appropriate range of the valuation when you're doing a seed round, like when you're kicking off for like such a hyper valued like valuation, what kind of consequences can you actually see, and especially in the Solana ecosystem. A lot of the fundraise right now is a very experimental, and also like I think it's important to have like the mindset that we as an investors, we are also experimenting together. I mean like when you're doing capped mega market style like auction or uncapped mega market style auction, all these kind of options, we're still seeing a lot of the experiments being done. We don't know what the consequences are going to be there for yet because we're still seeing these projects that are working on like progressing so far. Like so far so good, but some projects have actually sunk after they've done like uncapped style of auction too. So a lot of the experiences should be shared among the from the investors to the builders. That's what we believe. And on our side, on our jurisdiction in Korea, a lot of the retail investors actually do rely on like credible writing sources they could actually follow on, such as tutorials, which is what we've been providing as an investor. So I think it's really important for like a lot of the VCs who are we're not the mega VCs with the brand power. Then I think it's important for the VCs to actually or investors to give those kind of tutorials, those kind of what kind of values actually do these projects actually give to the retail investors or even the users. I think those are the really important values that VCs can add, not to just the projects, but to actually the users that projects actually need. So, and liquidity provision is just one of the things that investors could do. But all these other soft areas that are outside of the investment should be filled by the investors. That's how I feel it, and that's how I've been doing.
I just want to go a tiny bit deeper there. So one thing that I've been seeing also on the Solana Ventures side is a lot of the people who are coming and starting projects in the Solana ecosystem are relatively unaware of how to structure a token distribution or how to do the fundraising that we all just mentioned. And that kind of leads to the question of who are we seeing enter the Solana ecosystem? Are we seeing people who've been in crypto for a long time and have been around the block and seen the DeFi explosion on Ethereum and are educated, or are these actually net new people coming into the Solana ecosystem and building for the first time?
I think it's a good mix, but I've seen a lot of the, for Ignition Hackathon, I've seen so many new people who are coming in. For Season Hackathon, I think it was more of a mixed population. The best crowd that I've encountered so far is the new face, but who have actually studied a lot. What has happened during the DeFi summer? What has happened during the crypto winter? What were the failures like, and how the failures started to take place? When every investor was backing a certain project, and the project was getting all these attention from the world, but they ended up not carrying it or not shipping it because of ABC. These kind of reasons. If you're a builder, and even if you're new to the space, if you do study it right, I think you're gonna make it. Yeah, that's how I see it. Yeah. But we see a lot of new faces. Yeah.
Anyone else comment on net new users or?
We're seeing still a lot of conversions from other ecosystems over to Solana. They've experienced multiple ecosystems and feel like, hey, the Rust environment is still one of the better ones to build on. Right? I think the cheaper gas is a huge opportunity for Solana right now. I think it's just too expensive, elsewhere on other chains at this moment, and that's a main driver for many projects that I'm seeing. And certainly there are newer projects coming on board who've never been in crypto, and I think the challenges they have is really navigating the whole kind of landscape and narrative, right? So they typically need a little bit more marketing support on just navigating that aspect, right?
Yeah. Do you think that it's prudent for us to make tutorials and very detailed docs for these people, or is this more of a relationship building one-on-one? Here's how everything works. Here's what needs to be fixed. Here's where we're going.
I think it makes sense. I mean, I think either Solana could do it, or I think VC's job, could also be that as well, or incubators, right?
Yeah.
Partnering earlier. one of the issues as a VC is you're really just selecting the best projects, but there's like one step before that where how do you train these best projects, right? And they could be self-selecting, right? But I do think that there is some value in that earlier stage incubation phase now.
Yeah. And just to piggyback off of that, I think Solana presents a lot of opportunities just because gas fees are so insanely cheap where it's like, hey, maybe you never did a liquidity provision on ETH, but now you can do it for less than with less than $10. What I'm also seeing is like new users are coming in through NFTs, right? Like people who are never really interested in crypto, they see stuff like drop mints on Radium, or they see Sol analysis like we've been talking to, and they see a lot more opportunity coming in there and have like a little bit more edge compared to like something like DeFi, I think.
In terms of new users, at least from the point of view of investment, the overwhelming majority of investors in the Solana ecosystem are proprietary firms. That is, firms that are managing their own money, and those are probably people who have made money on Bitcoin and the Ethereum ecosystem. And in terms of tutorials and stuff, what I would like to see as an investor, and I'm sure retail agrees, are more disclosures from projects. So we expect to see several disclosures from an Apple, right? So, which is a huge project and a public company. So why not projects which are huge? They're worth sometimes billions of dollars. Why shouldn't we see disclosures, for example, how much they have in a bank, number of employees, how much are they spending, etc.
Yeah. To add on that point, one of the challenges I see with the SAFs and kind of this token-based funding mechanism is a lack of proper corporate governance. And it's a concept that's not really, shared, in crypto. You kind of, you entrust, a lot of power to the founder and the team, right? Especially right now, I don't know about you guys, but we've been sending projects USDC, like ERC20. So I think we need a good SPL solution, multi-sig wallet. All right, I want to start sending cheaper USDC over. But yeah, I think corporate governance going forward is a theme that if you really want to build a successful long-term project, I think there's got to be a little bit more governance kind of structure for early VCs who are shaping and guiding the companies. Right?
Awesome. I'd love to, in the last few minutes that we have here, talk about something that you guys brought up, like those net new projects that are being built in the Solana ecosystem because of the infrastructure benefits that Solana offers in comparison to other layer ones. So we start with you. What kind of things are you seeing maybe on the social side, the gaming side, anything that is really lending itself to the infrastructure Solana provides?
Yeah, in terms of infrastructure, I'm not completely sure, but social tokens, obviously, we have like only one, and we've been supporting them a lot through like their creator program. And I think there is new onboarding happening there, but it's a little bit slower than what we might have expected. Like NFTs, gaming, Nyan Heroes, obviously like they're incredible NFT drops, big wealth generation events for some people. And yeah, I would just say like NFTs have been above other things, like huge onboarding for retail for us. Yeah.
Internally, we classify projects DeFi, NFT, gaming, and Web3. And in the initial part of the year, and in the initial part of Solana, like launch and growth, we saw a lot of DeFi and NFT, the first two buckets. And those were projects that were many times copies of Ethereum projects or improvements. And now we're seeing the second phase, let's say, a bunch of gaming and Web3. And you saw Raj here talking about how he got banned. So certainly a decentralized social network is a must. A lot of people are doing that now. And of course, gaming too. You have some games on Ethereum, but of course, paying $50 per transaction is completely unusable. So certainly, we're already seeing gaming porting to Solana, and we're going to see new games. I'm also excited, for example, FTX and others are investing together with the classical gaming companies. And we see, for example, Epic from Fortnite. They're starting to give grants to some projects, which is very interesting and exciting.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people actually do understand the infrastructure benefits coming from using Solana. And I think that started out with like Solana Summer, like NFTs sucked in all the liquidity out of all the other ecosystem, and also the new like retail investors, and that money is being now ready to be used for Solana DeFi wave. But other than that, like like a lot of the DeFi builders now on Solana ecosystem that we encounter and we face, they come from traditional banking side, but the crazy ideas they want to realize is only available or is available with Solana's like infrastructure benefits like cheaper gas and faster transaction speed. But so that makes sense for DeFi a lot. But for gaming side, I think setting aside the infrastructure benefits, what we encounter a lot is like people are just like so into just making play to earn like models, but they don't really think about like sometimes they don't have in-house gaming studio or gaming PDs who actually could design and do a proper architecture for the whole game. And we've been passing a lot of gaming deals just because of that, because like in order to make blockchain gaming games, like real proper games, it has to be the games that you want to play, and it's the games that your friends want to play, right? So I think these are so infrastructure benefits are there, but if you're building something, it doesn't necessarily mean that like cheaper gas is just gonna attract the new users and just gonna like ship your product global. It's gonna be like if it's gaming, it has to be the good games. If it's DeFi, it's got to be properly designed. And if you're coming from TradFi and want to like adopt the crazy ideas, Solana is a great place to do. So like just think of like take into account of all these variables, and then like try to like mold your project according to all those infrastructure benefits is really important. And also like talk a lot with the Solana Foundation devs is also very important. Solana Labs is like all out there with advocacy groups, so like use Discord a lot, just try to engage a lot. I think that's the key for actually utilizing the maximum out of the infrastructure benefits.
One example I'll give, one of our portfolio companies, Geno Pets, the founder, Albert Chen, Taiwanese American, he was Solana first, right? He was in EOS and then, decided to build on Solana for all of its unique characteristics. It's a move to earn game, and your pet kind of evolves based on your personal biometric data, right? So there's a lot of kind of real-time transaction that needs to take place, and this is really a perfect environment for that, right? So that's just one example that I think, and many will come, and I do think in our jurisdiction in Taiwan, it kind of serves as a nice hub in Asia. You've got access to Korea, Japan, and then also Southeast Asia, and now Taiwan is still a Mandarin-speaking country. It certainly could help kind of propagate that Mandarin-speaking market.
Right. We also invested in Geno Pets out of Solana Ventures, and one thing that got me like super excited about them, obviously like their background, like Albert's like an awesome guy, and the idea of like composable NFTs on Solana really got me super excited. So for context, as you move to earn, you level up your character. Those pieces that you put on top of them also become a part of that NFT and therefore increase the value. So I'm really excited to see innovation in that area, and I think we're just on the cusp of all of that. So with our last 2 minutes, I would love to just like walk through and just get high-level feedback from each of you with your specific jurisdiction of where you're located. What's like the largest piece of feedback that you think the Solana ecosystem needs right now, and that the Solana ecosystem is getting right now based on what's there? Is it developer tooling related? Is it things like we discussed with those blueprints for getting people net new into the Solana ecosystem? And how is that different between where each of you are located?
Yeah, I know someone briefly mentioned like the disclosures. I think could be a lot better in terms of like the token investing schedules, what previous rounds raised that at VCs, what the sizing was, just so like everyone at the public, private levels is a lot more clear. The only other suggestion I have for Solana in terms of the bridge is that we should give some people some soul when they bridge and use Wormhole, because like compared to all the other bridges, I used another bridge yesterday, but like I think that one aspect can really make the quality of life so much better. Yeah.
I would say take advantage of this bull market to raise money, because we don't know the future, and this is the biggest bull market in history. And it's also, Solana gives you the opportunity to decentralize things that weren't possible with Ethereum and others. So it's a huge opportunity on social, on gaming, on all sectors.
I mean, if it's the feedback that we could give to like Solana Ventures or Solana like ecosystem as a whole, like foundation, then like please like to provide more community support in terms of like language assistance and also like developer like cultivation as well, because a lot of people are like when they encounter when they encounter the difficulties, sometimes they just stop because of the language hurdles. So like that could be one thing that you could also like put a lot of efforts on and like collaborate with regional players like us who can actually speak both languages fluently.
Yeah, I would suggest we need more tools. Even a multi-sig solution for Solana would be awesome.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Sorry, we're over time. Thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you.
That's everything at this stage for today, but there are still things going on at the growth stage at Estufa Fria, and there are also going to be drinks and an NFT art showing from 6 to 8 there tonight. So feel free to move on there. Thank you, and yeah, see you here tomorrow.